Caesar's Palace.
Monday morning feels so bad.
Coming Tuesday, I feel better.
Do the 5-day grind once more. Wednesday just won't go. Thursday goes too slow.
I've got Friday on my mind.
Gotta have fun in the city. It's Friday night tonight for footy.
Oh, this is sensational.
Gotta hit the high.
Beautiful. Oh, what a beauty.
Bring up the light. Our game ignite. Got to watch tonight. All week I've got Friday on my mind.
It's Friday Night Football, and the Eels play host to the Roosters at Parramatta Stadium. All the action on Nine's Wide World of Sports.
Welcome to Parramatta Stadium now. Round 20 comes your way tonight, the start of it anyway, and of course the clash between the home side Parramatta and this team, the Sydney Roosters, with the Roosters up at number 3 and Parramatta at number 6. Parramatta a chance of going from 6 down to 9 tonight, and the Brad Fittler-led side from Sydney Roosters could go from 3 down to 6 in the event of defeats. There's the team for the Sydney side from Bondi: Phillips, Singh, Cross, Hegarty, Minicello, Fittler, Lamb, Ricketson, Fitzgibbon, Fletcher, Hood, Bonetti and Rubin. And it's Solomoni, Burns and Wing and Bailey on the bench, and of course Graham Murray as the coach. There's the Parramatta side: Hodgson at fullback, Richards, Violecki, Kelly, Moody, Dimmick, Marsh, Wagon, the Hindmarsh brothers, Wesley, Schiavelletti, Kalis, and then it's Custo, Weston, Moran, Wozniak, and coached by Brian Smith. And the team, as you can see from the advertised one, not bearing a great deal of similarity. Parramatta then taking the field in front of their home crowd tonight, a stadium that's been averaging just short of 13,000 for the year of 2000. And an important game, as I've already pointed out, for both sides. Andrew Voss on the sideline. Good evening, Andrew.
Yes, Ray, not such a bad night. Temperature on the verge of single figures. The breeze won't be of a great advantage to either side. Look for a bright start, though, to this match. Last week, the Eels opened with 2 tries in the first 9 minutes against the Eagles. And the Roosters, you remember, 2 tries in the opening 8 against Melbourne. 2 teams in winning form. Should be a good battle.
Bill Harrigan in charge.
Stay behind the kick, fellas.
The number 1 game of the weekend, the number 1 referee on a Friday night. As we welcome you now. Sit back and enjoy the Roosters running left to right against the blue and gold side Parramatta, and it's Kalis bringing the ball back, first play of the night, the captain. In fact, he was involved in an early play against the Roosters when the Roosters beat them at Stadium Australia in round 1. You might recall he scored a try while Quentin Pongia stood back and got involved in a fight with, I think it was Nathan Hindmarsh on that night. Schiavelletti's wearing jumper number 20, 40-metre line. Hodgson at fullback and at dummy half at the moment before unloading the ball for PJ Marsh, and he puts it down the ground, taken back on the 20-metre line by Luke Phillips, the Roosters fullback these days, and doing the job very, very well. Certainly been one of the very good buys of the year. Minicello across the ground. That's where they lie on the table. Parramatta at 6 and Roosters at 3. But losses for both of them would see them plummet quite considerably on this topsy-turvy top of the ladder. Singh now taking it back into Parramatta's territory.
As Andrew pointed out, they are in winning form, these 2 teams. Last start winners. In fact, Parramatta have won their last 3. Roosters their last 2, as Lamb's kick taken by Hodgson just out from his own line. The Eels have actually won 5 of their last 6, so they have some momentum.
Moody, a dummy half, and then it is Stuart Kelly, a hard tackle. Coming in from his right was Dallas Hood. His front row is certainly not the front row that Graham Murray thought he'd be using as much as he is, but he is. And of course brought about by the absence of like Quentin Pongia and of course Logan to a lesser extent. But we haven't seen much duty of course from Pongia. Parramatta then going down the right side and tackled over there with the head bandage on with Ian Hindmarsh, which is good news for commentators. The ball rolls over that sideline, deep inside Roosters territory, off the boot of that fellow Skiffeletti.
And clever play by the hooker. Marcus took off early, allowed Skiffeletti to sneak down the blind side, picked up 10 or 15 metres, and then a further 20 with the kick. Phillips allowing it to go over the line.
I'm just laughing at myself. I was just saying that's a beauty. Ian Hindmarsh has got the head taped up, and now I look at his brother packed into the second row with an identical strapping on his head. So Lamb it is that works it away to the right of the ground for Hegarty. Lies second on the top try scorers list. Hegarty jointly with two others, but everybody is very much adrift of Nathan Blacklock, the crowd pleaser from St George Illawarra, who we will see on Sunday. This is Hood. Just outside the 40-metre line. Centre of the ground, as you can see. And now away for the man that got a bag of 20 points last Sunday, Craig Fitzgibbon. Had something like 12 points on the board before the clock had arrived at the same minute. Ian Rubin came from the Rabbits to join the Roosters. And Fittler then puts this big kick in. Supposedly will sign a contract for $600,000 per year for 3 years next week. This is Moody. Ooh, look at them driving him back. Everything legitimate. The fullback almost got himself squashed in behind the player being driven back. Moody. This is Richards. He's talking of Fittler. I was talking to Bernie Gurr. He said they're talking 600. He said it's nothing like 600. Though he said I've got to tell you he is being well paid, but it's not 600 and well short of it. But he said we do hope to have a signature by the end of next week. This is a penalty against the defence, so Parramatta will clear. Rubin says, not me, sir.
Yeah, silly play there from the Roosters. Got them camped down in their own 20-metre zone, and Rubin comes up with that. Wouldn't impress his coach, that's for sure.
And then he pleaded innocent. So the Eels find the line, 40 away from their own. Skiffeletti is throwing the ball around the corner to find Wesley. Kalis was running the decoy, almost took it on the head. To the right again for Dimmick to come in, and then away from Wagon, finding Ian Hindmarsh in the 12. Wagon playing in the forwards at the back of the scrum. Skiffeletti away, then and Kalis, and again it's with Ian Hindmarsh, the 20-year-old of the Hindmarsh brothers, 22 years of age. Ian from Marsh now. Long ball down low for Jim, and Dimmick tried to get it around the corner. It went loose. Cross was able to get it away. Minicello takes it outside the 40-metre line, 5 metres short of halfway. No score, 0 tackle, Roosters with the ball as they go left for Rubin. Just the one handling error so far. That was it for Dimmick, trying to pass under pressure. And now Fittler puts his foot down. The ball goes floating across the front of Hegarty before Singh gave it back to Hegarty, then Fittler, then Fletcher. And Fletcher looks at Fittler but takes the tackle. A bombardment of 3. Bonetti is the dummy half to the open side for Lamb to crack the 30-metre line. Not quite. They pushed him back. And then is picked up by Phillips. He dummies and then goes himself back to the 30-metre line before they thrust him to the ground. So again now with Dallas Hood. They look at the 20-metre line. It's just in front of them. And the hand in the air from Bill Harrigan indicating the last. Adrian Lamb to kick high and wide. Singh's underneath it for the bat down. The bat down is there, and it's bounced back for Parramatta. There was a chance there for the red, white and blue, but Hodgson is able to clean it up 20 metres out from his own line.
And as soon as the ball left the boot of Adrian Lamb, he threw his head back in despair. Terribly unhappy with the kick, although Matt Singh did his best to turn it into something. And then Brett Hodgson, the fullback, did well to pick up. The Eels now relieve the pressure. Marsh finding Hindmarsh, takes it over the 40.
Nathan. Right up there with the top tacklers, Nathan Hindmarsh. In fact, I think he's number 4 in the league, a ranking that he's held for quite some time. Richard Swain way out in front of the top tacklers count. He's 100 in front of his nearest rival, as a matter of fact. It's Ricketson. Here's to come into the game. Again. Fitzgibbon. Bonetti now. This is Burns. 55-45, the disbursement of possession. Then Fittler and Fletcher uses Phillips, and Phillips gets it away for Lamb. Lamb did well. Courtney pass, then Fletcher, then off the fingertips of Fittler. I thought it travelled forward. Bonetti dives on it, and Bill Harrigan is appealing to his touch judge for a ruling, and the touch judge said it went forward.
Yeah, there might have just been maybe a tiny knock-on right at the death. But the Roosters, when they do go wide, are looking dangerous, aren't they? And they've got players like Lamb. Fletcher can throw a ball like any 5'8" in the game. Well, no, I didn't see any knock-on there.
No, he's got Fittler for knocking on. And as Ray pointed out, he did wait a long time, Bill Harrigan, to get the call from the far touch judge.
So Dimmick trying to force a passage in close to the edge of the scrum breaking up. Kalis. They've re-signed Kalis, the Eels. It was announced yesterday. That would please the fans of this club. Some business being done, isn't there? Heaps of it, as a matter of fact. Wagon. Schiavoletti. The Marsh for Dimmick, and Dimmick a kick through. The right flank is coming fast down on it. That's Richards. He tried to put a kick on it. Phillips might have knocked on. Hegarty comes away with it. Bill Harrigan has gone back to the incident I called to you, and Hegarty, he did very, very well, Hegarty. You couldn't possibly bag him for this.
Well, if Luke Phillips had been a goalie in soccer, he'd have been penalised here. They'd have been taking the spot kick. He took Pat Richards' legs from underneath. Knocked on in doing so, but good vision here from Jim Dimmick. He does like to kick early in the tackle count, especially when he plays 5'8". Here he is with the football now, 8 out.
Good opportunity for the Eels. Turning it inside for Nathan Hindman. You don't get any closer. Schiavoletti, decoys, 2 of them going inside. He goes out. The fullback, Brett Hodgson. He'll play it 10 metres away from the line. Violecki on a run around mission, getting the ball away, and Kalis, did he lose it? Did he get it down? Bill Harrigan wants to look at it.
Well, this is very interesting, Ray, because Bill Harrigan appeared to be in perfect position to see whether Kalis does knock this football on. Tremendous work from Violecki, a centre, getting the pass away. Oh, well, offside in there some. Well, he's lost it anyway, no try.
That had everything. Offsides, knock-ons, a double knock-on, drop balls, and it'll be no try. But a nice piece of play, wasn't it, from Violecki. The mission was carried out by him, but the boys couldn't finish it off.
If Kalis had got a clean ball, there's no doubt it would have been a try. I'm just trying to think who the other player was that got involved. And
I think it's PJ Marsh, right?
somebody certainly upset the plan, and it's no try. And the look from Nathan Kalis as he came back on our first picture indicated that it had been bungled. The Roosters off the hook early. David Violecki making an incision in that defensive line. It should have been a six-pointer. Here's Ryan Cross getting away to the 40-metre line and beyond. Kalis eventually cleaning up. Now Fletcher. And Fletcher bullocking his way through, shouldering his way through, and then looking over both shoulders for support. Bonetti to the 30-metre line. So no sooner have we seen Parramatta fritter away 6 points, they're now under siege. As Lamb puts in a kick low and into the end goal, and Hodgson is trapped there, they'll get it back. Well, Hodgson is holding his head.
Yeah, some good signs there for the Roosters. They've come 90 metres in that set of 6 tackles. Some good runs, first of all, from Ryan Cross, then Brian Fletcher, and the general, a little halfback. Beautiful 20-metre kick. And accidental knee there for Hodgson.
This kick takes enormous ability. That is not an easy kick. Putting it on the outside of the right boot, running at an angle to defenders, and then to get it to pull up where you want it inside the in-goal area. Great work from the half, good cover from that man, the fullback Hodgson.
Brett is coming off, so while that's happening, we'll go to our first break and welcome you back in just a moment. It is 0-0, 11 minutes gone. And it's Parramatta giving the ball back to Sydney Roosters from the line drop out. 0-0 the score. Ricketson played it. Dallas Hood fending away, losing the ball. I'll tell you what, there's a little bit of fragility about the Parramatta defence. There's been too many inroads made too easily by the Roosters.
Yeah, plenty of half breaks made, and Dallas Hood's having a fine season since coming back from injury. This is a knockdown or attempted tackle from Skiffletti, which knocked the ball loose. Nothing illegal about that. He was trying to make the tackle, but a good run from Dallas Hood.
Dimmick now. Marsh giving the pass, and the 21 is Wozniak. He attracted some attention from overseas buyers. Just the other day, they were here watching him.
He's a good young forward, Ray, and probably will come to the fore even more with the news today that Andrew Ryan has undergone eye surgery. Another very promising young back rower for the Eels. A little bit touched retina. The last tackle called on Dimmick. On the halfway line, Moran on finds Wagon.
Wagon walking in traffic, able to get a kick away, and Phillips back outside the 20-metre line, inclined to go across the ground before straightening off that left foot step. Then off the 30-metre line, Fitzgibbon. Second tackle gone, and Fletcher carries it forward to the halfway now. No score, 13 gone. Parramatta had a chance for a converted try. They bombed it. And since that point in time, the Roosters have looked very dangerous. And Brian Smith would be, I would imagine, quite concerned about his defence. It's dropped off alarmingly on a couple of occasions. 52 metres gained on 5 tackles for the Roosters now, as Lamb steps and then puts a forward pass away for Ricketson.
Plenty of pressure coming through from PJ Marsh and Nathan Hindmarsh on Adrian Lamb, and they get the desired result. He sliced through, but the cover was good, threw it up in the air. Dallas Western playing the football now. Pretty good field position as Moran ducks, loses the football.
You don't get it back much easier than that. Dennis Moran knows only too well that losing the ball any time is not good, but losing it on the first tackle. It's time to bang the ball into the turf with disgust in oneself. Now Fittler, angling across, linking up with Hegarty. Hegarty gets it back to Matt Singh. He's tackled 10 away. Bailey now dummy half, waiting for the play the ball, then for Fittler. Fittler cuts out Reuben, goes across, finds Fletcher. Fletcher fends off one that is taken down by Nathan Hindmarsh over the top of Moran's low tackle. Now Reuben slams it up to them and straining, trying to gain every available centimetre. Plays it back for Bonetti now, and Bonetti finds Lamb. Lamb jinks, and then Fittler's over. Look, he's just so big and he's so fast. If you give him the ball at the right time, he is just like a juggernaut and practically unstoppable. Look at the size of the man.
He's in wonderful form, isn't he? And they even went the more difficult way, the Roosters here. Parramatta stacking the defence, but plenty of bodies in motion. And just a little bit of misreading in defence there, and Brad Fittler straight through. They set it up from the scrum win. He put Shannon Hegarty away, and from then on, Parramatta were on the back foot.
Yeah, ordinary line, wasn't it? From the Parramatta side. Come back to the mistake made by the Eels. 35 metres out in front of their sticks, and the Roosters have made them pay. Fittler started it with a slashing run, got on the outside of Dimmick, drew in via Leakey and offloaded the Hegarty to get them down right in that 10-metre zone. And from then it was only a matter of time before Lamb and Fittler worked a bit of magic.
And the Roosters would love to continue to run Brad Fittler at PJ Marsh. He was the man that they put a couple of players at. Looked to come in. Fittler got the football. He was already on the outside of Marsh and there was never a chance of making the tackle. It's given 6th on the point scoring list this year. Not an overly difficult kick, and it is on his good side.
His percentage in the low 70s. That's pretty good. It's about 2 out of 3. Fitzgibbon, 15 in from touch, and it's a good kick. Right on line. Craig Fitzgibbon extends that lead to 6-0 in favour of the Roosters over the Eels. Andrew Voss sideline.
And Ray, it all comes back to this error from Dennis Moran. He'd only been on the field for 60 seconds, replacing Dean Skipperlidi. Drops it before the first tackle. And when you're playing class sides like the Roosters, you cannot afford to turn the ball over inside your own half.
Class sides like the Roosters, yes, certainly that applies, but class players like Lamb and Fittler. I think when people were sitting back thinking about who will I tip, Roosters, Eels, and you looked at the advertised sides, you eventually came down to the halves, and due respects to Marsh and Custo, it was hard to tip. It was hard to tip them against the likes of Lamb and Fittler. That's the way I found it. I don't know about you. Ricketson playing the ball now just 10 metres away from his own line. Fitzgibbon leading the blindside play.
Ray, I think the big plus for the Roosters in recent weeks as well has been the form of those front row, as you mentioned earlier. In the past, they've had major troubles up front. Both Hermanson and Lowry breaking arms at important times of the season. But Hood, Reuben, Scott Logan have done a great job setting it up for the likes of Brad Fittler, who gets a great kick away over the head of Hodgson. Got a pretty good bounce to full back.
Chase from the Roosters on that very long kick. Showing a lot of enthusiasm, wasn't it? Which is often the case after you've seen points put on the board. Here's Big Dallas. Weston back to the 40-metre line. Play back from Moran. He said, well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. That's exactly what happened before. His play the ball was a bit sloppy. Marsh gets a kick in. The ball spinning away towards that sideline, and Matt Singh has batted it back in. He must have been inside the 40, was he?
No, he wasn't, but I don't think Matt Singh was sure, so he was taking no chances. He was actually about 45 out from his own line, Marsh, when he kicked. Matty Singh was a long way away.
Let's have a look at this. No, he was 5 metres outside the 40, but as Peter said, Matt Singh was way down there fielding in the deep, and he wasn't prepared to take the chance. It's quick thinking by Matt Singh, and of course taking the gamble. It wasn't really a gamble when you put yourself in his position. It was the smart thing to do. Fittler's kick, and it bounces away to the right and finds the touchline. Not a kick that Brad would be happy with. 19 gone, 6-0 the Roosters.
And obviously one of the tactics that Brian Smith has employed his team tonight has been to get through on the kickers already. We've seen Adrian Lamb have a couple of players rush at him. He straightened and gave the ball away in the last tackle. This time Dennis Moran and company come through for the charge down. Of course, it's an ordinary one from Fittler's boot. Violecki backs into the defence on the 40.
Ian Hindmarsh. Taken down by Solomona. Wozniak now.
Custo on for Dimmick.
Weston, first receiver, simply a catch and pass, and then Wagon. And he's put away on the halfway line. Not such a bad crowd in again here at Parramatta Stadium tonight. Custo, and he's got the markers for not standing directly in front of the play the ball. Bailey, this man was the chief offender. This will give Parramatta a chance to really work something now. Screw the pressure down a little bit tighter. Just inside the 20-metre line, PJ Marsh taking the tap.
Oh, they've gone on the first tackle, and quick thinking there by Lamb, and it'll be a line dropout. So they've bet each way, and they've taken the concession, and they'll get the ball back.
Interesting play, wasn't it, from Parramatta? Obviously a well thought out pre-planned move from the coach. One of those ones you probably put on once a year. And Adrian Land, tell you what, he did well to get back there in time, because if he's not there, it's a possible Eels try.
Well, he was actually already covering Paul, and it was great work. He was about 3 metres behind the line, and that 3 metres saved his team.
So, line dropout. Levelling that statistic up. As Weston crashes back to the 30-metre line, centre of the ground. Custo. Nathan Hindmarsh. Craig Wing is on for the Roosters as Moran gets a ball away for Weston. Weston just wedging it back in behind the play the ball, so there's still 19 metres in for... Oh! Wozniak finished with it. Marsh didn't know where it went. Wozniak didn't know it was coming, and he's playing it now. He'll probably read about it. Now it's gone for Wagon. Out wide for Violecki. Chance on for Richard. Not now. He gave him a sloppy pass, but the defence was there anyway from Hegarty. Back now for Custo. Left foot kick is a nice kick. It's gone over wide and high, and then comes down with Minicello. So the Roosters away from their own line again, leading 6-0.
Well, PJ Marsh.
A little bit of sleight of hand here from PJ.
Yeah, involved in a couple of races. Just thinking back to that kick from the tap ray, that is an enormous show of faith by Brian Smith in PJ Marsh. If he comes up with a kick that goes too long or too short, it could be the most embarrassing play you've ever seen. Although they didn't score from, they got the next best result, and it took a pinpoint kick to do that.
Goodness, that Roosters player was flicking out heavily. Who is it? Phillips, isn't it?
Yeah, he got hammered.
He really got smashed by the Parramatta defender. Now, was it late? Was it high?
Well,
I'm not sure.
It was from Dennis Moran. I felt he was committed to the tackle. Not much in it.
Phillips, the kick. And it's a shoulder charge, and there's nothing in it. And he couldn't be accused of late tackle. He was basically in mid-air as Custo tries to make a break. Fresh man on. Wesley in 10. Marsh on the halfway line. 5th tackle. Skiffaletti showing his versatility, able to get away from dummy half and provide a kicking game from that position. Singh able to make a good comeback for the Roosters, getting it out to the 30-metre line on the first tackle. That's Hegarty now.
He's only had a few touches tonight, Matt Singh, but they've all been with a touch of class.
He's a quality player, isn't he?
He is, and of course he played his 100th first-grade game for the Roosters only last weekend. Continues to give great serves.
This is Craig Wing, who came on just a couple of seconds ago. Brad Fittler stepping off the left foot and then taken down just on the Parramatta side of half-weight. Lamb gets the kick in, punching it down in behind Hodgson. Comes out of his in goal. There's the line down the park, the Roosters defence line. Dimmick is about to come back into the action. As Richards is put down. There goes Dimmick. Harrigan has found a knock on, so we'll take another break. Don't go away, be back in a moment. It's 6-0, the Roosters over the Eels at Parramatta. A little knock on. You'll see the Roosters go on the attack. That's what happened as we left you. It was Pat Richards losing it. And the scrum to go down there, 25 away from the line. 20 in from touch on the Michael Cronin stand side of the ground. Here's Fittler again, commanding attention to the 20-metre line. Burns is taken by Wagon with the help of Nathan Hindmarsh in 11. Dallas Hood. Now let's watch for the big man. Where is he? Hegarty's with it, and it's gone forward, so we don't have to worry about Measures Lamb and Fittler this time. It's been extinguished, and Parramatta will come away.
Sorry, Ray. Craig Wing was the man who threw the blatant forward pass. He did a good job last week. Craig Ringy got a lot of game time from Graham Murray. Looking to rebuild his confidence. Luke Phillips just said, don't worry about it. We'll have another chance.
Five for the handling errors. The Roosters having made 5 of them. Second play for the Eels. Hindmarsh coming away. Sunday we've got a very good game for you. This is the one that I think most people are having trouble picking, the winner of, the Sharks versus the Dragons. On Sunday you'll see that at 4 o'clock as a penalty goes to Parramatta. Really crunch time for the Dragons. I don't think they can afford to lose against the Sharks on Sunday. Sunday, that match will be seen on 9 in Sydney and New South Wales stations, but you people in Brisbane, you will see the Broncos take on the Tigers. It's a big game for the Tigers as well. That's at 4 o'clock for you in Brisbane and through Queensland. Wesley played that ball. Skipoletti ambled away to the right, and then Hodgson came in from the back to be tackled 25 out over on the Cronin touchline, and it's Richards now. Talking of Michael, his record point scoring total should be eclipsed this weekend by Darryl Halligan. Wagon, Kalis, Marsh, dummied, then the ball came free, and Bill Harrigan has applied the advantage, and the Roosters will come away with it. Run ending 15 away from his own line for Minicello. Time in opposition half. The Roosters have been down there 16 minutes of the time, and the Eels 11. There's the completions, about the same. The Eels have had more ball to work with, but they're both at around about the same ratio. Fittler. That big booming kick of his. Straight to Hodgson.
Well, he needed a big kick there too, Ray, because they'd really struggled, the Roosters, in that set of 6. They'd only gone about 15 metres in 4 rucks. And already Parramatta early in the tackle count inside the opponent's half with Bialecki tackled. Marsh finding Wagon, who's doing a pretty good job playing lock forward position this evening.
Dimmick and Kalis combining as they feed the ball across for Wesley. And Wesley plays it back for Custo. Custo gives it away for Nathan Hindmarsh. He gets the pass around the corner. That's a lovely ball. Parramatta Stuart Kelly for the corner, but he's over the touchline. Good defence.
Yeah, what a great ball from Hindmarsh, wasn't it? A boomer. Beautiful stuff. Took the ball at good speed, and this one round the corner. Actually hangs on to Minicello for a second, and then that ankle tap from Minicello, plenty of speed him. And Stuart Kelly, the cover, came into touch. Desperation times for the Roosters there.
I'm not so sure that it matters now, but I've just got a fancy that round the corner pass got a touch from one of the Roosters players. And of course, had he have played at the ball, it would have been a restart of the tackle count had Kelly have stayed in touch. Just watch it. No. It's a clean ball away, so that hypothetical doesn't apply anyway, and then he's over the touchline for this scrum to come up, and some changes being made.
Well, we saw a
back.
similar pass run a couple of weeks back by Luke Phillips, but that one from Nathan Hindmarsh, it is Arthur Beecham kind of stuff. Just a great ball. Minicello trying to milk a penalty, not awarded. Fitzgibbon takes it towards the 20. Pretty good defence from Parramatta in the last 4 or 5 minutes. They have muscled up. They're racing up now. Dallas Hood hit before the 20. But they have gone up a notch, the Holmes team.
The match being played in stark contrast to the one we saw. That's a good tackle. Two-man tackle from Kalis and Nathan Hindmarsh. And then Fittler turns it back inside for Phillips. In stark contrast to last Sunday's match when the Roosters were rattling points up, going blow for blow with the clock. That's bouncing back and high for Moody, and then Moody is swamped by onside players.
Good work again from Parramatta, pressuring the kicker. Went sideways. Now they find themselves in good field position again early in the count.
Violecki now. Right in the centre of the ground. Lamb and Fletcher doing the cleaning up. Skipperletti finding Nathan Hindmarsh again. And he's lost this ball. It's gone forward from him, so it'll be a scrum. 5 metres on the Roosters side of halfway. Now, Fletcher was injured, Andrew. What's the story on him?
Yeah, it was just a dislocated finger for Brian Fletcher and basically popped straight back in. I'll tell you one thing that Brian Smith will be happy about during this half. Early on, certainly the first 20 minutes, the Roosters were making a lot of ground out of dummy half, lots of runs from the likes of Simon Benetti, but it's something they've corrected mid-half, which doesn't always happen. I think Brian Smith would be rather pleased because it's taken a lot of the momentum off the Roosters' play.
Fletcher now to the 40-metre line. Lamb back to the benches. Fitzgibbon now to the 30-metre line. Fittler drifting across, and then Bailey. 6-0, a try for Brad Fittler, converted by Craig Fitzgibbon. Seems like an age ago. Played by Dallas Hood. Bonetti for wing, switching the point. And then Fittler puts the kick in. The chase is very good. And Moody's up above them, taking it in goal. It's a tremendous take by Jason Moody. Parramatta looking for a quick restart. Harrigan just calling a halt for a moment. Weston. This was beautiful. Tremendous athleticism and judgment, and no thought of self-preservation at all from Jason Moody. Great stuff. Custo, 40-metre line, his end of the park. Third play gone. 32.5 minutes gone, and Moody is back and up and into the game again. Kelly thought he had a chance down the other end a couple of minutes ago. So did he. Hodgson and Marsh, and then Marsh is squashed into the ground by Dallas Hood. Custo, given plenty of time to get his kicks away. There's not a lot of pressure being exerted by the Roosters on the Parramatta kickers. Minicello, boys in the truck have nicknamed him Violin. Minicello. Fitzgibbon, and now seeing away Fitzgibbon, 30-metre line, his own behind him. Weston comes in over the top. Kalis is in there, and Bill Harrigan wants to have a chat.
High tackle here.
High shot, was it?
No, it did.
No drama. Send away quickly. Swinging arm from Dallas Weston. Totally unnecessary. Didn't hurt the bloke. That could cost the Eels, what, 20 or 30 metres?
And it is the Roosters' first penalty tonight after 33 minutes. Then a low count, just 3-1.
3-1 the penalties to the Eels. The 34th minute. Solomon. Bonetti. Fittler. Fletcher. And he's going to pop it. He had the arms free, and there's no better exponent of getting the ball away than Brian. He's in the top 10 offloaders. Hegarty. And it's now with Lamb. Just a one-handed pass, a hand up for Ricketson. Close to the line. This is where they struck from before. Solomona, and then Hegarty's over. That's his 13th for the year from memory. Solomona is a young forward on the way up. His star is going in the upward direction. He ran at them. They hit them on the same side as Fittler hit them earlier, and then it was an easy mission.
Well, the alarm bells were ringing as we freeze it there. This man, I think it's PJ Marsh, he was shouting for his players to come across. The play the ball occurred as play continues on. They didn't arrive. and it was a 3-on-2. They took advantage of it, but Marsh was screaming at his players, well, before they played the ball.
It's hard to blame anyone there, isn't it? Because they just didn't have the numbers. Shannon Hegarty, one thing about him, he knows how to find a hole. He's a good straight running centre, a good ball from Solomona, and good dummy half work, because the dummy half took out Violecki. He stood him up, made him come into him, and that also created the overlap.
So the second try of the night. And Hegarty being assisted back. 13th for the year, 15th in his first grade career. You see a lot of first grade last year, quite obviously. And he's made the move in one from the wing to the centres and done it very proficiently. 8 metres in from touch for Craig Fitzgibbon. Looking at that big light over on the Fournette side of the ground. Take a good kick. Quite an acute angle for Fitzgibbon. Hits it. Going okay so far, and it's there again. Identical kick to the one that converted the Fittler try. We take a break. The Roosters are up by 12 over the Eels. 3 minutes to half-time. 2 converted tries. One to Fittler, one to Hegarty. And both tries converted by Fitzgibbon, and this man playing a part in the more recent, David Solomona. Bonetti then starts something down the left, and it's Fitzgibbon. And to Nathan Kalis initially. And also Ian Haynes. Reuben. Solomona, there's another example of why he's on the upward trend. Hits the line, offloads. Close to the line, hard to stop. And he's quite mobile as well. Fletcher. Put away, just inside the 40-metre line. Fifth tackle, 35-metre gain. The big kick coming. No, it's not. Craig Wing. He's thrown another forward pass. The Eels will get a chance here just in front of half-time. Bill Harrigan has called a halt, and he's ordered the turnover.
Well, that is disgraceful play from Craig Wing. He had oodles of time to kick the football on the last and came up with a ridiculous running of the football to throw a forward pass inside the final minute and a half. His coach will be livid.
It's all the handling errors. Wozniak. A couple of minutes from half-time. Skipoletti across to Dallas Western. They've gone to the right of the ground.
Oh, great ball from Dimmick to Hodgson. Unfortunately, the fullback slipped.
Custo then. And Dimmick's pass, and it was down around the ankles of Kelly. He's made a valiant attempt, lost it. It's gone forward. Scrum will go down. What's the story on Shannon Hegarty, Andrew?
Yeah, just coming up to half-time. Hegarty will be assessed in the rooms during the break after he scored the try. He was taken from the field. He's got a problem with his hip. And as I say, he'll be assessed at half-time as to whether he'll return for the second 40.
Well, that's a real body blow, isn't it, for the Roosters, because he's just been bagging so many tries. And tonight, as I said, was his 13th. It has proven it would seem unlucky. Here's Phillips with a run, ending about 5 metres from halfway. Bailey then for Fittler. Fittler coming across, looking back now on the inside, picking up Reuben. Alertness from Reuben. Bailey makes a run that carries him inside the 30-metre line as we come up towards the half-time siren, and the Roosters piling on some pressure. Lamb for Fittler. Fittler gets it away for Phillips. Now it's back for Parramatta. The ball has gone forward, and it was knocked on by Parramatta, and the siren has sounded. So the end of the first half, not a great deal of excitement, I suppose, in the final wash-up, but 2 converted tries for the Roosters. This was the last flurry of play from the Roosters. They used every available second, and Fittler got it away. Then it was knocked on. You might have thought there was an offside play there, but he's gone back to the first breach, and that was the knock-on by the Roosters. 2 converted tries will keep Graham Murray quite satisfied. 12-0 they lead at the break in front of
A decent crowd at Parramatta, probably up around 14, 15,000, which is a bit up on their average for the year. We'll take a break. Be back with you with more on the wide world of sports in just a moment.
Can I have fun in the city?
Lead of 2 converted tries, 12-0 at half-time on their visit to Parramatta Stadium tonight. In fact, the Eels have got a dreadful record against this club. I think they've only won 1 of the last 8. There's been a draw in there somewhere, but that is a dreadful record that the Eels have against the Roosters. And let's have a look at the Mitsubishi match statistics first half.
And they've got their problems tonight too, Parramatta. A very controlled performance from the Roosters, and statistically they'll be pretty happy with what they see. Not great completion rates from either side. All the line breaks going one way. Missed tackles very low for the Roosters, and handling errors evenly shared. As Ray pointed out, just the 2 tries scored in the first half. On both times well executed by the Roosters. The first one, Adrian Lamb, a lot of bodies in motion. Fittler straight running, not into a gap, but it may as well have been a simple missed tackle, and then they just took advantage on the short side, 3-on-2. EJ Marsh didn't have enough troops there. Solomon a good ball on to Hegarty, who gets his 13th of the season.
And you would have seen the pain on the face of Shannon Hegarty. We'll get an update on his condition as we go to Andrew Voss for his halftime summary, but you can see the number 4 bouncing up and down there for the Roosters, so he's obviously okay. So that's good news for them. Ricketson and the Sydney Roosters. This is Ian Rubin on camera. I was going to make the point when Peter was talking about their front row. He has really lifted his work rate since his South Sydney days. He really typifies just how hard the Roosters engine room is working at the moment. Bill Harrigan just casting an eye towards the captains, and of course I would imagine to the television floor managers. Signals time on, and the Eels chasing 12 points. They start the second half, and Rubin it is that brings it back. 15 out from his own line, and this is Dallas Hood, his partner in crime. 20 away, centre of the ground. Bonetti for Fitzgibbon this time on the 3rd play, and Hegarty came back on the inside to be tackled just outside the 30-metre line. Bonetti now scurries up the blind side. Dimmick was the first defender he came to. The markers were non-existent really. Fittler at the end of the tackle count with this almighty punt that's gone down and found the line.
And it's a 40-20, Ray.
A 40-20, Peter, thank you.
Gee, was that a bit of a casual chase there by Moody, or was the kick just too good?
I think Moody had some sort of play on the ball, and well, saying let it go over. I don't know whether he could have stopped it, but it's a very casual chase back that way.
See, this was typified earlier in the game with Matt Singh. Matt wasn't prepared to take the risk, and Jason Moody took the risk and has paid the penalty. Fittler happy about that. The big fella plays the ball now, right in front of the uprights. And now Fletcher scheming across the ground looking for an unload, but the Eels are aware of who they're dealing with, and 4 of them combined to stop him. Bonetti goes right. Ricketson then taken down by Dimmick and Wesley, and then Bonetti away for Lamb, and then across for Fittler. Inside ball for Luke Phillips, and he's tackled. A metre from the line. The acting half looking for Lamb and finding him to the left, and the shape to put it back on the inside for Dallas Hood. As Bill Harrigan indicates the last tackle, it's with Fittler. A grubbing kick back on the inside. The Eels urgently put it over the dead ball line. The line dropout. We see the Roosters come back with the pressure.
Wonderful kick there from Brad Fittler, but luckily the Parramatta defence was alive, and they got back there in plenty of time. Good chase there from the Eels. Not such a good chase from the Roosters. Only Fletcher was the man who chased. But that was good defence by the Eels, because a try there, if it gets to 16-18-0, you'd have to wonder if the Eels could come back.
Andrews back from the sheds. We'll go to him in a moment. Let's watch this set of 6, though. Rubin coming back with a full head of steam. So the first tackle is made 28 metres away from the line. Fittler a short ball on for Dallas Hood. And they're to the centre of the ground now on the second play. Lamb. Inside. Fletcher. Straight up the middle. Ricketson forward pass. That'll relieve it for the Parramatta Eels. Just fractionally forward.
Well, I'm keen to have a look at this, Ray. I don't think it was forward. The crowd reacted as though it was, but all the heads went back from the Roosters, especially Dallas Wood.
Well, let's get down to the sideline because Andrew's back from the sheds and he's got Richie Barnett with him. Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, Ray, a man I think all league fans are happy to see back at the footy. Richie hasn't played since that Anzac test, that horrific clash with Wendell Saylor. How's the recovery going?
It's going quite well. Actually, I'm doing a bit of weights at the moment, but when I start running, my head starts to shake a bit because there's plenty of metal in there. So, but at the moment, it's been really good.
Is there a chance of Richie Barnett playing again this year, be it for the Roosters or perhaps the World Cup?
I haven't really ruled it out. I guess for the Roosters, it probably doesn't look too grim, but I think the World Cup maybe, but at the moment I think it's ruled out for both.
Right, what have you made of the Roosters' performance over the first 44 minutes of this match?
I think it's been great actually. From last week, I think they've just carried it on till this week, and they're just getting better every week.
All right, Richie, good luck with the recuperation.
Thanks, Vossi.
And just a word, Ray, from Brian Smith, basically the message out of the Eels room at half-time. Don't look at the scoreboard. We did create a few chances in the first half, but his main concern, of course, was the error count.
Okay, Andrew, thank you for that, and thank you to Richie Barnett. Horrifying injury early in the year, totally accidental. It's Ricketson now. Gets it within 22 metres of the line, as that picture shows. Fifth tackle is with us. And Fittler will go to the skies. Coming on down towards Hegarty. They don't contest it. Richards does and comes down with clean ball.
There you
Pat
go.
Richards inside his own 10-metre line.
Brad Fittler again not too impressed with his own kick there, but immediately Pat Richards took the football. He was geeing his players up, saying, let's muscle up in defence, keep them down here. Jason Moody tackled just outside his 20, eating into the tackle count.
Heavy hitting out there as the number 11 for Parramatta, Nathan Hindmarsh, is on the end of the Roosters' defence, and now it's Kalis who puts a ball down at the ankles of Moody, and the Roosters might make them pay dearly. Ryan Cross. Pulled down by the marker, Dean Scufoletti. Cross has signed a new contract last week to stay with the Roosters for a couple of more seasons. This is Ricketson. Second play. 20-metre line, centre ground. Bonetti goes right. Lamb jinking. Was looking for Fletcher, but they got lost in transit. 10-metre line now. Over on the Cronin side of the ground, and Fittler puts it down, and Lamb might have been offside, but Bill Harrigan is simply ordering a knock-on.
You don't see Brad Fittler make too many errors. But these two props for the Sydney Roosters have played so well, Dallas Hood and Ian Rubin. Contrasting styles. Ian Rubin's just straight up ahead, as hard as you like. Anyway, he'd step if his leg gave way or put his leg in a pothole. He might have a step. And Dallas Hood, on the other hand, he's got a little jink when he gets to the line, which has proved pretty handy for him.
Dimmick.
Let go. Don't you try and play it early.
This is Dan Wagon. 33 metres out from his own line for Scufoletti. Scufoletti puts a little kick in. I don't know that it was going to do anything for the Eels. It helped the Roosters, though, and now they turn. Oh, that was heavy on Hegarty.
Good shot, one of the Hindmarshers was Ian that occasion.
Now a struggling run from Ian Rubin. Bonetti coming left. Fletcher. And Fletcher's put away. 12 away from the line. Bonetti finding Solomona. And he's put down. 8 metres out, right in front of the uprights. 5 tackles gone. And one of the playmakers, Fittler, puts a kick in that's not going to worry anybody. By his standards, a poor kick. 12-0 still. 7.5 minutes gone, second half. Back for a quick 20-metre restart from the Eels.
Well, it's been a poor couple of minutes, Ray, for the Roosters. They've had a chance to really put the final nail in the coffin, but ordinary mistakes has let the pressure off. The problem for Parramatta is that they look to be pretty much devoid of ideas when they've got the football, apart from the Violecki offload in the opening 10 minutes. We haven't seen a line break, and we haven't seen too much asked of the Roosters' defence.
Dennis Moran. More game time for him. Just resuming. Custo's kick. Luke Phillips a long run across to recover. Matt Singh was with him. Phillips ran away from him, linked up with Hegarty. And Hegarty will be put down by Jim Dimmick. Also by Ian Hindmarsh. Then base over Apex. Picked up one-handed by Matt Singh. Takes them on. Moran to make the tackle with Violecki playing right centre defence. Reuben. Most impressed with the improvement made by Ian Reuben. Not that I saw a lot of him playing with South, but this is a different player. Played by Fitzgibbon. Hegarty, nothing wrong with him. Whoever it was very temporary. Fittler. That kick between fullback and winger weighted nicely into the in goal. Here's the chase, and Moody's back safely. But look out, look out. They force him back into the in goal. Harrigan says, let him go. Line drop out. You've proved your point. We'll take a break. Solomona's bleeding. 12-0. The Roosters over the Eels. 50 minutes gone in the game.
We live hundreds of Ks from the...
You're back. Roosters by 12. No change to the halftime score. 10 minutes gone in the second stanza. And this is Hood. Dropouts. Parramatta have had to use that 3 times. It's a statistic that you don't like leading. Played by Bailey now, who's into the game. Replacing Solomona, who's at the blood bin. Fitzgibbon 18 away from the line. Are they about to inflict their 3rd try on them? Hegarty. Fittler. Ricketson. Ricketson has got it to where they are their most dangerous. Fittler's off to the right. He's on the inside of Phillips, who uses a decoy before picking up Fletcher, angling back in. That angle leads him back towards where Fittler will be. Phillips puts a grubbing kick in, and Moody's having a busy night. He has forced it, so it's another line dropout. So the Roosters will turn it around and come back again.
Well, it's smart players, and they're doing everything right now, the Roosters. Parramatta in their attack can't get out of their own way. Luke Phillips having a great season, only 24 years of age. He's played at quite a few clubs, Canberra, Manly, North Queensland. And he's found a home here at the Roosters. Benetti's having a fine match as well. Good dummy half.
So this is a big drop kick. 50 metres from point to point as Dallas Hood goes back almost 20 metres to reply. Not entitled to get it back that far, really. Bailey. Fittler just pointing troops around the park. That's the way Brad Fittler is. He measures his impact. Here he is now. From the left across to the right of the ground, and then they struggle to bring him down. Pulled down by Nathan Hindmarsh, but he's already created some problems, and Fletcher capitalises. A metre out on 5, and there's the ball. What's Harrigan going to do? He's giving a penalty to Parramatta. Fittle's jumped in the middle of it.
Well, it was quite a tall play, the ball. Banged it down and did nothing.
Well, I'm assuming from that, Paul, that he's actually penalised Brian Fletcher for not fully rising to his feet before putting the football down, because I didn't see Fletcher do anything wrong after that.
Well, you can't kick the ball forward for a start, but I'm not sure that he did that.
No, he was trying to rake it back. Couldn't do so because of the bodies. Anyway, Parramatta have done well to survive that. And the fact they have might be just the impetus to something better for them. It was sustained pressure for a long time. In fact, a period of play where the Roosters could have won this game.
Chaos. Just into Roosters' area. Custo, left-footed kick. Back towards Matt Singh's wing. And Singh off his own line. Responds. Drifts across for Phillips. Phillips is upended and put away in a good tackle, good defence from Stuart Kelly.
Yeah, the Eels now desperate for a mistake from the Roosters deep in their own territory. Some strong defence might force one.
Minichiello. Cross. Third play gone. Roosters have got to get out of there. Bonetti appealing for a penalty. Fletcher, straight ahead play. Flick out the back. Phillips there. Away for Wing. Wing out to the 20-metre line. In fact, it's the 30. So they're getting into a safer region. The big boot from Fittler. Way, way down the ground. Taken by Brett Hodgson. Comes back beyond his own 30-metre line.
Well, it may have gone straight to Brett Hodgson on the full, but the height of the kick allowed the chasers to do a pretty good job. The tackle 39 out of Stuart Kelly. A rare touch for him. He's a player that's got to get more involved. He's a match winner, but we don't see him feature often enough in games for mine.
Kalis. More trouble for Brian Fletcher, I'm told. Headed up the tunnel. Just what his problem is, we'll find out from Andrew in a moment. As a little kick through from Hodgson, and Phillips takes it. Hodgson took a very heavy knock to the head, an accidental knock. He's gone down. The trainers are getting to him as the play goes back down the ground. There's Brett trying to pick himself up off the ground. Took a very heavy knock to the head. Dallas Hood. This was it. Bingo. Might have even caught the back of the right elbow of Luke Phillips. And I repeat, accidental. Fitzgibbon.
Well, they've got him off the field pronto as Fitzgibbon takes it. 42 out on the last. Moody coming on at the moment. Pat Richards at fullback. It's Richards and Fittler. Another beautiful kick into the in-goal area. This time the bounce doesn't favour him.
So a 20-metre restart. This is David Bialecki. Kelly. Tackle is Bailey. They're inside the 40-metre line. On the wrong end of the ground. Wozniak. Custo. Trying in vain to find some kind of a gap in close to the ruck area. Hegarty then making the tackle on Daniel Wagon. Now the kick from Custo. Moran is after it. I wonder, is he onside? It's
nice cover there from Darren Burns, who's also been playing very well of late. Saved a situation there. The Eels seem to have resorted to the short kick.
Replay suggesting that he was onside. Dennis Moran, no problems there.
That 10-minute period, sorry, Paul, at the other end when the Roosters were attacking has really pushed up the tackle count now for Parramatta. At half-time, there was nothing between them. Now there's about 7 sets of 6 done extra in defence by the Eels. That will take its toll.
Solomona getting a ball up for Ruben. Ruben's looking to unload. And eventually pulled down by Dallas Weston. Parramatta at the moment on the back foot as Wing puts in a kick. Finds the sideline about 8 metres away from the line. 2 converted tries and 12-0 the margin in favour of the visiting side, the Sydney Roosters.
Well, you can't write the Eels off. The fact that the Roosters have had chances to put them away, it could be 16 or 20 or 24-0 at this stage, and she's all over Red Rover, but it's still only 12-0, and in these type of games, the Eels, they can sneak up on you.
Richards. Bialecki. Kelly. Halligan's given the penalty to the Roosters. And he's penalised for not striking the ball with the foot. And Stuart Kelly not impressed. Let's have a look at it. Well, firstly, how could he rise? Solomona sitting on top of you. The penalty, keep in mind, has gone to the Sydney Roosters. And I thought I saw a foot strike the ball.
Yeah, that's an unusual penalty. It's one of those that could go either way, but the actual call from Harrigan, the signal, penalty that he's awarded, I don't understand.
Well, he gave a clear indication that the player did not play the ball backwards with his foot.
I know that, Ray, but I don't think that's what he was guilty of here.
No, I totally agree with you. If I was handing out penalties, it would be against Solomona for not taking his hand off the bloke trying to play the ball.
And, of course, a crucial penalty, as they all are in their own way, but this one can put the Roosters 14 clear, which means the opponents need to score 3 times, and psychologically that is a big blow.
Fitzgibbon only had a couple of shots. He's been certainly online. 20 metres out, 20 metres in, and it's coming through. Nice. No, it's wide. And Parramatta struggling to get it back into the field of play. Via Leckie it is. Bill Harrigan is going to order the line dropout. So we'll take a break and be back for that in just a moment. 12-0, the Roosters in front. Beautiful. They celebrate in the background, and Luke Phillips is over off a tremendous ball from Brad Fittler.
It was a fine ball, but have a look at the run from Luke Phillips. Not going across field as the play is. He comes straight and hard, pretty much the way Fittler scored the first try. There's plenty of defence there, but the quality of the run was the straightness of it, and that really took the defence by surprise.
That is very poor defence. You've got to keep an eye on the ball runner, but you've also got to watch supports. On that occasion, I think it was Nathan Hindmarsh, just had no idea what was happening. Straight hard running from Luke Phillips. He spots the gap. He just keeps his eyes on Freddie Fittler and the ball. He knows where he's running, and the defence not up to it. And whilst Brad Fittler is the conductor out there, he's the general. He's got plenty of strong troops with his forwards. Reuben, Hood, also Luke Ricketson having a big game as well tonight.
His 5th try of the year, Luke Phillips. And he basically just ran up the gap.
And one thing the Roosters have been able to do tonight is to spend a fair bit of time in their opponent's territory. The Parramatta side have not enjoyed that luxury. On this occasion, the Roosters were there because of the play-the-ball penalty against Stuart Kelly. Fitzgibbon missed the kick on that occasion. Now he's looking to convert a try.
16-0 the score. Fitzgibbon to make it 18-0. He gets it. Another look at the try with Andrew.
And Luke Phillips, what sort of game is he having? And I'm sure there'd be some Northern Eagles fans that would like to have him in their ranks. This is just some of the work he's done tonight from the first half. Courageous play to top off the kick. He was belted by Dennis Moran. His work in general play, whether it be up in the line as a distributor or a man making a break himself, again fielding a kick. It's been all class tonight from Luke Phillips, and the try certainly just reward.
Well, a package there of Luke Phillips and the things that he's done tonight. And the boys down in the tape room, excellent work. It reminds you of some of the things that Luke Phillips has done here tonight. Taking nothing away from the exploits of Brad Fittler. I'll tell you what, this front row forward has really been a heavy contributor tonight, Ian Reuben. Fitzgibbon then, just outside the 20-metre line. Fletcher. Fittler shaped a kick and then held it back and gave it to Ricketson. Mounting a bit of pressure on Fittler's kick. Here it is now. The famous right foot. Down the ground, bouncing around, and eventually David Violecki brings it back. 28 metres out from his own line. Daniel Wagon to acting half, goes for a run beyond the 30-metre line, but now 63 minutes gone and 3 converted tries. It's a long way back Richards.
And you look at Parramatta and see where the spark is going to be to get them back into this game. There's a little knock-on who's called against Dallas West, and I suppose on most occasions you would say, well, Jason Smith is the man. Unfortunately for the Eels, it hasn't been for a while and doesn't look like being for a few weeks as yet.
And there's no Luke Bird or Clinton Chavosky out there tonight either.
Scrum just inside the Roosters 40-metre line. They won that first division match, Parramatta, by 2 points, I think it was, 34-32. He scored a beaut try, Luke Burt, in that game. Red wing inside the 30-metre line. The Roosters launch another attacking spree. Bonetti. Ricketson pushing it along the line, finding Phillips. Back for Bailey. Bailey taking it within 5 metres of the line. Danger again for the Eels as Bonetti goes back to the left and almost to the line. Could see it. Then got forced down by the defence. Solomona for Lamb. Lamb puts a kick in. He's looking for Phillips, but there's a diving catch away to his right, I believe, from Violecki. And now Richards tries to clear. Good save here by David Violecki. Lamb with a probing kick. Had it have beaten Violecki, it would have most certainly been under the hands of Luke Phillips. Skivoletti's pass, finding Nathan Hindmarsh, who's pulled down by Brad Fittler. And then from Marsh, it's gone through from Weston to Dimmick, and Dimmick goes to the extreme left for Stuart Kelly to come dancing back in and runs into Luke Ricketson.
Well, here's a man I mentioned earlier, Stuart Kelly, who can do something a little bit special. PJ Marsh doesn't.
Trouble again for Parramatta because Fittler's come up with unexpected ball, really. Now they're inside the 30-metre line. They're better than that. They're down to the 20-metre line with Shannon Hegarty. Singh. Centralising the play, just steadying it down as they set it up. And Bonetti for Lamb, and then Lamb for Reuben, out very wide this time, Reuben.
Unusual for him out there. Look for Solomona and Fletcher.
Bailey with a grubbing kick, and Ryan Cross gets it down, does he? I think the touch judge likes it. Harrigan wants to look at it. Just looking at the proximity in the field of the touch judge.
Well, he's confident, isn't he, Ryan Cross? There's not much room over there. Must be right in the corner. Got the nice bounce. Takes it down with him. Oh, try. You can't get any closer.
He's right in the corner, isn't it? That's just great. From a distance, which is where we are at, I would have thought absolutely no way. There didn't appear to be any room in there for Ryan Cross to get through and around Jason Moody, but he's done it perfectly. Beautiful kick. I think, was it Bailey that put the kick through?
Yes,
from
it was,
dummy
Peter.
half?
Yes.
And a perfect finish, and that will be a green light and the match. Jason Moody looking to his right for Minicello. Ryan Cross sneaks up on his left. Never took his eyes off the football, got control of it. And gets the ball down inches in from the sideline and the dead ball line. Great camera work also.
So this will be the 4th try of the night for the Roosters. Scored by this youngster, Ryan Cross. As I told you earlier in the night, he's just signed a fresh contract to stay with the Roosters. And we're playing with a lot of confidence, this team. We've now had them in the last 6 days on 2 occasions, and last Sunday was beautiful stuff. There's the try. And they're just starting to re-impress some of the critics, I feel. Look at this kick, Paul.
Oh, great kick from Bailey, onside cross, and just too quick for them. But it all came, didn't it, from a very poor clearing kick from the Eels. I mean, the Roosters got possession only 35, 40 metres out from the line. And from there, the way they're going, always hard to stop, but it's been the defence as well. I just noticed a tackle a couple of minutes ago by Luke Ricketson on a Parramatta play. It was a crunching tackle, one that at this stage of the game when it's 18-0 you don't have to make, but he absolutely hammered the Parramatta player.
I got a phone call a couple of weeks back about the young players coming through in the game, and his name was mentioned. He was a real talent, versatile. Well, there's been a few better players out there this evening, and they're about to take this kick.
Phillips from the touchline, 20 metres out, and it's across the face. But there it is, the scoreboard unchanged. 22-0, 4 tries to the Roosters. 12 minutes to go as we take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. As the Eels go for a shallow restart, many of our stations come back to find a penalty has been given now to the Sydney Roosters. Ball failing to go 10 metres forward. Fittler takes a kick for touch to the far side of the ground. It's a booming kick that finds the line down on the Parramatta 20-metre line. 4-3 penalties Parramatta's way. Bonetti taking the tap, and Dallas Hood takes it up. He's not as vigorous, and I'm not being critical of him, but he's not as vigorous as Ruben. Second play, Bonetti escaping from Scifoletti's tackle. Fletcher looking at Lamb, looking for advice. Bonetti stays alive. Bailey works away at that same corner that he just provided a beautiful kick into for Ryan Cross. Third play, Bonetti for Cross again. Cross is a metre from the line. Bonetti sweeping it wide for Lamb, and then Lamb a short ball. He double pumped it, found Fletcher. Fletcher found Fittler. Fittler found Lamb. Lamb! How close do you go? It was beautifully engineered. Fifth tackle. Ricketson takes a look, goes himself, held up in goal. Not a bad option either, really.
No, good footy from both teams there. Looked as though they were going to crack once again. Bielecki came up with a try saver on Adrian Lamb.
Last tackle, of course, not the scrum, which would have provided the loose head and feed. In fact, here we have the restart, and we have the Parramatta side bumbling their way towards the end of this game.
Well, one mistake led to another mistake, and ultimately the ball being lost. We saw an awful pass from Dallas West, and then a through-the-legs pass from Stuart Kelly as Pat's all around for Brad Fittler. He's done enough tonight to earn an early mark. You've just got to clean up here. You might be 22 points in arrears, but it doesn't give you liberties at your own end.
So this scrum, the advantage is going to Sydney Roosters. Let's stay with it. We'll do an injury check with Andrew in just a moment. And Adrian Lamb plays it. 11 metres out. Solomona turning it back in. Fletcher's a metre away from the line. Tried to get a quick play the ball on. He's given the penalty to Parramatta.
Again for putting the football down before he rose to his feet in Bill Harrigan's eyes.
So here's Fletcher, tackle.
No, his leg was held.
No.
That's a bad penalty.
Sorry, I just can't run with some of these. I really can't.
That's 2 or 3 bad ones tonight from the referee. Got them completely wrong.
David Westley. The ball to ground. They've got it back through Solomona's enthusiasm. Craig Wing. Ricketson down the short side to the 20-metre line. Hegarty got one of these 4 tries. Solomona for Hood. And Hood coming from a standing start. Not as potent. Bonetti. He's worked hard, the number 9. One of the very good number 9s in this competition. As Fletcher tries to chop away one of the defenders. Tackled on 5. He'll watch this play the ball. Now it's with Lamb. Lamb puts a grubbing kick in. Ricketson's after it. So is Bielecki. It will be another line drop out to restart the play.
I used the word control at half-time, and the Roosters continue to be that. Nice and patient from Adrian Lamb on the last. Put a lot of pressure on Bielecki. Well, he saved about 3 tries with last-ditch efforts. This time just in front of Luke Ricketson. Just going back to that penalty, Ray, from Bill Harrigan. I understand you've got to get to your feet as a short drop out. Works, but no. A knock on, I think, from the Parramatta play. I know you've got to get to your feet, but it doesn't mean you've got to stand bolt upright. I've got no doubt that over here Fletcher got to his feet to play the ball.
Yeah, I think that all you have to do is rise with the football. But the point being, Peter, oftentimes there's a defence man still hanging on to you. And here's a case in point.
He's got to his feet. He's trying to play the football, and his foot was taken out by Troy Wozniak. Now, the penalty had to go to the Roosters. They can't believe it.
So Phillips now looking for a gap between 5/8 and centre. Lamb inside for Bailey. Bailey put down heavily by the Eels. On the end of a real thumping, 22 points to 0, 12-0 half-time. Lamb out for Fletcher. No Fittler at the moment. And taken in a two-man tackle. Penalty goes to the Roosters. Brian Cross for line. I wonder why they bother taking it. Reuben. 5-4 penalties, Parramatta's way. Hood. Second play for Dallas. Smack up against the uprights. Lamb, wing, banged into the turf hard by Heinrich. Back for Bonetti to sweep for Lamb. He dummies outside. Well, dummies inside, goes outside for Fletcher, and Fletcher's tackled. Still a metre away from the line. Bonetti for Lamb. Lamb a short ball for Bailey to ground. The Eels away with it through Violecki.
I suppose one thing you can wrap Parramatta for tonight is their defence. They've made something like nearly 90 more tackles than the Roosters, and it's 22-0. I mean, a weaker defence with the amount of ball that the Roosters have had as the Eels get a penalty. It could have been 40 block. Just on that nil scoreline, Graham Murray happy with that. The Parramatta side haven't been kept scoreless since round 5 of 1999 when they got beaten 13-0 by Penrith.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Well, 22-0 doesn't look good, but the amount of possession quality team like the Roosters feel out there tonight, I think it could have been more. I spoke with Brad Fittler earlier in the week and asked him about that tag the Roosters got of underachieving the last 5 years. He said they've actually overachieved in a couple of those, probably did better than the team deserved. A real air of confidence about the side this year.
Well, Peter was talking there, that time in possession statistic came up. It's no surprise to think, or to know now, that the Roosters have enjoyed 47 minutes time in opposition half. 47 as against 23. Now there's the time in possession overall, but the time in opposition half, that stat was 47 minutes to 23. 47 to 7, the times tackled in the opposition 20. I mean, it's just incredible when you think about the second half, how many minutes Parramatta have been down the other end.
Should be 50.
It's uncharted land down there. Andrew on the sideline with a comment.
Just for the last 15 minutes of this match, the Eels have had to battle through with only a two-man bench. Ian Hindmarsh and Brett Hodgson back in the dressing rooms with concussion. And I just wonder what this loss will mean to them. Perhaps it was a false paradise coming into this game. Their last 3 wins against the Eagles, the Dogs and the Cowboys, all 3 of those sides, of course, outside of the top 8.
Yeah, Violecki now. Rounded up on his own 10-metre line. Crowd figure coming through. I thought it was not far short of the Canterbury crowd from the other night. 16,215. That's about 3,250 up on the season's average for Parramatta. Needless to say, when they're going well, their crowds are good. Wozniak, 30 metres out from his own line. Marsh coming back into the game. Parramatta will suffer. Obviously, results are going to count. The short kick, the regather, no, it's not on. Picked up by Fitzgibbon. Parramatta could go as low as number 9 with this loss tonight. Back into the game. Was it? No, it was Minicello. I thought for a moment I was seeing things because Fittler looked like he'd been given the night off. 11 minutes from full time. Hegarty. Burns. Hegarty again. Minicello. Bailey. 18 from the line. Green. To the skies for Matt Singh and Richards. Richards was behind the pack and he had no opposition. Marsh sending Violecki away down the short side to the 30-metre line. Sunday, just repeating, we will televise that game from Toyota Park as Dimmick is put away. Sharks versus Dragons. It'll be a tremendous clash. I think it'll bring a good crowd if the weather's nice. Local derby. That's for New South Wales and Sydney viewers. For Brisbane, you'll see the Broncos take on the Tigers. Kelly, it is going down the left side, turning it back in for Moody. Moody did well, got it away, and then Moran gets a pass on and Parramatta put it to ground. Craig Wing is there to fend off Custo and come back out to the 20-metre line. Enterprising play by Parramatta, and young PJ Marsh was right in amongst it. This is Burns. This is the passage. Moody did well, got a freakish pass away from Moran. And Marsh it was that made the mistake. It was Moran who got the ball away prior to that. Played a significant role. 4-1 the line breaks in favour of the Roosters. That doesn't surprise anybody. Fitzgibbon and Bailey prominent in this attacking raid as Cross goes down the right, turns it away for Minicello out to his right. And Minicello's tackle just inside the Eels 30-metre line. Full time just around the corner as Dallas Hood serves it back. Ricketson gets it on. Lamb pushes it wide. Matt Singh drops it on the right boot. Still in the field of play. No, it's on the line now.
End-to-end stuff to finish this game. It hasn't really been that sort of match. Matt Singh trying to get a kick in. It didn't go exactly where he hoped it would. But having the Roosters this evening got some value out of their bench. Again, as we've pointed out so many occasions, that I think the strength of the team is shown by the 4 players that you bring in off the bench, and Solomon has been tremendous. Burns has worked hard. Wings had his moments. But Julian Bailey has probably been the pick. He's been wonderful the minutes that he's enjoyed.
Have they re-entered anybody's calculations for the grand final crown?
Mate, I like them probably better than anybody at the moment. I've always been a Melbourne fan, but you have a look, they've conceded almost 100 points in the last 2 weekends. Question marks there, but the Roosters going as well as anybody, well positioned on the ladder. Glad to have another choice. I think Newcastle at full strength, along with obviously Brisbane, who lead by 4 points.
Paris looked a tad forward to Kalis. It's been allowed to go. Moody comes away. He's had a busy night tonight, Jason Moody, in a side that's been beaten, and of course on the end of a very, very heavy tackle count. He's had quite a fine game. That kick has gone horribly wrong. Matt Singh is on his way. He has set the compass, and he will put it down over the try line. Singh goes in for another, and the chorus goes up. 26-0, siren in the background. The Roosters with 5 tries now. The kick that went horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, Ben Custo on that occasion, he looked up, he saw there was only seconds to go, he tried to manufacture a kick. But in the second half we have seen 2 tries scored directly from bad kicks from Parramatta, one from Marsh, this time from Custo. And Matt Singh caps a fine match again with a 4-pointer. Very strong win from the Tricolours tonight.
Yeah, fitting way to finish tonight for the Roosters. They've dominated the whole match, both in the attack and defensive departments. A little bit of a jinker there at the end of it. Those celebrations from Matty Singh. But he's a very happy man, had another strong game tonight. And the boys are all there to greet him.
So Fitzgibbon with the formality of taking this conversion attempt. 5 tries, 3 goals thus far. As the Sydney Roosters firmly plant themselves near the top of the ladder. Looking for a home ground semi-final, and that they should get if they keep up this form. It's been excellent in the last few weeks or so. Brad Fittler goes out from the benches to congratulate his teammates. The Sydney Roosters have beaten the Parramatta Eels 26-0. 26-0. Parramatta, as I said, on the wrong end of a very heavy tackle count, playing most of the game, certainly the second half, in their own territory. But they are about the only excuses that you can offer. They continue their good form. 26-0, the Roosters over the Eels tonight. Peter and Paul will come back with you after the break. They'll wrap all this up for you from the stadium, and Andrew Voss will have our McDonald's $1,000 man of the match for you. But first, a look at what's coming up on the wide world of sport.
Parramatta Stadium for the Sydney Roosters tonight. 26-0 winners over the Parramatta Eels, and plenty of tries in the process, with Fittler, Hegarty, Phillips, Cross and Singh all getting 4-pointers. Fitzgibbon kicked 3 from 5. Luke Phillips missed with his only attempt. Parramatta kept to 0. A quality performance from the Tricolours tonight. The man we chose as their best is with Andrew Voss.
Peter, the $1,000 for our McDonald's man of the match tonight goes to the Roosters fullback Luke Phillips, who's been in sparkling form. Luke, from a team point of view, you've refound consistency.
Yeah, we have. You know, we had a bit of an inconsistent start of the season, but Muzz's got the forwards really fired up towards the business end of the year, and we're going forward really well, and it's paying off on the scoreboard.
Last week it was scintillating form that destroyed Melbourne in the first half. Tonight was more workmanlike. You just went about your job of grinding them down.
Yeah, so we knew that Parramatta would be hard to beat here, and we knew it would be an arm wrestle for the whole match, and something we talked about all week at training, and it was just good that we played to that game plan.
And Luke, what about your own form in all facets of play tonight? You're playing with great confidence.
Yeah, I suppose, I've had a bad run with injury the last couple of years, and it's just good to be able to string consecutive games together, and it does your confidence well good, so it's good.
Okay, Luke, congratulations, $1,000 McDonald's man of the match.
Thanks very much. Thanks, McDonald's too. Tough.
He's really enjoying his football at the moment in the fullback position for the Roosters. You pointed out in the call, Paul, that he's been to a few clubs, and in this year he actually played some reserve grade in a purple patch at the moment.
Yeah, Richie Barnett, of course, suffered that horrific injury, and Luke came in to fill in at fullback. He's having a wonderful season since taking over from Barnett in that role. And this is some of the stuff he was capable of tonight. He's got, look, one thing about him, he's tough, very courageous. I mean, that's good stuff, diving at the feet of players. Got hammer there, got up, played on. He's got some good ball skills too. He can quite easily fill in at 5'8" or centre if he has to. Once again, jumping up for the ball in traffic and getting one of those great tries for the Roosters. And I'll tell you, Pete, a player not far behind him, Ian Rubin. He's just a go-getter. Runs the ball up 100 miles an hour, very tough and very durable. And not the most skillful player, but every player needs a player in their team like Ian Rubin.
So pretty good for the Roosters when you consider they're getting it done at both ends. We've got the fullback playing well up front, the forward setting the platform. I thought a very good performance. They will firm in premiership betting.
Yeah, great performance tonight by the Roosters. Parramatta, I said they tackled well, but fairly inept in attack. And one thing left to say, Pete, happy 40th, champion.
Thank you very much. Don't forget, tomorrow morning our US Open golf coverage continues from Pebble Beach, and that will go through the weekend, through to the culmination on Monday from 5 o'clock. And because of that coverage, no Sunday footy show in the morning, but in the afternoon, we'll be out to Toyota Park for the local derby between the Sharks and the Dragons. You will see that at 4 o'clock. For Brisbane and Queensland viewers, the Broncos will take on the Tigers at ANZ. That is also at 4 o'clock. Next Thursday night, live at 9:30 p.m, the Footy Show comes your way. We'll be joined by guest hosts Laurie Daly and Ryan Girdler. Plenty happening, including the sexiest man in league. And then the following night, to kick off round 21, a rare trip to the Melbourne Cricket Ground, where the Melbourne Storm will be hoping to recapture some of their best form. They take on the Sharks at 8:30. Do check your local guides. But tonight, the Roosters way too good. In fact, they've now won 3 in a row, 26-0 over the Parramatta Eels. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Until next time, on behalf of the Channel 9 crew, we wish you a very good night.
Run around Mitchell, getting the ball away, and Taylor. Did he lose it? Did he get it down? Benetti now. Benetti finds Lamb jinks, and then Fittler's over. This is where they struck from before. Solomona, and then Hegarty's over. Plainly with a grubby kick, and Ryan Cross gets it down, does he? I think it's up.
This has been another presentation from Nine's Wide World of Sports.
Hey, Hey, still fresh, man?
Yeah, those zones are still working. It's the Vivazole in zones that makes the freshness go on and on and on.
Zones. It's the Vivazole that makes the freshness go on and on and on and on.
Get out your wide lapels, platforms and flares. You're about to come down with Saturday Night Fever. The very best of the BG Show Night Fever Tour. Real musicians, real music. Over 30 hits from 30 years of recording in an awesome 2-hour show. Catch the fever at these venues.
Sunday the 16th of July, the Phoenix, Newcastle.
Who said the Colonel can be spicy? Try my hot and spicy chicken. Freshly prepared and deep marinated with a crispy coating. KFC's hot and spicy chicken is back. Woo, it's hot in here.
So, congratulations.
You've got the job.
Congratulations.
You've got it.
So when can you start?
At Employment Plus, we've already made this happen over 35,000 times because we never give up. The Salvation Army Employment Plus.
Start Monday?
Renovators, homemakers, take a look at this. Harvey Norman's Super Floor and Home Improvement Centre. Super solutions under one roof for all your floor, bathroom and home improvement needs. Super ranges in ceramics, timber, vinyl, laminates, carpet and rugs. Super ideas in spas, baths, tiles, taps, showers, vanities. Super prices on all your building, renovating and maintenance needs, including garden care. Harvey Norman's Super Floor and Home Improvement Centre. Now conveniently located under one big roof at Harvey Norman's Bennett Green Superstore.
Newcastle has never seen anything like what's heading our way July 15 and 16. Enough power to rocket us to the moon. Yes, the biggest and best rickshaws, hot rod and street machine spectacular rocks the town of AWH Woolsheds Wickham. Saturday and Sunday, see the amazing Sony wagon, this awesome dragster, the firepower of the Fords, even caddies from the 50s and heaps more. Get all fired up. Get to the 34th Rickshaws Hot Rod and Street Machine Spectacular this weekend.
He lit up our screens like no other.
And now here's Graham.
And in the process, he became the king.
Graham Kennedy.
Premiering 8:30 Tuesday. Relive the magic of the television legend.
Yes, it's dirty time again.
From the classic moments to never-before-seen footage.
I've got a glandular.
A 2-hour premiere special.
I love you, viewer.
Graham Kennedy, King of Television, 8:30 Tuesday on NBN.
This minestrone is superb.
That's because Mama makes it with love. Every Sunday she visits her local farms, selecting the freshest vegetables and herbs. She then simmers it in a rich tomato broth until they're cooked al dente. It takes her all day, but she says, hey, it's nothing. Mama, it's unbelievable. I can't wait for next week.
Neither can I.
Campbell's Country Ladle. It's unbelievably good.
What's different about the Ford Laser right now? Is it the air conditioning, the power steering, the driver's airbag, the free 6-stack CD player, the free power windows, free power mirrors and free remote central locking? Or is it just because of the price? Live the Laser life from just $18,990. Come on, live it at your Ford dealer now.
Mum makes oats that are nearly as good as a big warm hug. On second thoughts, I think they're even better. Close to you.
No time for breakfast? Then drive through at McDonald's.
With Continental's new noodle sauces, you can create a whole range of delicious noodle meals, like teriyaki and sesame.
Top noodles, Mum.
You and Continental, just brilliant.
They're so irresistible at this age, but remember, they grow up. They'll need good food and education, a trip to the family doctor, which could become expensive. They may even be a problem child. They They may have nasty habits. They may even tend to stray. And they'll need to get on with your family. So remember, they won't be babies forever.
Sunday, night at the movies.
The whole Vietnam War was fought over a bet that Howard Hughes lost to Aristotle Onassis.
In a world full of theories.
You're telling me that NASA is going to kill the President of the United States with an earthquake?
In a world full of paranoia.
I don't know what I know, but I know that it's big.
One man has discovered the truth.
Heart attacks and strokes, that's the CIA. I'm torturing my hub.
Star of The Patriot, Mel Gibson.
You must think I'm crazy, Hunt.
With Julia Roberts.
Please don't tell me you're naked back there.
And Patrick Stewart.
The truth will set you free.
The terrifying movie premiere.
Assassins, they always have 3 names. Serial killers only have 2 names. You ever notice that?
That'll have you looking over your shoulder.
I was right.
Conspiracy Theory, 8:30 Sunday on NBN.
Every cigarette is doing you damage. Chemicals from tobacco smoke get into your bloodstream and can damage the delicate blood vessels inside your eye. We now know that smoking is a major cause of irreversible blindness. Every cigarette is doing you damage.
Authorised by the Commonwealth Government, Canberra.
Buy a new Chrysler Voyager now, and you'll not only get car-like handling, comfort for 7 and a powerful V6 engine, but you and your family will also fly to SeaWorld on the Gold Coast, staying at the luxurious SeaWorld Nara Resort.
How far do you have to go to find a perfect mildly spiced chicken laksa? A perfect Indian butter chicken with plump jasmine rice. Or a perfect rigatoni and char-grilled vegetables with salami. Only as far as your freezer. McCain Dinner Perfection. The taste is just perfect. Ah, McCain, you've done it again.
The biggest variety, the cheapest prices. Classic antique style phones, $99. 5-drawer cabinets, $49. And 5-piece dining settings, $199. Don't miss them. 5-drawer cabinets, 5-piece dining settings, and the classic antique style phones, $99 at Clint's, the big discounters.
Here's the top telly deal, so strike now at your local Retrovision store. A big NEC 63cm television for only $699. But stocks are limited, and it's for 1 week only, so rush to Retrovision now.
Hi, I'm Maggie Kirkpatrick, currently on tour with the Sydney Theatre Company production of The Beauty Queen of Leenan. The winner of 4 Tony Awards, this new play is a wonderfully comic and moving story of life in a remote Irish community. The Beauty Queen of Leenan has been a hit from Broadway to London, Dublin to Sydney. And now we're coming to you. Book now for a memorable night of theatre.
Civic Theatre from Wednesday, July 26. Book now at Ticketek.
Hello? Yeah, look, I want to quit smoking.
Sure, well, you've taken the first step. That's great. Planning ahead is really important.
And I can send you a quit book if you'd like.
Call Quitline on 131 848. 131 848.
Stallion Design are at Home Show 2000. It's their factory half-yearly clearance with quality leather lounges, dining and occasional pieces sacrificed from half price. With special subsidised prices available, Stallion will guarantee the price with no GST.
Sunday.
Makeover, the likes of which we've never tried before.
They boldly go.
We're going to paint it with some gear to make it look real special.
Where no makeover has gone before.
Miniature Japanese forest.
Backyard Blitz, 6:30 Sunday on NBN.
There's no such thing as an average family. So don't serve them an average pasta meal. New Ragazzetto creamy tomato and wine oven bake. Not your average pasta sauce.
Gold medal value. Holden Jackaroo SE. Alloys, air, power windows, central locking and more. From $40,990, gold medal value at your Holden dealer now.
When you're talking big-time home entertainment, you're talking big-time deals at Domain.
From incredible deals like this Samsung 4-head long play VCR with 3-year warranty at only $198.
To this Sony Handycam with 200 times zoom and astonishing night shot for the unheard of price of $745.
From Philips, this superb DVD plus 5 bonus DVD titles gets you into new millennium technology for only $849.
Then feel the power of real real surround sound with this DB Dynamics 5-speaker package, including front, centre and rears, all for only $995.
And for all the in-home big-time action and excitement you've ever wanted, this Samsung Mega Screen and bonus DVD deal is irresistible at only $3,395.
So why wait another night? Re-energise and get into the home entertainment revolution with your home entertainment specialists.
It's Cash Cube time at Cardiff Kia this weekend. Check out the all-new Kia Rio with zippy 1.5-litre engine plus airbag, CD and air in a 5-door sedan or hatch, all from only $14,990. Or all-new 6-seater Kia Karen with 1.8-litre engine, power windows, airbag, CD and air from only $22,990. Then play the Kia Cash Cube for up to $1,000 off the entire Kia range. This weekend, only at Cardiff Kia, Mile Road, Cardiff.
The most ambitious renovation show ever is here on NBN as two battling Aussie families compete in creating their dream home.
Your votes will decide which family will get to keep their dream home.
Premiere 7:30 Tuesday.
So I said, it's just not on. I mean, where does the guy get off?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I think I can fit it in. Thanks. Mum, on your bedroom floor.
With Continental Rice Creations and your own fresh ingredients, you can make a fabulous risotto.
It's fantastic.
With Continental Rice Creations, you're more than just a cook.
They're absolutely smitten. Is there anything that can come between them?
You are just the sweetest.
I love you, Chandler.
All new Friends, 7:30 Monday on NBN.
Tuna tempter tudla turunga. Tuwaka diga ilan allanik ismob luni. Too much chili.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. When you wish
Win a 4 days package to the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games, including the athletics finals. See packs for details.
Need some toys for the kids? Well, for this Sunday, Monday and Tuesday only, Kmart has 20% off all toys. All with no deposit lay-by. So if you need toys, Kmart is just what you need.
Here's the top telly deal, so strike now at your local Retrovision store. A big NEC 63cm television for only $699. But stocks are limited, and it's for 1 week only, so rush to Retrovision now.
The massive Mazda warehouse clearance, exclusive to Regal Mazda. Under instruction from Mazda Australia, Regal Mazda are now offering massive savings on the extensive Mazda range. There's a truckload of savings arriving right now, but only while warehouse stocks last. This is a genuine clearance. Don't miss your chance to save. All stock must go. The Mazda warehouse clearance is on now, exclusive to Regal Mazda. Regal Mazda, Dairy Farmers Corner.
It might be the dead of winter, but you just can't stop the red hot deals at Super Cheap Auto. Open up a jumbo toolbox for just $64.65 and climb to the top with a 6-foot Geelong ladder just $44.62. Clean up your act and your engine with Super Cheap Z9 and Z30 oil filters just $2.75 each. 5 litres of Castrol GDX will set you back just $11.97, and the famous angle grinder yours for a tiny $33.20. Hot deals all weekend.
Each day I eat tuna tempters with onion, with lemon and pepper, with tomato and basil.
So it's big appetite?
No, very, very long day.
G'day, Buff. How's the broken jaw?
Well, it's great.
Oh, cheer up, mate. We bought you some lunch.
What is it? Steak?
No, we're looking after you, Buff. Campbell's soup.
Here you go, son. Looks good, doesn't it?
Isn't it beautiful, Buff? Geez, I'm full. How about you, Buff?
Campbell's chunky.
Mongrels.
Soup that eats like a meal.
New Strepsils Extra with local anaesthetic gently numbs a sore throat, bringing rapid relief.
Can't believe this.
You have your driver's license there, thanks.
Right now, there are more police using speed cameras and radars.
Sorry, babe. It's the car. Just wants to...
Speed and you'll probably be stopped. Not dead.
С новейшим продуктом Baby Mop. И через секунду ваш пол заблестит от чистоты. Ну а теперь можно отдохнуть. Звучит фантастично.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Andy Warhol, Campbell's Soup Can, 1964, Leo Castelli Gallery, New York. Campbell's Tomato Ready Soup Bottle, 2000, Taylor Family's Fridge, Sydney.
Introducing a revolutionary tomato soup that stores in the cupboard, then lives in the fridge. So you can enjoy the fresh taste of vine-ripened tomato soup whenever you want. Campbell's Tomato Ready. Ready when you are.
On the new series of RPA,
Going in the hospital now, Joe.
follow courageous stories of people with one thing in common.
I can't go on like this. It's hopeless. It's awful.
I'm going to get a chance to hopefully go on and live a full life.
Capturing special moments,
I feel like I'm in labour.
we introduce you into their personal lives.
Love you, Mum.
For some, the most challenging time they've ever faced.
We thought it killed him.
My life's in your hands, you know.
Logie award-winning RPA returns soon to NBN.
Mexicans love to cook. Today it's enchiladas. But what makes Old El Paso enchiladas so fantastico? First is the flavors. Chicken in a rich tomato and capsicum sauce, rolled in corn tortillas. Second, it's how you cook them. They're baked. Aquí están! Old El Paso, celebrate with you.
When a cold threatens your plans, fight back with extra strength anti-cold force. Its powerful vapors help blow cold symptoms away. Use force when necessary. Anti-cold force.
Because mess is always happening, new PinoClean antibacterial quick cleanups are pre-moistened and the handiest way ever to clean up and throw out dirt and germs in one step, leaving a hand free for the more important things. New PinoClean quick cleanups. PinoClean, the clean you can trust.
A legend. A myth. A revolution. A classic. The ultimate car collection. The cars that marked an era compiled in an exclusive collection of metallic die-cast models of great quality with explanatory technical cards. An authentic collector's item. First part of the collection, a card and the Jaguar E-Type for only $6.95. Del Prado.
Mum, what's up with this tea bag?
Nothing, Gavin. It's a pyramid tea bag.
What, from Egypt?
No, from Bushels.
It's a great cuppa, wherever it comes from.
New Bushels Pyramid Bag gives the leaves more room to move for the best taste yet.
Great cuppa, mummy.
New Bushels Pyramid Tea Bags for the best cuppa ever.
It's here. Old El Paso discovered the secret to the perfect burrito. It's the spices. Simmer chicken in the burrito seasoning mix of paprika, cumin, and beans. A flour tortilla, chicken, salad, salsa, and wrap it all up. They waited enough. What about me? Old El Paso. Celebrate eating.
Celebrity Millionaire. For your chance to share in the winnings, ring 1902 554 799 now. NBN Celebrity Millionaire Monday.
At Full Life Pharmacy, every time you shop for vitamins, baby, beauty or other health products, you'll receive points towards bonus dollars, which you can spend just like cash on treats like a visit to the beauty salon or savings on future purchases. Join Club Full Life now and you'll receive this voucher book, packed with special offers valued at over $300. Club Full Life, only at a Full Life Pharmacy or Full Life neighbourhood chemist near you. Join today. It's free.
It's easy to tell who has Vitabrits for breakfast.
I got it! I got it! I've got it! I got it! I got it! I've got it! I got it! I got it! I got it! I've got it!
Kick it to me! Kick it to me!
They're the ones with an edge for life.
Homestarters, Harvey Norman's buying power means you get up to 50% off liquidation stocks. Everything must be sold. Take a pair of Brentwood sofas. You can have 2 for $499 and save $200. But hurry, strictly while stocks last at Harvey Norman Homestarters, Broadmeadow Superstore and Bennett's Green.
What you watch on commercial television has been classified to comply with the Code of Practice. Programs carry classification information and warnings. Some programs can only be shown at certain times. Classifications are designed to help you decide what you and your family watch. If you'd like to know more about the Code of Practice, call 1300 134848. For a copy of the code, write to us, the Federation of Australian Commercial Television Stations.
The following offer excludes dealer delivery and government statutory charges. At Regal Daewoo and Cardiff Daewoo, we're seeing double, yes double, on great new Daewoo deals across the entire Daewoo range. Like new Daewoo family-size Nubira with all these features from just $18,990. Or sleek new Daewoo Leganza with all this and more standard, now from $22,990. And at prices this small, you'll be seeing double too. At the two big Daewoo dealerships, Regal Daewoo Dairy Farmers Corner and Cardiff Daewoo Mile Road. So double to it now and save.
If arthritis is stopping you from doing the things you enjoy, ask your doctor about the exciting new arthritis treatments and call the Arthritis Foundation on 1-800-678-988 for your free book.
Relive the magic of a television icon in a riotous 2-hour premiere special. Graham Kennedy, King of Television, 8:30 Tuesday on NBN. They boldly go.
We're going to paint it with some gear to make it look real special.
Where no makeover has gone before.
Miniature Japanese forest.
Backyard Blitz, Sunday on NBN.
Good evening, I'm Jo Hall. A head-on collision in Sydney's northwest overnight has claimed the lives of 4 teenage boys. The friends, all aged 17, had been to a party just before the accident. Police are searching for a gunman after a road rage attack during which a motorist was shot 5 times in the Melbourne suburb of Taylors Lakes. The United States' 5 biggest cigarette companies will fight a huge damages award handed down by a Florida jury. They've been ordered to pay $247 billion for not being honest about the dangers of tobacco. In Fiji, deposed Prime Minister Mahendra Chaudhry says he'll fight to restore his government to power.
We must uphold democracy and the rights of the people.
Astronaut Andy Thomas was among the torchbearers who tonight brought the Olympic flame into the heart of Adelaide, where thousands are celebrating its arrival. Australia has been assured a place in the Davis Cup final after taking an unbeatable lead in its semi against Brazil. To tomorrow's weather, showers in Perth and the chance of a late shower in Sydney, fine for the other capitals. And that's all for now.
me, now kiss the bride.
Codral combats the symptoms of cold and flu when you really need to soldier on. New from Codral, cough, cold and flu day and night capsules.
You'll never pay full price again. Pack of 20 printer toilet rolls, $5.95. Winnie the Pooh Saurus, $8.95. And trolley luggage from only $9.95. But don't miss the up to 75% off. Yes, up to 75% off Toy Sale. On now and French, the big discounters.
When you're looking for a new car,
Kelly Holden's got the full range of Holden passenger and commercial vehicles.
come out to Kelly Holden Cardiff and East Lakes and take a test drive.
Kelly Holden's got your car.
Kelly Holden's got your car.
Now you see it, the totally new look Adamstown RSL. From bar to auditorium, games room, wonderful new restaurant, fabulous entertainment, huge parking area and a new access lift. Adamstown RSL, the club for your town.
It's coming!
Morissette Mega Market.
Westlakes LP Gas Company, your locally owned natural and LP gas specialists.
Sunday.
My head was virtually inside the lion's mouth.
Come face to face.
Staring straight at me.
With a real natural born killer.
He's coming. He's getting big.
Man Eaters, The Lion, premieres 7 o'clock Sunday.
Collect any 12 Whiskers labels or barcodes and send them in for your chance to win one of 4 new Volkswagen Beetles and other fantastic purple prizes.
Holden's new Olympic Edition Astra. $2,500 extra value. Air conditioning, alloy wheels, CD player, fog lamps. Gold medal value at your Holden dealer now.
Why not visit the Stallion Design Showroom at Home Show 2000 and see their exclusive range of leather lounges and imported dining. When purchasing from Stallion, you buy direct from the manufacturer and importer with huge savings because there's no middleman markup. Stallion's half-yearly clearance is on now. Full-grain leather hides sacrificed at half price on your choice of lounge. Special subsidised prices are available. And if you order your quality leather lounge at Home Show 2000 Newcastle, Stallion will guarantee the price with no GST.
Go racing with the Scone Race Club this Tuesday, July 18. It's the Livestock Transport Race Day. Come to Scone Racecourse and enjoy 8 exciting races. Tuesday has full TAB coverage, live TV coverage, plus the tote and bookie service all local and interstate venues. The trainer's bonus of $10,000 will be on offer. Enjoy excellent facilities, plus top catering and refreshments will be available. Come to the beautiful Upper Hunter this Tuesday and be on a winner at Scone.
From little to big, catch all the action of this year's sports with a new TV from Harvey Norman. This handy Casio 2.3-inch LCD portable TV, great value at $199. For the ultimate in viewing, this feature pack 68cm LG Flatron stereo TV, $1439. Sony gives you the best seat in the house at all this year's sports events with this huge 121cm stereo rear projection TV for $4834.
At Garden City, it's easy going shopping. Discover a new world. Discover a new world. Where every day is a special day. Garden City. You'll find whatever you need at Garden City. It's easy going shopping.
We've always paid tribute to Australia's finest and most inspirational heroes, discovering their secrets, sharing in the surprises, their friendships and the excitement. So please join us when This Is Your Life returns next Thursday at 8:30
on NBN.
Stanley, Graham, Ryan, Pearce, Lang, Donato, Stevens, Beattie, Stewart, Mellor and Healy on the bench, coached by John Lang, and David Peachey with the captaincy. And, of course, some notable absentees. There's the Newcastle side, McDougall, Albert, Tahu, Hughes, Beckett, Gidley's at 5'8", Andrew Johns, Peden, Rudder, Simpson, Fairley, Badira's Butterfield, and then it's Shields, Grief, Parsons and Smales, and coached by Warren Ryan. We're about to see the Newcastle Knights come out. Shades of Peter Sterling in Los Angeles there, like a spider caught in the cobweb. Tony Butterfield comes out for maybe the second last time at Marathon. The great captain who joined the Knights back in 1988 for their opening game retires this year, and unless they get a home ground semi-final, this will be the penultimate here for the Newcastle captain tonight. What a great warrior. Andrew on the sideline, what an atmosphere.
Oh, exactly, Ray. You reckon hosting a match here in the finals wouldn't be a huge advantage for the Knights? It's a chilly winter's night, but a great atmosphere all the same. When these sides clash back in round 11, you'll remember it was Matt Rogers' night at Toyota Park. A big win to the Sharks, and Rogers equalled the club point-scoring record in a single match. His tally, 26 points, 3 tries and 7 goals. A couple of those tries came off Tamana Tahu mistakes. And, of course, the points record had been held by none other than Matt's dad, Steve. What they'd do for a similar points all tonight, 26 here at Marathon Stadium.
Stephen Clark's in charge of this game. The Sharks having lost 7 of their last 8 away games. And their last 6 visits here to Marathon, they've only won on the one occasion. Right through the 90s, they came here 6 times for 1 victory. Their away record, the last 20 games, is not very nice. It's something like 8 wins from 20 outings away from home. So this is Rudder now, who's playing in second row tonight. He had aspirations of taking the number 6 when Matthew Johns leaves the club at the end of the year. But this man is wearing it tonight. Well, not wearing the 6, but he's playing in the number 6 position, Matthew Gidley. Is that significant? As it goes away for Andrew Johns to put the first kick of the game down, to relinquish possession for the Newcastle Knights. Then Rogers unloads, and across goes Colin Best, linking up with Captain David Peachey. Peachey put down there, just inside the 40-metre line on the Sharks' end of the park.
And of course, Ray, Matt Gidley into the 5/8 position because Matthew John's a late withdrawal. As we see a forward pass thrown by the Sharks. I think it was Colin Best coming into dummy half area. Matthew John's a calf problem. Misses tonight. Of course, no Eddinghausen, no Treaster.
And no Nathan Long, Peter.
But Darren Albert back, so too Tony Butterfield for the Knights.
Big news from First Division, not good news for the Knights as McDougall is taken down. O'Davis came back with the same injury that Albert has had, and O'Davis limped from the field, and a very distressed footballer he was. So the news from the sheds is that Robbie O'Davis's comeback has ended badly. 28 metres away from the Sharks line, Newcastle on the hillside of the ground, the eastern side, Tahu, and in and away, and he left Russell Richardson groping at mid-air. Then from Badeiras on the bounce for Andrew Johns, a short ball back on the blind side, and he picks up the number 11, second row forward, Steve Simpson. Again for Johns, a grubbing kick, McDougall will make it, no! Rogers was there in time to run it dead. I thought McDougall was going to pull off a magnificent try off a wonderful kick.
Yes, some great attack early by the Knights, and Andrew Johns set that up beautifully, didn't he? McDougall, a dive from a fair way away, just couldn't get there in time. Plenty of defence there to handle Matty Rogers.
And on 3 occasions during that set of 6, Newcastle came to the left, went back to the right through Andrew Johns. The Sharks have got to make sure they move up both sides of the ruck, or they will get caught out.
Well, the drop out from Rogers is one of his worst. Very little distance in it, and Tahu plays it. As you can see, just up near the 20-metre line, which Butterfield leaves behind him. Stevens went in awkwardly. Now they're 15 away. As Fairley takes it up and runs at the edge of the ruck, and Stevens waits and puts him away with Pearce. Now Badeiras for Andrew! Got it over the line, then forced back, and Stephen Clark says play on. Badeiras one more time. And then pressure put on Gidley by Sean Ryan. We'll see. What's he ruled here? He's ruled a knock-on against the Sharks.
Yeah, both ways, Ray, so it will be a Cronulla feed. Knights are claiming that Sean Ryan was offside. Andrew Johns so close to forcing his way over. In fact, he lost it. But the referee still gave him a play the ball, so...
We got the right result, Peter.
We did.
It would have been exactly what we're seeing had Steve Clark seen the knock on by Andrew Johns, so that's good news. In a week that hasn't been good for the whistleblowers in more ways than one.
Take yourselves. Plenty of room. Plenty of room.
An incredible battle to make the top 8. The Sharks are there by the skin of their teeth. But will they be there at the end of the weekend? And Newcastle, they could drop out of the top 8. That's the situation coming into tonight as the whistle blows. Penalty Sharks. 5th place Newcastle, 8th place Sharks. And the equation that I've got in front of me says that they could both finish up in number 9 position should they lose tonight. Newcastle could elevate to number 2. First penalty of the game goes to the Sharks, and now it's Lang who hits it up. And that's the equation I was referring to. Newcastle could go to 2, at the worst come out as 9, and the Sharks could go to 4 and come out as 9. So it's very important for both as they strive to make the top 4 and a home ground semi-final. Pearce looking back on the inside. He's 40 metres out from the line as Shannon Donato makes a good run. He's in the side for Dean Treaster tonight. Plays it back for Peachy, and Peachy then away for Graham. Graham on for the kick from Dykes off the left foot. Purposeful, well weighted. McDougall there. Nice positional play by the fullback. We've been calling him the deputy, but I don't think he's the deputy anymore. He is, in fact, Marshal Matt Dillon as of tonight.
The Sharks have had a lot of success in recent weeks with the short kick over the top, more often than not including Andrew Eddinghausen, who's not involved tonight, but you would still think it would be a valuable tactic.
This is Sean Rudd. Second row forward utility player, as I pointed out earlier. His dreams haven't been totally dashed. It's only the opinion of Warren Ryan, who happens to be the man at the helm at the moment. The next man might think that Rudder is a 5'8" and should be given the chance. Penalty against Sharks goes to the Knights. 38 metres out from their own line for this reason. And now the kick for touch, finding it 40 metres away from the Sharks line. 1-1 the penalties in front of a crowd. Well, when they closed the gates against Melbourne last year, they put up something like 25,000, 25 to 26,000. So I can only understand that that's the crowd they've got here tonight, with 4,000 outside the gates, and a penalty in front for the Newcastle Knights. He played advantage, and those players transgressing, they came into the play, and he's given Andrew Johns a shot from in front, 22 out.
And Cronulla might actually appreciate this because they need a rest. They've had to make 37 tackles already in the match, as opposed to the Knights' 10. Newcastle have controlled the ball well. Johnny Lang on the sideline. The Knights throwing the ball around nicely. Some good strong running early in the match by Simpson, also David Fairley, and Tony Butterfield, of course, the captain, leading the way.
Johns from in front, got it beautifully, sends it down to the crowd on the Ganinan Hill, and Newcastle lead the Sharks 2-0, early days in this crucial game at Marathon. Then off the boot of Andrew Johns, and Rogers puts us back into motion, and Darren Albert gets his first touch for a long, long time, this boom winger who scored that sensational try to win them the grand final in 1997. Darren is back tonight, but of course we'll keep our eyes on him. He has come back from the same injury as Robbo Davis, and Rob, we're told, has done exactly the same damage playing First Division earlier tonight. So that would not have been a confidence booster for Darren Albert, would it? Fairly flicking it away. Andrew passing it on long and very accurately to Sean Rudder. There's the First Division result. Sharks 22, Newcastle 8. Score means nothing really to Newcastle, I suppose, up against the disappointing news from Robbie O'Davis.
I'm surprised Matthew Gidley opted to kick there. They'd come back on the short side once again. They'd established an overlap, but Gidley didn't look on his outside. The Sharks get possession in good field position. Martin Lang inside the 40. Strong charge.
So Cronulla now in Newcastle's zone and getting it close to what Super League introduced as the red zone. Inside the 20, that's what they called it. Now it's from Stanley, back and up the middle goes Pearce. 20 metres is out right in the middle of the park. Donato goes eastern side. Stanley puts up a kick. Had plenty of time. Andrew Johns was running around there trying to get in the road of as many as he could. He did a very good job of it too, and Peachy is put away. And it's a turnover. David Fairley now. Talking of O'Davis, and he's just so important to Newcastle's hopes. Let's go to Andrew. What's the latest?
Yeah, Ray, the word is that he has re-broken the foot, and in fact it is now career-threatening for Robbie O'Davis. Obviously he won't play again this year, but there was talk of his next step could be a bone graft, which means something like 6-8 months out of action. So it's the worst possible news for Robbie O'Davis.
The good news, of course, is that they've got a bloke that can play fullback as well as he can play wing. In fact, I think he's more dangerous playing fullback, and we're talking of Adam McDougall. This kick is beautifully weighted, and Peachy's got some work to do. Here's the chasers. He beats Badeiras, and he gets it back, David. Then he got forced back. Stephen Clark was there. Good refereeing. Newcastle would have had him believe that he didn't make it, but they had already pushed him back.
Yeah, he did well, Peachy, but a 9 out of 10 effort there from Danny Badeiras. Saw that Peachy was flat, kicked over his head, led the chase, and almost got the Cronulla fullback behind his own line. Best tackle. 12 out from his line. Cronulla slow to get back.
Andrew Pearce leaving us down in that bottom left-hand corner for rest time. Jason Stevens hits it up, and he's met there by Matt Parsons and Steve Simpson and Billy Peden. Now it's away for Adam Dykes to clear with this big left foot kick of his, and it bounces over towards the sideline, but McDougall comes back now, brings the crowd to their feet. He's become an instant crowd pleaser. Look at him. Look at him. Adam McDougall. He basically told us on the Footy Show last night that he wanted to finish, or not so much finish, but he wanted to stay here. And the news is that it'll be a 4-year contract. Parsons now. Former Rabbit. Time in possession there. Big for Newcastle. Not so Sharks. That's the way it has to be. As they throw it about. Razzle-dazzle stuff, which probably got them into a bit of trouble against Newcastle last week. There was a lot of this stuff. Weren't building a foundation. Cleaned up by Bill Peden eventually as they strike down the left side, and Gidley puts a kick in. The weight on it is good again, and David Peachy again has a ring of defence around him. So they're putting massive pressure on them.
Matthew Gidley into the 5/8 role tonight, showing his kicking skills. We haven't seen much of them whilst he's been playing in the centres for all these years, but it's a nice left foot chip. And once again, Peachy, you never can tell, can you, with him? He had every chance he could there to get out. And you'd think this weight of possession against the Sharks has got to tell soon, maybe a try to the Knights, but so far so good. Their defence is holding on.
Stevens is off. Now Rogers is down getting attention. Beattie has come on. Is this their third dropout, is it? Just been their second. Gee, they've been under some pressure, haven't they? Beautiful play by Newcastle. If anything, as I pointed out, maybe just a little bit too much razzle-dazzle. The 16 is Glenn Grief. Centre ground, 30 metres out. Now Parsons. And making the tackle in 15 is Luke Stewart. Now Badeiras, and they go to the western side where Andrew throws this pass, and Smales, it is, had no idea it was coming. Paul Mellor is on for the Sharks. He's with the football and forced down inside the 20-metre line. That is the first tackle. Yes, Pete?
I just thought, Ray, last week for Newcastle against Parramatta, one of their problems was the fact that they tried to push the play and not waiting for it to happen for them. We've seen evidence of it in the first 13 minutes tonight, that they're just sort of throwing that forced pass where the quick play the ball would be the better option.
Beattie now. Lane Stanley. His kick is good. It's out into the open space, looking at the touchline. But
how unlucky.
Toogood was there just to snap it up inside the field of play.
It was a 40-20 attempt as well. He kicked it 39.5 metres out from his own line. Just a bit of reverse spin on the ball, stopped them getting possessions. Darren Alberty's second touch, a long way from his own wing.
This is Peter Shields now. England bound. Parsons wants it. This is him. With the size of him. Another sufferer of a knee injury, which is heavily strapped, as is that of Matt Rogers. Nicely fielded by Colin Best. In mid-air, he starts his run away from his own 10-metre line, gets it back to 20. And the tackle count, like the time in possession, ratio very much in favour of Newcastle. Well, that tackle got up around the throat of Brett Howland, but the referee, I'm sure, applied some common sense, and that was that Howland basically fell into the arm rather than the arm thrust around him. Here's Beattie. Just inside the 40-metre line. 2-0 in favour of Newcastle from Marathon. The big match of the weekend. Intercept try for Tahu. Tamana Tahu goes in to get Newcastle's first try of the night. And then
Slam dunk, Ray. Tamana Tahu, he's been a great find for Newcastle this year, a prolific try scorer. He's probably second behind Adam McDougall. And Adam Dykes, he has thrown a couple of intercepts this year. On that occasion, the Newcastle players, because the pass had gone 3 wide already, the Newcastle defence was well up. Tahu got the big baseball mid-out and then just put it over the top.
Yeah, not bad. Good one to Tamana Tahu. This wasn't one of those intercepts where it was a long looping pass that maybe the Newcastle people had been waiting for. It was just a grab, a snap, spur of the moment stuff. The ball was there and he simply went for it. Tamana Tahu. It was quite an easy run to the line. No defence back there.
There's the conversion. Another 2 points to Newcastle. We are taking a break. We're coming back in just a moment to Marathon. It's 8-0 Newcastle over the Sharks and slam dunking here. Into a commercial break. Messages from all of those good sponsors that make it all possible. 25 metres out from their own line, and this is Glenn Grief running away.
And Ray, that try from Tamana Tahu actually takes him to their leading try scorer for the season. Both he and McDougall, 14 coming into this match. Now 15 for the rangy centre. Newcastle take it towards halfway. Thought they get a good set of 6 after scoring that try.
Shields on halfway. Johns. And the kick is between the winger, Rogers, who's going back to pick it up. And the full... Oh! Rogers has knocked on. Stephen Clark has ordered a knock on. And more pressure for the Sharks.
Yeah, it won't help the Sharks, will it? A great kick there from Andrew Johns. Caught them off guard. Kick to a side that the Sharks certainly didn't expect it. And just a little lack of concentration there in the death by Matt Rogers. The Newcastle boys extremely happy. They're on the attack now.
So the Knights go very wide with the first pass. This is the second play. It's McDougall. Adam McDougall playing it back to the try scorer Tahu, who decides to have a go. He has a dip himself. Now Badeiras. Stevens is offside. Gidley on. Johns inside for Grief. Glenn Grief will play it 9 metres away from the line. Badeiras finds Parsons ambling up to them. 3 of them go in to make the tackle. And there goes number 4. 4 down with 1 metre to go. Badeiras back to the 10. Johns taken down by Stevens as they wait for the kick. The main kicker is playing the ball. Gidley will get it then, I would imagine. Penalty in front for Newcastle.
Yes, Jason Stevens penalised here for having his hand in on the football.
Deliberately, but it did knock it out.
See the big man there still lying on the ground as Andrew Johns gets to raise it. Well, gee, that's tough.
Well, that's accidental.
Yeah, I couldn't see anything deliberate, Paul.
Well, it does look that he's knocked the ball out of the hands of Andrew Johns. You can't really penalise Andrew Johns for that by, for instance, giving a scrum feed and loose head to Cronulla. I mean, Stevens put his hands up as if it's my fault anyway. But there's the 2 points for the Newcastle Knights. Johnny Lang doesn't look impressed. 10-0 Newcastle. 1 try, intercept try. And really, Cronulla has been under siege and most unlucky. I must agree with that. We have reduced the amount of necessity in our game for ball security. I think that's the point that Paul and Peter are making, and you've got to agree with that.
Well, I just think if you take it to any other part of the field there, Ray, and we do see the ball sometimes knocked out accidentally, we would have seen the opposition get the football through a scrum feed. So I thought it was pretty tough against the Sharks, that one.
So Newcastle then bringing it away. I've already told you about the equation, what could happen to these two sides over the course of tonight. That's the way it is. Now, who do they play? Newcastle go down and play West Tigers at Campbelltown, and then they come home against the Dogs here, and that will be a full house here. Send off for Butterfield, send off for Matthew Johns. It's Cronulla. First tackle, I think that is. There's the Sharks run home. They've got the Eels at home, and that'll be a send-off for Andrew Eddinghausen of gigantic proportions, and then the Panthers away. So it's pretty hard for them to be banking on 2 points in any of their 3 confrontations. Beattie unloading, Dykes away, Peachy with the ball, and now the lock forward Graham. Not a lot of time with the football for the Knights, for the Sharks. Just looking at his tackle count, Graham, he's up to 13. You could bet your bottom dollar he'd be working if there was some defence to be done. Mellor off the knee, off the foot, says Clark. Absolutely right. Now we go to Richardson, who comes to Andrew Johns, and he played the advantage again. This time he was playing it in favour of Cronulla. And the Sharkies get a penalty. Rogers in the team, the breeze is only very light into them, and they're going to take the kick.
Here you can see, I thought Andrew Johnson was actually okay. He may have well have penalised Peter Shields, although he didn't get involved in the action, but I thought Johns got back behind Stephen Clark, and so too does the halfback. But I've always been of the belief that after you score a try or score points, it is so important that you have a good set of 6. Newcastle didn't do that on that occasion. They forced the pass. They gave Cronulla an opportunity at their own end. They cost them 2 points off the boot of that man, Matt Rogers.
Away but badly. And Newcastle have brought it away from the in goal. McDougall. Very good work by McDougall.
That is spectacular from Adam McDougall. But Matt Rogers nearly hit the corner post instead of the goal post. That's the worst kick I've ever seen from Matt Rogers, and McDougall a great job to stop his team from dropping out from under the posts.
So look at this. McDougall and Lenny Beckett. McDougall basically said to Lenny, get out of the road, leave this to me, and watch what I do. Follow me if you like. And that was him at his brilliant best, McDougall. He's still got some detractors around. I understand that. That's an argument for another day, but my goodness, on face value, he's one of the very, very best. The kick from Hughes down legally for Cronulla. No drama on their 40-metre line. The only drama's on the scoreboard. They're down 10-0. Peachy trying to come up and do something himself to try and turn this tide. Pearce now. I mentioned Andrew Eddinghausen's send-off game. That'll be against the Eels next weekend. Whether he plays or not is another thing. I'm sure they'll go ahead with all of the celebrations. And keep in mind they've won't get a big crowd in there, or any more than about 20,000 in there. So you might have to have your breakfast there. 40-metre line. We're televising that game, by the way, for those that can't get in. Lang, 35 out from the Newcastle line. This is not over by a long way. The Knights have had all of the possession, all of the football, most of the luck. And the intercept try that could also be described as quite fortunate. And here's McDougall again. McDougall stops, stammers, goes away. Peachy brings him down.
Ray, the silver boots are everywhere, aren't they, Adam McDougall? It's a bit dubious about wearing them, but no problems for the fullback. He's flying in them.
They'll be auctioned, won't they, on the Footy Show next Thursday? His and is Andrew wearing them too?
I don't think Andrew's got his on tonight. Of course, Matthew was going to wear them as well, but they'll all be auctioned. The Smales takes the ball inside pass onto the halfway line. 4 tackles gone.
Andrew Johns on the short side for Mark Hughes. Talking of the Footy Show, of course, the awards are coming up. The Footy Show awards are coming up, and that slam dunk of Tamana Tahu's might run about 66. But it will be considered, I'm sure, by the judges. And that's from the State Theatre. What night's that on, Fat Man? It's your show?
Yeah, it's on a Monday night.
Penalty, Sharks.
7th of August is on. Don't understand a few of these kicks the Knights are putting in. They're very shallow kicks, and they haven't been very effective at all, have they? Especially on this side of the football field. They might want to address their kicking game. They're playing okay. They're leading 10 blot. That one just sneaks over the touchline.
What's happening out there? Matt Rogers, he's just come up with the shocker. Andrew Johns, that last kick of his was the worst one I've seen from him for a while. And that nearly didn't find touch. Oh, great.
What a great tackle there.
Tahu on Peachy.
He read it, he got there, and he smashed him. Good defence.
40-metre line now. Knights into the ground. Come on, Sharks. Let's get back into it. Give us a contest. Nothing really has happened out there for me to think that the Knights are going to take the 2 points, apart from the fact that they've got these points on the board at the moment. As I said, it's not over. Lang.
Disappointed there, Butterfield. He had a chance to dive on that football. Now 6 again.
Healy and Graham and Graham and Ryan to ground. 15 out from the line. As you can see, they come the short side, and then Graham, short passing, Beattie, flick back for Graham. Graham lofting the pass over for Ryan. Ryan got rid of Rudder, pulled down by Shields, over the top Butterfield. And Healy appeals for a penalty and gets it. I thought he might have upheld the protest, the referee. He knows that he's given Newcastle a couple right in front.
Been consistent with it all going.
Yeah.
Just got to get up.
I don't know about a shot for goal here. They're 10-0 down. They haven't had much ball. They'll really be taking the opportunity here. They're going to kick for goal, but the opportunity's there to get a good set of 6, 10 metres out. They're going to try and get the score back to 10-2. They haven't had much ball. This would have been a good opportunity, but they're going safety first and getting the 2 points.
They were very tempted, Paul, to take the tap. You could see there was a little bit of hesitation in the decision before pointing to the post, but I do think the fact that 10-0 means that they didn't have a whole lot of choice.
Rogers then. Looks simple, doesn't it? 12 out, 21 in. Bangs it off! Just got it! Just got it! That's 2 points, and they're taking them. Knights 10, Sharks 2, 29th minute. We welcome the stations that have been away back. The Sharks at the start of the comeback. Will they keep it going? Will they be the next to score? Half-time, about 11 minutes away, as the battering ram continues ramming. Martin Lang. An incredible player. Dykes. Graham combining there with Chris Beattie. Able to unload Beattie. That's 6 more tackles, by the way, but it's one of the few times that he's actually had the ball, but he's been always pretty much able to unload. I know he's unloaded twice. Stanley's got a problem. Blaine Stanley. So talented. And he's got this injury, which looks to be his right knee.
He hasn't had much of a chance to get into this game, has he, Blaine Stanley? Been one of their better performers in recent weeks. Strong tackle here from the two front rows from Newcastle, and they fell on top. Then a bit awkwardly. Not much fun, David Fairley and Tony Butterfield putting a tackle on you. Unfortunately, they're calling for the stretcher.
Now, the trainers have called for a stretcher, so we've got something very serious here with Blaine Stanley. 10.5 minutes to the break.
Chile will obviously slot straight into the halfback role. In fact, it's played a little bit of football of late. That's a sad sight at any time, but Blaine Stanley, only 30 first-grade games next to his name, and he was really playing well. Let's hope that this isn't the end of his season.
Once again, we apologise for the inconvenience.
No, he's had a great year so far. Blaine Stanley, Johnny Lang, the coach, talking to Mitch Healy, a veteran. Mitch knows what it's all about. He knows his job out there.
Will he go to half, or will he maybe just first man there between him and Dykes? That's the way they sometimes play, these two. They've played together a lot, haven't they? Dykes,
yeah, they've been there for quite a few years together.
So Blaine Stanley in his 30th career game. That's Dr. Peter Malouf there with a very worried look on his face. Poor old Peter's had ill health himself, but good to see him up and about. This ball is to ground backwards, and Steve Clark says play on, so they're on the 40-metre line, Sharks in, and this is Donato for Beattie now. Bumping away from Andrew Johns, who went in awkwardly, and then Fairley comes in over the top. Mark Hughes getting involved in left side defence. Now it's Donato with the big run, almost out the other side. Plays it outside the 30-metre line for Dykes to go across, and then Graham on for Richardson trying to punch a hole in them. They've got the ball 23 metres out from the opposition try line. Healy putting Lang up for one, and Badeiros is there with Shields. Donato waits. Impact taken out of the attack by the slowness of the play the ball. Healy's kick is pinpoint, and Lenny Beckett has got the ball.
That's a Sharks knock on, Ray.
Yes, he's ruled that happened first. Okay, so same result. Beckett came up with it anyway. And Newcastle have made a mistake. Cronulla diving at it. This is the replay involving Beckett.
Well, he's saying it went backwards from Mark Hughes. There's the corner. Lenny Beckett got up limping.
The official attendance here at Marathon Stadium this evening, 25,600.
And then from this we come back to a line dropout. So Newcastle have frittered away whatever chance they had on that set of 6.
They're playing pretty well, Cronulla. Take the first 15 minutes out of the game. The last 20 or so, the possession's been 50-50, and Cronulla had probably, for mine, looked a little bit better with the football. And I think the try's not far away for the Sharks.
Lang now. We'll just update the situation with Blaine Stanley in a moment. We'll just watch this set of 6 for the Sharks. Here's Beattie. It looks like he's got the ability to offload. They're handy to have around, aren't they? Big. His ball skills. In traffic. Oh, good work, Pearce. Beattie is there. And then giving a pass away for Nick Graham, but he was monstered by Gidley. 20-metre line for Donato. Healy. And Healy runs straight into Rudder. Rudder says, come here and get down here with me. Played now. Short side play. Dykes. And the kick's too deep. Not not as comfortable as Adam McDougall would have hoped. What's the story with Blaine Stanley, Andrew?
Yeah, well, all that Blaine said to Dr. Malouf, the Sharks doctor, as he came off, look, he had a twist, not a click in his ankle, so a real problem as a penalty goes the way of the Newcastle Knights here. So it's definitely an ankle problem for Blaine Stanley. We'll know the extent very shortly, but while it's unfortunate for Blaine, for Mitch Healy, he was up like a jackrabbit off the bench. He's had limited game time, really, for the second half of the season. And you talk about ET finishing up next week. Well, it's really the last game too at Shark Park for Mitch as well.
Well, Andrew Johns has failed to find it again. He and Matt Rogers are two of the best kickers in the game, and they're having an awful time. Pearce with hands around his face. Clark indicating it came up off the shoulder. Play on. Donato, Healy for Stevens now. 20 metres out as he shoves Gidley out of the road. Then goes to Healy. Now for Graham. Graham getting it away for Paul Mellor. And now they're 12 away. Newcastle looking a little bit brittle as Dykes puts a kick in and McDougall puts a shadow across it. So it'll come out to the 20 for the restart.
Well, the kicking game tonight from both teams has been quite unbelievable, because you've got to say that these two teams probably have the best two kicking games out of the 14 NRL sides. Not on evidence tonight. Good defence here from Newcastle. They only had themselves to blame for all the pressure they were facing. They rose to the occasion. It's Matt Parsons, good metres, middle of the ruck.
6 minutes of the first half to go. Sunday, we will televise for you St George Illawarra versus Brisbane from Wynn Stadium. And that is the grand final for the Dragons. They can still make it, but they've got to win that one on Sunday. It's that simple. Tahu's pass. And back and then went forward off Albert for Peachy to return the ball. Shields came up, he beat him. Gidley came up, he got away from him. Now Colin Best gets his chance to impress. And Best will be made to play the ball a couple of metres on his own side of halfway. For Rogers. Running it away. Unloading for Donato, then for Stevens. Stevens for Graham. Graham jinx. Puts a fend on Tahu. Gets rid of him with no trouble at all. Now it's over to little Brett Howland. And the whippet goes to ground 20 away. Canterbury bow. Brett Howland. Adam Dykes. Stewart. Again they're pressing. Again a chance for the Sharks. Dykes. Healy out for Rogers. Rogers back and across the rear of the ruck again. Then the ball goes to ground and it's Newcastle that comes up with it. Glenn Grieve will play it.
Once again, the Sharks look good. Nice bust out wide by Nick Graham to Brett Howland on this side. Matt Rogers looked like he might go through. Once again, the handling has let them down. Very poor quality handling from both sides tonight.
Parsons. Shields. Graham. Missed tackles, 8 against Newcastle, 3 the Sharks. Peden. Which is quite a surprising statistic, really, when you look at the scoreboard and you think about the other statistics, the time in possession and the tackles that both sides have been asked to make. And that is a very surprising stat. Time in possession, though, is levelled out. Peachy making an incisive run. Over the 40, over the 50. Now down to the other 40. And McDougall grasses him with a beauty. Now Dykes. This is Stevens. Stevens with the hand in the face. And then it's Healy, and he played the advantage again. Clark. Penalty Sharks. And they want to play on. I don't know that the captain got any call then. Donato, meantime, plays it 9 metres from the line. Peachy back for Paul Mellor. Big, hard to stop. He's down. Close. Donato's pass, finding Healy. Healy away for Beattie. Beattie! Johns with a grassing tackle. Dykes probing onto the chest of Healy, but good tackle Newcastle, wedging it against His mid-ref, Badeiras it was. Peachy then for Dykes, away from one, that of Rudder. Away from a second, down for Beattie. Here, you have a go. Beattie now out the back, well done. Then it's with Paul Mellor again. Gidley makes a desperate attempt, gets up to go again. Tahu has a go. Mellor gets rid of the ball. Best for Healy. Healy for Dykes. Dykes off. Hit very hard by Billy Peden. Still able to get it away. Andrew Johns goes in looking for it. Rakes it back for Matt Parsons. And Newcastle have got it.
Well, Cronulla, they just cannot finish it off. They threw about 34 passes there, and the one that didn't have to be thrown was the last one there from Adam Dykes. Andrew Johns is on the spot to knock it back, and the Knights out of jail again as Beckett makes half a bust.
And we've still got 5 or 6 Newcastle players with their hands on their hips, trying to suck in the big breath. That was a chance for the Sharks. They should have scored. Newcastle were out on their feet.
So they bring it away from their own half. Hughes kicking for his winger Beckett, kicking for himself. Peachy, kick return, loping over the 20. And calling Howland in. He's got the lime, the white lime off the sideline, or one of the lines on his head. Thought for a moment he'd suddenly turn piebald. Played by Colin Best now. This is Beattie. He's done some good things, Paul.
Hey, he's a good young player. On his feet for first grade this year off the bench, and he's a goer. Takes it to him.
Stevens now. Half-time, just a little over a minute away. Graham to the halfway, an offload. They've been able to do that incessantly. Now that's a bad pass. It went backwards. Rogers then tried to beat them with a grubber down the sideline. It's gone in a touch.
Oh, the crowd were booing there because Matt Rogers was offside. Long ball from Adam Dykes. The ball went forward and he was offside, no doubt about it.
Makes you wonder what the touch judge was doing. Could have shaken hands with Matt Rogers.
Well, let's get in early, eh?
Halfway line. Last play before the break. Gidley. Cuts out McDougall. Goes to Tahu. A kick, a chase, a regather. There's try number 2. What a try! What a try! What a game! Tamana Tahu. Well, have you ever seen it come off as perfectly as that?
And what a heartbreak for the Sharks. They will not believe that that is how the first half is finished. Matthew Gidley has got a fantastic ability of attracting a couple of defenders. And on that occasion, he had Adam Dykes come into him. That allowed Tahu on the outside of Richardson. And Tahu, he was just the guy who looked more desperate to get to the football. I really thought Richardson and Howland, they dropped off. They were waiting for someone else to do something. Tahu said, I'll get the footy.
Great skill, wasn't it? One of the tries of the season, this. One of the most improved players we've seen all year as well, Tamina Tahu. He's become a very important, integral part of this Newcastle Knights team. Got to start when Matty Johns pulled out. Slotted into the centres. Normally plays on the wing, but having an absolute stormer.
And it's unbelievable, isn't it? Andrew Voss pointed out the first round clash. Matt Rogers was the star. Tamana Tahu, he had some problems that night. It has been a complete reversal tonight. Matt can't do anything right. Tamana can't do too much wrong.
2 metres in from touch, maybe 3 for Andrew Johns. Over on the eastern side of the ground, and here it comes. It's just away, wide of the uprights, and that is the break. Newcastle leading 2 tries to Tamana Tahu. One was an intercept. The other was absolutely beautiful. And Newcastle lead the Sharks 14-2, but the scoreboard, no reflection of what we're seeing here on Nines Rugby League tonight. We'll take a break. Be back with you with the second half in just a moment on the Wide World of Sports. 14 points to 2, but I know for one, Paul Vorton thinks that Cronulla are desperately unlucky not to be much closer. I think Sterlo shares that view. As we look at the statistics for Mitsubishi from the first half.
And not much difference between the two sides. After the first 10 minutes, possession really did swing around. The Sharks getting much more than early in the game. Only 10 handling errors. That doesn't sound a great deal, but I would say all of those are pretty much unforced ones. And with two quality teams up against each other tonight, that is somewhat unexpected.
And Tamina Tahu's been the star for the Knights in the first half. He grabbed an intercept early, took them to a nice 8-0 lead. A lovely tackle on David Peachey, some well-read defence there, and then right at the death in the first half, there was nothing on, but he created something with some speed and some skill. Tamina Tahu take a bow. Got the Knights to a good lead here, 14-2 they lead at halftime.
So Newcastle from left to right, 14-2. Inside the 20-metre line for the Sharks and Martin Lang. Now for Nick Graham. First set of 6 in the new half. Sean Ryan.
I'd like to make one prediction, Ray. I don't think we'll see a short kick from Newcastle in this next 40 minutes. I think it's one area that Warren Ryan will have been filthy with his side. I think the instruction will be to do what Mitch Healy has done on this occasion, play it at the other end of the field.
McDougall coming off his 10-metre line.
Oh, how strong is it? Still going. Just in superb form at the moment, Adam McDougall.
Here's David Fairley. Oh, gee. I thought he might have been out on his feet fairly, but no. Confrontation with Martin Lang. Butterfield then to the 40. Came to Newcastle back in 1988. Was in their first team against Parramatta it was, as a Colleton junior. Rudder laying it back on the ground. Danny Medeiros had cleaned it up. Gidley. Now Tahu. Sharks don't need to see any more of him. Johns lofting it across, and McDougall still able to get it away. Medeiros. Runners on his outside. Hughes puts on the speed. Beckett comes in. Rogers read the play. Johns kicking back for the blindside runners. And David Peachey put down 3 metres out from the line. Cronulla have lost the ball according to the referee. I was looking at the players appealing for a penalty.
Well, I think Peachey tried to milk a penalty here, and in doing so, his ball security went out the window and he's dropped it somehow. Referees rule a scrum with the Newcastle feed.
Feeding this crowd in the middle of 25,000. McDougall bouncing away. Butterfield drifting across for Tahu. 2 tries in the bag already. Darren Elton. From Gidley, it's found Fairley. Fairley unloading. That was touched by Cronulla. He played at the ball. Gidley bats it on. And then McDougall runs it up the middle. Back for Fairley. Fairley gets it back for Gidley. Gidley then for Tahu. So we're back to where we started from. And Tahu will play the ball. 7 away. He's restarted the tackle count. Long ball from Butterfield, finding Gidley. Gidley for Johns. Johns firing it out for Billy Peaton, who puts a fend on, gets rid of 1. It was Mitch Healy, and then he came again to make the tackle. Johns looking dangerous. Medeiros eventually gets to dummy half. Rudder. Fairley. A sight of the line. and held up in goal. That doesn't really help matters that much.
Yeah, big gap opened up back on the inside. They've thrown plenty of inside balls tonight, Newcastle Knights. David Fairley, also a veteran, but having a great season. He saw the gap, went for it, got through one. That was Donato. And Healy and Peachy ended up just getting him in time and holding him up.
And they've set the scrum up the same way as they did only moments ago and went to McDougall on the blind side. This time they come open to Gidley. Got a room out there for 3 men. He takes the tackle centre field.
Chance on the left of the ground. They go back that way. And Andrew Johns is over. Andrew is in. The Newcastle champion. He has scored himself. 18-2.
And just the culmination of all the pressure that's been building in the last couple of minutes. The halfback took on some big men in Jason Stevens and Sean Ryan. Now, this is Danny Badiris getting involved with David Peachy. He comes in late, he hangs on to David Peachy and grabs him. And has still got a hold of him. And that has got to be a penalty against Newcastle. Danny Badiris never let go of the jersey. I think the Sharks were very unfortunate there. Newcastle made them pay. Andrew Johns just slipping through like a thief in the night.
Yeah, I agree with the penalty, Pete. Badiris made no attempt to roll away and mark up. Peachy tried to fight him off, and in doing that lost the football. And then the genius of Andrew Johns with all the possession. A lovely left foot step. 7th try for the year.
Just going back prior to what you're saying should have been a penalty for Cronulla, and I agree. David Peachy, did he have a foot in the in goal when he marked that ball?
I don't think so, Ray. I think he took it back, and the referee signalled that as soon as he caught it.
Thanks, Pete. I just had a question mark on it. Johns then converting his own try. Newcastle much more comfortable now. 20 points to 2 as the score as we break. It's Graham with the restart. Job in front of the Sharks. Almost impossible to come back, you would think, in front of a Newcastle crowd of 25,600, I think it is, 25,600 something. There it is there, 25,685. And they're pushing this team, they're pushing this Newcastle Knights team with every play. Rogers with it now for Cronulla to take some of the pain away. Just on Newcastle's side of halfway, Graham.
Newcastle continued to do their best to get the opposition back into the game. No need for that pass from David Fairley to have been thrown. Sean Ryan takes on Gidley. It's an arm free. Can't pop the pass.
Shannon Donato. Blindside shot. Ending just inside the 20-metre line. Richardson off the ground for Healy, and then for Stevens. Stevens catching Badiris a bit high as he takes the tackle. Nothing illegal. Short side for Healy, and he's got the jumpers coming down, and on Newcastle's Tahu. Well, tonight he's been everywhere in the right place at the right time. Andrew, we haven't been to you. Let's go to you now with a line drop out to come.
Yeah, well, I'm just hoping that John Lang's halftime address won't be in vain, because I'm told it's the most animated halftime address John has ever given in his time at the Sharks. Commitment was the main word. He basically said, look, let's not think about the scoreline. Let's just not finish this game thinking we could have given something more. And from Warren Ryan, his main message was, if we improve our handling, we win the game. Don't give them a stiff. We keep the pressure on and they will crack.
This is Beattie on the carry back. Stewart on the field, hitting him hard in defence. Simpson in late. Healy takes it away from the right of the ground, back to the left, and Graham is tackled by Gidley and Fairley. Adam Dykes, Mitch Healy, back and up the middle goes Jason Stevens. Pulled down by 11 and 12. Simpson and Rudder. Healy again. And now Graham puts a grubbing kick in behind Darren Albert. Albert rakes it off into the lens of one of those photographers.
Well, they're trying hard, Cronulla, but for mine, they just lack a little punch. around the rucks, don't they? Just haven't got the speedy halfbacks that other clubs do have that can make the breaks. Very good quality players, lots of ball skills, Healy and Dykes, but just don't make many clean breaks. And Cronulla are suffering for that tonight.
Chance now for Cronulla. Dykes. Healy keeps it going to the right of the ground. A flying Russell Richardson. Best. Graham. Rogers. Good pass. Healy. Dykes. Dykes dummies. Gets it away. Chance. 2 metres away from the line. Then for Healy. And it came off Bill Peden. Gidley is with it, but referee Stephen Clark ruling the ball was deflected forward. And another scrum with all the advantages to the Sharks.
It's hard to see how that would have gone forward, really, off Bill Peden. Matt Gidley has had a great game tonight in defence. Made some very telling tackles, but communicated beautifully with his support players. Cronulla win the scrum. Graham takes it from the scrum base. Taken by Johns. Simpson broke quickly. Got it away.
Healy on. Stevens. Jason unloads. And it was touched by Newcastle. Will he restart it? Did they plant the ball? Dykes.
He's held 0. That's 0.
0.
Flag.
So he's restarted the count. Beattie. Donato. Healy. Second man play, Rogers. Juggled it. Donato! Rogers to the blast. Dykes. Grubbing kick, and again, Andrew Johns covering so much ground, batting it away from under the nose of Brett Howland.
Yeah, the skill of Dykes. He's a very skillful player. That's a good kick. Howland just couldn't get there in time. Newcastle defence outstanding.
They really must be starting to wonder what they've got to do to break this line, the Sharks. In fact, if they don't score in this next set of 6, the frustration may really set in.
Advertising that works. Contact Pitch Advertising.
Andrew Johns with the dropout. Cronulla are applying the pressure to Newcastle that they experienced in the first half.
Hold Danny. Now.
Pierce. Possession. Remember, it was so much in favour of Newcastle, it swung around. Peachy floating into the back line. Healy quick for Stevens. 20-metre line. Inroads into the opposition territory, getting larger. Graham, Healy, Dykes, Peachy. Short ball and he'll score for Mellor. Mellor gets it over the line. McDougall to beat. Even in that situation, McDougall was hard to beat. But Mellor has scored for the Sharks. 20-6.
Well, they got there in the end. I think that's about the 3rd or 4th set of 6 they've had on Newcastle's line. It just took, I think it was out wide, Mark Hughes that came up and presented the gap for David Peachy to run to. A lovely ball, wasn't it, to Paul Mellor. And when he went through, you just thought, well, he puts the ball down. He took a chance. He tried to improve it. And in the end, I mean, it could have been a bit dicey, but he got there.
Could have been very dicey. Normally, David Peachy is the man receiving those kind of passes. Tonight he's given one to Paul Mellor. Played pretty well off the bench tonight. And this to put the Sharks 2 converted tries behind the Newcastle lines.
Matt Rogers, just 11 out, 21 in, and has no trouble this time. It hasn't been a happy night for Matt with his kicking, but 20 points to 8 puts a bit of respectability on the scoreboard, satisfies the coach just a little. We'll come back and see if that satisfaction continues in a moment. opens the next session of play. You'd have to think that they have to be the next team to score. There's plenty of time there, but you would have to think that the Sharks need to be the next team to score.
Two of their really good forwards tonight have been Jason Stevens, great work rate, 16 tackles and 9 hit-ups, and also Nick Graham. He's presented some problems out wide running on the edge of the ruck. 19 tackles and 10 hit-ups for him as well, so both of those particular forwards working well. Given an ordinary ball there from the dummy half, and you can't do that to him. It's just not fair on him, really. He is one forward that needs the ball right smack bang on his chest at exactly the right time. McDougall. Albert just building some confidence back in first grade. That's the sort of game he's having tonight. In fact, it hasn't been a game that the winners have seen much of it. Certainly from Newcastle's point of view. Parsons with a big run. Now they join in. Simpson, Shields wants a little bit of the action. 35 out from the line. Last tackle. Way out in front of Andrew Johns. Talking of bad passes, Danny Badiris has been responsible for one of the worst, and Andrew doesn't like it. And nor he might.
There's no way the Sharks will have lost faith in themselves in this match. They might trail by 12, but now look at how the opponents have got in front. An intercept, a try on half-time, bit of individual magic. Oh, that pass. Didn't find Matt Rogers, who was in space, unfortunately. And then, of course, the last try, we believe, came from an incident where David Peachey probably should have got the penalty. So they'll realise that they are well and truly in this game and close enough with a long time to go.
I know it's a big statement, but if that pass from Paul Mellor sticks, or if it finds its target, Rogers scores a 50-metre try because Lenny Beckett had gone in to help with the tackle on Mellor. And it was quite catchable too for Rogers. I think he gave up on Mellor. Gidley now, that's the halfway line. Must be a tough job for the centre man here at any time. I mean, it's a cauldron. It's a tremendous rugby league arena. 25 and a half, and 95% cheering for the red and blues. And they want to be the referee. 25,000 of them. Badiris, Johns. Oh, that's a lovely tackle from Martin Lang. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was Shannon Donato. As Gidley puts a kick in now. The hands go out. And the referee will call for a video referee judgment. I must admit, I thought Gidley might have got a penalty for being tackled after he kicked the ball. What we have here, though, is an appeal for a try from Danny Badiris.
Yeah, who's got there first? Danny Badiris, Glenn Grief, or David Peachey. A little mistake made by Peachey.
I think he's recovered, hasn't he, Paul? My first reaction is that it's no try.
Yeah, you can see that the body language would suggest that this will be a dropout. Another little kick from Gidley off the right foot this time.
Well, there's the penalty there for sure.
Yeah, Peachey just took his eyes off the footy. And there's a hand.
Yeah, it's Peachey's hand because you can see the strapping with the black tape on it. There's no doubt that he is.
Was there downward pressure, though, Peter?
I think there was, yes, Ray.
Let's watch it again. Yeah, there's enough downward pressure.
Absolutely.
If Stuart Kelly scored a try, then that is downward pressure to defend a try. But I thought there should have been a penalty for the tackle on Gidley. I've got to say that.
And a bit of a difference between a hand and a fingernail touching the ball.
Let's leave it there. John Lang right down on top of the action. I don't know whether Clark... Well, I don't suppose he can take advice from his video referee on this matter I'm talking about with Gidley.
No, it's either try or no try. I don't think there's any chance of penalty being awarded. It's a drop out.
And the decision is no try.
So the electronics semaphore apparently has broken down. They had another brief blackout here at Marathon. So I'll tell you what, there's been plenty of them.
I know it's not normally Newcastle's go, and especially with a quarter of the game left, but I just wonder with the way the game has gone, whether Andrew Johns might consider 1 point, just to make the opposition know that they've got to score 3 times to get in front.
A tunnel ball there for Len Beckett. Smiled. 20 out. Runner, Andrew. And then away for Gidley. Gidley tries to step Graham, lays it on the ground for Andrew Johns, holds Dykes away with one arm, but Dykes doesn't give in. There's been 6 more tackles ordered by referee Clark. Now Peter Shields. And they're just 10 metres away from the line. There's Cleedon offloads from ground level for Parsons. Early tackles. Time, not a problem. Rudder. And he is short. Gidley, intercept on, and Rogers looking for it to stick on that hand. It wouldn't. Nothing going right for the star winger tonight.
No, one of the best players in the game. Matty Rogers not having a great night tonight. This intercept was on. He spotted it, went for it, and really probably should have taken it. He got there, knocked it down for himself.
Well, for Matt Rogers, that's not a difficult take. I get that. That's what we're saying, like, for other players, but...
Here's Newcastle with Johns a couple of metres from the line, and Peden goes for a barge over. Now Johns, intercept taken by Graham. McDougall's after him, and McDougall, the ball's been knocked down. Newcastle come back. Now they've lost the ball.
No advantage. First one the Sharks, second one Newcastle.
No advantage there for Newcastle, so they'll be a little bit fortunate and still get the scrum feed.
Well, he saved a try, Nick Graham, that's for sure. Then ran 50 metres. I suppose the Sharks would have loved that to have been Howland getting the football, or Colin Best. The lock forward did his best, and then he lost it.
Straighten it up, straighten it up.
Gidley drifting away to the hillside of the ground. Parsons, 30 metres. Smiles.
This feelers up the Sharks could get over once, they could get over twice.
Clean. Dummy half. Jones taking command. Gidley slamming a forward up the middle. The ball comes loose. Gidley puts it on the boot. Peachy comes away with it. David Peachy will play the ball 10 metres out from his own uprights. So Cronulla coming out of their own area now, coming out of their own 20-metre line. With Lang, an offload for Howland, and Howland is put away by Gidley. Sunday we'll televise St George Illawarra, Brisbane, repeating. It is very much D-Day for the Dragons. And you'll see that at 4 o'clock on Sunday. Phil Gould will join us on Sunday for the commentary on the Dragons versus the Broncos. Grand final day for the Dragons. Ironically, they come up against their grand final opponents of the 90s more often than not, Brisbane. Graham. McDougall. 20-8 the score in favour of this man's team, McDougall. Well, it's just amazing the number of players that he's able to beat. I think I compared him with Michael Hancock. Oh, Albert losing the ball. Cronulla a chance to hit them back. Colin Best. He's the player they'd love to see in open space. Ryan. Handling error is 11-10, so there's nothing there. Beattie. Ooh, Smales knows that he went in badly. first. And now, Paul Mellor looking for his second try of the night. They're going to get it. They're going to get it. They did it. Rogers in to score for the Sharks.
And good luck to the Sharks. They've battled hard. Not many things have gone their way tonight. They've made plenty of mistakes, but they are getting themselves back into this contest. Darren Albert losing the football, knocked out by Jason Stevens in a one-on-one tackle. And this time it's just a simple step back inside Mark Hughes by Paul Mellor. He's got good evasion for a big man. And he just drew the fullback McDougall to make sure that he couldn't get across to Matt Rogers.
He's had a big game, Paul Mellor. Lovely right foot step, wasn't it? To beat Mark Hughes, left him posted completely. And then the draw and pass was perfect as well. Matty Rogers gets some luck at last, positions himself nicely. That's a beautiful right foot step, and he accelerated through the gap. That's the way to do it. And Matty Rogers pointing, saying, draw him, draw him, draw him. He did that.
And what a huge kick coming up for the try scorer, Matt Rogers, from the sideline. This is to put his team a converted try behind the Newcastle Knights and to lift their hopes enormously.
Okay, Peter set the scene from the sideline. It's away wide. He just hasn't got it on target tonight. 20-12, 16 minutes of the game to go. 8 points to the margin now. The platform as they bring it away from their own zone. It's Stewart. Donato has filled the boots of Treaster very well tonight. Made a couple of good runs out from dummy half Donato. Possibly could have made more, as a matter of fact, given the ground that he's made. Stewart again. Haven't seen a lot of him, Luke, but he's played very well. 4th tackle. 15 to go in the game. Healy came into the game early with the injury to Blaine Stanley, and we haven't updated that, but Andrew will. McDougall, Beckett. 10 metres out from his own line. Mark Hughes. Full security tonight has been poor. And poor from players that you don't expect it from. This is Simpson. Inside the 40-metre line.
Yeah, this hasn't been playoff material from either team tonight. I know there's a lot of pressure on. Still trying to confirm their spots, of course. These teams have lost 2 of their last 3 each. Their form hasn't been great in the last month.
Tahu taken down. Andrew, what's the story on Blaine Stanley?
Yeah, the last word on Blaine. They won't know exactly until tomorrow, but they do fear ligament damage to both the ankle and the knee. But Dr. Malouf was pretty confident there's no break there.
Okay, so that's good news as Johns puts it over into the centre of the ground. The chasers are coming, including Bill Peaton, but away comes Matt Rogers, and Medeiros puts him down. Howland. Beatty now. First the Beatty away for Healy. Healy on for Stevens. Then an offload. They want to lay it back onto the ground, give themselves every chance. And it's Dykes now. Just inside the 40-metre line. The end of the 4th play for the Sharks. Trailing by 8. Donato takes 5 to ground. The boot is waiting from Mitch Healy, but they go the other side for the other boot of the left-footed Adam Dykes. And no knock-on. Knock backward, said referee Clark. McDougall comes back and put down by the kicker, Adam Dykes. Thursday night's footy show. The Johns brothers, the guest hosts, I should say, next Thursday night. Andrew and Matthew. They will auction these new Nike boots worn tonight by Adam McDougall, if my promotional sheet is right. Butterfield. He pointed out earlier, he and Matthew Johns will play their last home game if they don't make the top 4 here in a fortnight. Well, that will be a house full, no doubt. Howland. And then, forced back again by this man that's had tremendous impact.
He's done it all. He's done it all tonight. Tries, tackles. This is nearly as good as scoring a try because Howland was out. He got down low, he drove hard, but Tamina Tahu drove harder, smashed him backwards about 3 or 4 metres. Great determination by Tahu, and that gets his team 6 more tackles with the footy.
Yeah, tries and tackles for Tahu tonight, and you can see the bench reacting. Also, no mistakes. He's one of the rare players out there who hasn't coughed up the football or thrown bad passes. Butterfield winds up, 28 out.
Chance to shut him down off the feet.
He handled it well, Billy Pete, realised he couldn't pick it up and stopped it with his foot.
Fairley has been great tonight. He's really playing as good as ever I've seen him play, David. He got an Australian jumper back in '94, I think it was. Now Gidley. And Gidley lays it down for McDougall. Steps away from the mandatory 1 and then gets it away. Then it's Johns. And Johns reels away on the 10-metre line. Play back for Medeiros. Quick play the ball. That might cause trouble. Dummies goes across. And now Gidley comes in. Gidley back for John. John stepping up his right foot. Put away by David Peachey on 5. Medeiros finds a running David Fairley. And Fairley, that's the turnover.
Yeah, and you can see the head snap up there. He should have known it was last tackle, David Fairley. They could have put it into the in-goal area and got another set of 6. Now Howland, in fact it's best, takes it to the 20.
Rogers. He went through 2. And then David Peachey juggles it before being taken out of it by Andrew Johns. And now the Sharks working it down this western side with Howland taken down by Tahu. Richardson. Taken on by Simpson. Front on tackle, not easy. Maybe Martin came out of that second best. Ryan trying to build on what Martin Lang had shown him or given him. Now Healy. And it's a very high ball. Plenty of hang time. And allowed to bounce by the Knights and Beckett. And it's a try for Cronulla. It's a try for Adam Dykes. They're back in it. They're back in it. I'll be surprised if this isn't a try, Paul.
It looks like a try for mine, and I cannot believe that Newcastle did not try and catch this football on the full. Incredible mistake. They just watched it come down, they let it bounce, and we think they'll pay the penalty. It was a great kick from Mitch Healy.
Yeah, they've made some really poor decisions tonight, Newcastle. Cronulla, they've just hung in, and you always got the impression that if a few things went their way, they could still win this football game despite the fact they trailed by plenty. The other end of the field, you cannot take a pass on the 6th tackle, on the last tackle, and give the football over 3 metres out from your opponents. Lenny Beckett gets crunched here by Matt Rogers. That's fine, play on. Adam Dykes, the first to react, the closest to get there. We are going to have a grandstand finish.
Adam Dykes. I'm almost certain this has got to be a try. I'm trying to work out what could go wrong with it. He wasn't in the air attempting to mark the ball. He was firmly on the ground. That's not a consideration. And it is green light. It is a try for Cronulla to come back.
Well, I hope I'm not being too hard on Newcastle here, but I'm pretty sure they could have got to this footy on the full. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was too good a kick.
And good for Matt Rogers tonight, because as we said, a lot of things that he's tried have come off. Things that he normally executes with ease. And he's come up with a big play there.
And he's missed it again, has he? Yes, it's just wide. He can't buy one tonight. 20 points to 16. 72nd minute, Andrew.
And Ray, I'm here to tell you that man on screen, John Lang, has not sat down once this half. He has been firing out messages rapid fire. He at no stage has thought they're out of this game. Newcastle aren't at their best. I suppose you could describe the Sharks' plight. When you look at the table, they're swimming only about 3 inches of water, but they're still alive.
Lang charging back, inspiring his team with every play.
And you can bet the Dragons players and the Tigers players are sitting home tonight cheering on Newcastle.
Stewart. Donato. Graham running at Gidley. Is it my imagination, or has the back half of both halves seen Newcastle, I can't say run out of steam, run out of petrol, but just the back half of their two halves seemingly have got tired. It's been on both occasions that time in the game that Cronulla has started to make inroads. Healy, McDougall now. Beckett. Gee, had he been kicking Rogers tonight? I'm just trying to work it out in my own mind. David, how many's he got? 3 from 5. 2 from 5. Yeah. 2 from 5. Who'd want to be a coach? Johnny Lang, they say, is going through great pain, great anguish. This was him when the last kick missed. Watch him. Oh, dear. Andrew Johns on 5. Andrew Voss said that John Lang hasn't sat down. With 25,600, there's no seats anyway, Andrew. That's out on the full. It's landed on the line. It'll give the Sharks a little crack at the other end of the ground.
Wow. It's bounced in for sure. Absolutely bounced in. The touch judge was about 25 metres away from it, and he said out in the full.
Sean Ryan. Healy. Dykes. Best. Now Rogers. Let's hope it doesn't come back to be all that we read about for the next week. A touch judge mistake. Healy. Pearce. Laid down for Newcastle. Legitimately, I thought, no. He's ruled that it's been knocked out by Newcastle, and he will put a scrum down with Cronulla getting the loose head and feed.
Yeah, well, that kick decision, it only gave Cronulla probably 15 metres, 20 metres. They're not the biggest call in the game. This one helps Cronulla's cause. Another set of 6, 40 metres out. They trail by 4 coming into the last 6 minutes.
Dykes, long and low for Peachy. Short and under the chest of Best. Just a replay of that knock on there. There was even a hint of offside play, which we haven't got time to go back into. Peachy now. Stevens unloading. Dykes quickly. And Richardson chased and caught by Beckett. 41 away from the line. The Sharks have been playing catch-ups. They've been circling, looking for a meal. Stevens. 5 minutes to go. Or not that. Yes, 5 minutes to go. Mellor has been good. Graham worked tirelessly. Dykes has been probing, taking them round the park. Healy. Grubbers in behind Beckett, and Beckett took the gamble, watched it, put an umbrella over it. Paid off for him this time. It's been a wonderful season. I mean, this great game has got so many critics and so many knockers, and it's been through so much, but it's been a tremendous season, and we're coming down to the last bit of it and getting tremendous excitement and enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, as I said on the Footy Show last night, Ray, I apologise to David Moffat for my criticism of the top 8 playoffs. I thought that it was rewarding mediocrity coming into the second and third last weekends, and you've got a team on one loss can go from second or ninth or to ninth. It does make for some excitement.
not held and able to pass. Butterfield, that's the best and worst of it. That's the David Middleton equation. At the moment, it looks like Cronulla could go out of the top 8. I said could. The Middleton equation based on what might happen. As Johns puts in a grubber. Rogers, mixed fortunes, comes away. Let's look at the timepiece. 3.5 to go. Peachy, they're at the wrong end of the park. 15 out. They're going to bring it out of here. And I would imagine they'll do that on the end of a kick in just a moment. And then hope for a Newcastle mistake that will give them one more chance down the other end. Healy, they're still inside their 20. Dykes put away by Gidley. That's the expiry of 4. Richardson. Well, this is great defence by Newcastle. Nothing wrong with their stamina right now. The stamina that I was putting a question on earlier. And that kick has found the line. 32 outs off the boot of Mitch Healy. 2.5 minutes to go, Peter.
It's been touched in it as a Cronulla scrum feed, right?
Well.
Unbelievable. I did see one of the Newcastle Knights players go through and get very close to the kicker.
And obviously played at the ball.
He charged it down. Only just.
Yeah, you heard Clark say to Butterfield, he charged it down only just. Yeah. That would have to be termed as a play at the football. Had he not played at the football, it would have been Newcastle's speed. Unlike the rule from a couple of years ago. Peachy smothered by Gidley. McDougall hangs on. The score the way it is. 4 in front. Ryan. Cronulla would be happy with just 4, I suppose. Take something home from the visit. Mellor inside the 20, third play down. Donato, mousetrap for Rogers. Offload Donato. Quick ball for David Peachy. Back for Adam Dykes. Jolting tackle by Butterfield over the top.
4 tackles gone. Numbers to the right.
Donato goes there. Healy, Peachy. Gets away from Andrew Johns. Goes back to him. Martin Lang tries to go up the middle. 5 gone. No penalties. Newcastle will be the call. Nothing stupid on the last. Peachy. And the grubber kick has come down. And Hughes is on it for Newcastle. Was he onside? Did it come in contact with Andrew Johns adjacent to him? And if it did, was he onside? Shields, meantime, strides out. Very, very quickly, let's have a look at this. Peachy puts a kick in. It came off the feet of Hughes, off the feet of Johns, and by that stage, Hughes was back on side.
It's all right.
It was rapid fire. You couldn't be overcritical of anybody for getting it wrong, but as it turned out, they got it right. Rudder slowly. Andrew Johns. And the kick with 25 seconds to go offers Matt Rogers the chance of a miracle. He kicks for David Peachy, but it goes over the sideline. Fairly typical of the luck that Cronulla did not enjoy tonight. The Novocastrians have won it. I don't know that we saw grand final polish from the Knights here tonight. A dejected coach from the Sharks heads back down the tunnel. Even darker than when he came out at halftime. 20 points to 16. As tight as this season provides, week in and week out. This top 8 I'm referring to, not the scoreboards. They have been blown out on occasions. But really, tonight, puts Cronulla on the tightrope, on the back foot. Referee getting a real raspberry, him and his touch judges. We'll be back after the break with our full-time wrap, and Andrew Voss will have the $1,000 McDonald's Man of the Match. All that on the other side of the break. Look at them, 25,500 of them tonight. They close the gates. Good on you, Newcastle. We'll take a break and be back in a moment.
By 18 points at one stage, but a real struggle before finally defeating Cronulla 20 points to 16. It finished 3 tries apiece, with Tamana Tahu getting a double. Andrew Johns got 1 try and kicked 4 goals, while for the Sharks, Mellor, Rogers and Dykes all got 4-pointers. Matt Rogers didn't kick well tonight. He only landed 2 from 5. Tremendous performance from the Knights. Plenty of pressure on them tonight. Some good performers out there for them. But a real standout is our man of the match, and he is with Andrew Voss.
Peter, our $1,000 McDonald's Man of the Match tonight is the Knights centre, Tamana Tahu. Tamana, can I ask you, going into tonight's match, did you think back to that round 11 clash against the Sharks when it was self-confessed it was your worst match ever in first grade? A lot of things went wrong that night.
Yeah, it did. I just wanted to come here really focused and try to play the best I can, because I had the Sharks one.
So how much did that intercept try, getting you off on the right foot tonight, mean to you in the first half?
Yeah, well, that intercept, that lifted me a little bit, and that gained my confidence. And then during the game, I sort of got a little bit better, yeah.
Well, what do you put down your confidence to? I mean, you've been a real discovery this year. Is there any one thing you're doing off the field, or has there been an influential figure in your rugby league?
Yeah, it's just mostly just family and people like David Fairley and Tony Butterfield and the Johns boys, you know. They just give me the confidence, and I just go out there and I just play the best football I can.
And Tamana, just on the team's performance tonight, it did seem that the Knights lacked perhaps just a little bit of killer. You just couldn't put them away.
Yeah, well, the Sharks, they never stood down, and we had to stick it out the whole 80 minutes, yeah.
Well, I know one thing in finishing, Tamana, that I saw you play here in schoolboy football. It's only about 18 months ago. You were scoring, killing them back then, and you've carried on into first grade football.
Yeah, it was good playing against Francis Xavier, and yeah, it was a while back when I was about 17, 18. But yeah, I'm just glad I'm here in first grade.
You're a local boy from Cardiff High. Well done, Tamana Tahu, tonight, $1,000 from McDonald's.
Yeah, can I just say hello to my mum and all my sisters out west?
He's a very likeable and impressive young man, Tamana Tahu. 16 tries so far this year, and he is the player of the future. Paul, would you say it's fair that, despite the fact they're a Warren Ryan coach side and the win tonight, they didn't play that intelligently at time, the home team?
Look, I'm sure that Wok would be pretty unhappy with that performance here the other night by the Newcastle side. Plenty of drop ball, too many push passes, a poor kicking game, yet despite all that, they still won. Cronulla tried very hard. Some good plays for them tonight. Paul Mellor was great. Yeah. Jason Stevens, Nick Graham tried really hard. They came good in the last 15, 20 minutes, Cronulla, but all to no avail. Newcastle, I don't know if they're real premiership contenders at this stage, Pete.
Sherwin and Corey Hughes. Britta's the captain. Hetherington, Scott, Reid and Feeney and Glenn Hughes. Steve Folkes, the coach. Halligan, 2,026 points. The point scoring machine. He looks rather relaxed out there at the moment, knowing that this is his swan song. Guard of honour here for Butterfield and Johns. Some of the old boys from the Newcastle Knights. Anyone that's had any involvement in the club over the years, they are invited back here for the final regular season match of the year. Here's the lineup. At the back, it's McDougall. Albert, after scoring a hat-trick in First Division last week, comes onto the wing in place of Tamana Tahu. The rest of the field, as per the big league program, Warren Ryan is the coach, his 413th time in charge of a first-grade side, and Butterfield, his 233rd first-grade game. Most of them have been played for the Newcastle Knights. Of course, he had a few of them at Penrith way back in the 80s. And Matty Johns, his 174th for the Newcastle Knights. So the stage is set here. These two teams met in round 15 at Stadium Australia. The Knights won that one 30 points to 24. Sean Hempstead is the referee. Video referee is Ian Parnaby. Farewell today to Jason Hetherington. He's been great for the Bulldogs over the years, and he's heading to the London Broncos next year. Round 26 action. underway. Sherwin giving it straight away to Reardon for the Bulldogs. And I think it's going to be pretty vicious up front, for the want of a better term, early on.
Yeah, I think it is too. It's going to be really tough around that ruck area. You can see Ben Kennedy already getting involved with making one of his first tackles. And that's the way they've got to approach it, Newcastle. If they want to take it to the doggies here today at Marathon, they've got to get off their line very, very quickly and put pressure on the ball carrier.
The Paul Harrigan, not the start that Warren Ryan would have wanted, just giving away an early penalty, allowing the Bulldogs to settle into it.
Probably not, but a little bit predictable. You could see there with the boys warming up, the Newcastle Knights in the dressing sheds. See there's Sean Rudder. They're like cage tigers, a little bit of pressure here, expectation. So they'll just settle into the game. Probably weren't too impressed with that penalty, but they'll enjoy their set of 6.
Well, here's Britt, the captain, 25 metres out. They have one of the best away records, winning 6 from 12 on the road, the Bulldogs. They will need to be at their best here today. The number 10 taking it up, and that's Dennis Scott. Good field position. Hetherington dummying to the short side, and he goes to Sherwin out wide. And now Glenn Hughes stepping through. He's beat a couple. Hughes, he's got Hetherington on the inside, but McDougall was there to throw him into the turf right in front of the uprights. But a big hole opening up there in the Knights' defence, and now the Bulldogs. Well, he's given a penalty against the Bulldogs here.
He never get off the ground. He just played the ball when he's on the ground. He's got to get up off the ground.
Not playing the ball correctly. In great field position. A let-off for the Knights there. The touch judge is on. Here he is here. He wasn't standing when he played the ball, Hetherington.
You might want to put it on your court.
All right. Was prior incident? You want to go back to the mark?
Prior incident, you go back to the mark.
All right, we'll go back to what the mark is. All right, Butts, here we go. Come here, Butts. He's come on. He set us on reports. Go and report. And Butts, prior incident, we're going to change the decision. It's going to be a penalty against you, Butts.
Well, a previous infringement. The penalty has been reversed right in front of the uprights. Here's the incident here.
Be interested to see where Tony Butterfield actually comes from. And I think what you'll see there is going for the big shoulder charge. And I don't think it was really meant by the actual tackle. I think his elbow may have just come up just a fraction on Glenn Hughes.
Yeah, it was Glenn Hughes. Looked to be a little tough decision. Tony looked like he already made that tackle, but whether there was something involved with that tackle, we didn't see. Another interesting point, Ben Kennedy missed that initial tackle. He's got a crook ankle. Has been close to missing this week's game, so interesting to see if they target him. Well,
I don't think Butterfield's got anything to worry about there.
The touch judges didn't have much to worry about either. At close range, Halligan guided it through, so first points to the Bulldogs. Third minute, they lead by 2 points to 0. And Halligan just 2 points away now from that 200 barrier for this season. So the Bulldogs will be pretty happy with that. Giving away a penalty while hot on attack for not playing the ball correctly, but it was reversed. And Tony Butterfield is on report. And it's the Bulldogs now. This is Scott. 20 metres out from their own line.
You can hear the crowd going crazy. That is to this near side touch judge. He runs around about 15 metres onto the field to tell them to get off the play. I think you should leave that to the referee.
Britt up to the 30, he goes. He's their top offloader, their top tackler. Great leader, Darren Britt. Now Scott again, his second hit up in this set. About 11 from halfway. Sherwin got it to Corey Hughes, kicking. And the chasers were offside on that occasion, so they can't come down too close to McDougall. They're okay now, and McDougall returns the football 12 metres out from the line. To the right they go.
Canterbury, I thought when they kicked that ball, their players actually stayed onside. They had an opportunity to run the ball. Newcastle very, very short in the line. As Fairley makes a bus up the middle now.
Parsons.
Play on.
Passing it back to Rudder and Fairley. And now McDougall, the jink. McDougall, great work to Gidley. Gidley over on the far side. Albert's on the inside. He kicks ahead for Albert. Who's going to get the bounce? El Masri is back there to clean up for the Bulldogs. They look dangerous on the outside, the Knights. The Bulldogs somehow managed to come up with it. And it was El Masri who saved plenty of tries in last week's game. He's been asked to do a little bit early on today too, Gary.
Well, he's been very good at the back, hasn't he? That's why they find Rod Silver in reserve grade. I must say on that right-hand side, I thought the ball should have been passed to Gidley back inside. You know, the big forward chasing him. And Chance went begging there for a try.
Hughes. He's taken by Rudder. 20 from halfway. Down the short side they go. There's the kick from Sherwin. And he picks out McDougall, 25 metres out. And we have room to move. McDougall can't get through the tackle of Talau. He's just managed to slow him down. Gidley. Albert. And Halligan came up on him. That's the halfway mark. 2-0. It's the Bulldogs over the Knights, and this is Fairley looking to offload, but three of them in there to wrap him up, ball and all. Huge crowd here, over 25,000, letting the referee know that they're on to him. Well, that was a rare mistake by the Knights. Fortunately for them, it went back.
I think with the Knights, deep down they know they're probably going to win this game, and they're really not taking the ball forward. They're really trying to throw it around, and as you see now, offloads just at will, and here's a nice play.
Johns. Andrew Johns did well to leap over the top of one of the defenders on the ground. El Masri going back, and again he'll clean up. Albert losing his footing. Can he get out of there? El Masri. Oh, a little bit of magic from the Bulldogs fullback. Somehow he crept into the field of play.
It was great work, wasn't it, from El Masri? They wanted to get away from Butterfield. Put the kick in here by Johns. Once again, I thought they would have been better off trying to taking the ball to the line, getting the tackle. That's where he slips over. Watch him turn them around here. Andrew Johns comes up with a magnificent tackle just there. Nearly gets him in goal, but he doesn't. And here goes the Doggies.
And it's Hetherington in the clear. Jason still going. He was crying out for a bit of support there, the hooker, into open spaces, who was never going to have the pace to get away, but this is good field position, and it's Corey Hughes. Great ball to Scott. Scott, he steps the back line. Defence there, and he's in underneath the post. What a try to the Bulldogs. And the front rower stepping out of McDougall. He can't believe it. But the referee wants to check something through the video, referee. Oh, the Bulldogs, what a counter-attack. And the step from the big man, Dennis Scott, on McDougall.
I think McDougall thought he was going to try and beat him on the outside and pick up his winger on this far right-hand side, but decided to put the right foot step in there. It'll be interesting to see what the referee is looking for. Maybe it's the pass. It must be the pass he's asked to I think that's play on. That's fine. He goes through Scott. Just watch this, you'll see coming through.
I didn't have a question mark on it at the time. That looks all right.
That'll be fine.
Interesting, he got through Hughes, through the two of the big men for Newcastle. I'm just waiting now for this try to be, I would say, awarded.
Green light. The Bulldogs. And so it's 6 points to 0. The coach will be pretty happy with that. And of course, Daryl Halligan now from right in front will try and convert to bring up 200 points for the season. Here it is again.
You can just see now that the two big men, BK, Ben Kennedy again, probably on the inside, and also Matt Parsons. Nice little ball away. Got to say, that's a nice, it's not a step, it's a swerve, and he done a great job there. But I know for a fact the Newcastle Knights were looking to play a grafting style of rugby league, and both these sides have started to open up early, so looks like being a little bit of a touch football expose so far.
$200 in a season for the 5th time, and that's 3 years in a row now that he has brought up 200.
Open them up on the inside.
8-0. The Bulldogs over the Knights. And this has silenced this big crowd for the time being. Line breaks. 5 so far, 3 of them going to the Bulldogs. And Newcastle Knights falling off 5 tackles, and they've been crucial misses, giving the Bulldogs A, field position, and B, they've allowed 1 try to be run in. Talau over on the far side. 15 from halfway. Sherwin. Taken by Butterfield. Hetherington. And this is Corey Hughes.
You just see there when he kicked the ball there, Corey Hughes, he had plenty of time to run to the line to put the kick in. There's no pressure whatsoever from the Newcastle chasers on the kicker.
I've got to say also with the Newcastle Knights, that set of 6, again, got a penalty here. Going the Newcastle Knights offside there for the Bulldogs, but again, missed tackles for Newcastle, a real worry at the moment.
The Knights finding touch. 10 from halfway. A little flat, but they put it through the hands, and now it's been knocked down. Will it be a knock on? Will they be called back? Yes. Lester picks it up, dives across, but all to no avail. Came off a Bulldog's hand.
It doesn't matter. It's come off his hand, still a knock on.
They'll back the scrum down 10 metres from halfway. A look at it here. There it is there. Came off Darren Smith's right hand.
Ryan and Rachel Gudgeon, could you please go to the admin office? Nathan Ryan and Rachel
Well, nothing wrong with the start by the Bulldogs here. They know they can't make the playoffs, but they want to go out on a winning note. The Knights looking to win here, and that will mean they will finish third. And that will give them a playoff here at Marathon next Saturday afternoon against the 6th place team. Parsons, good strong run up to the halfway.
Got to say, Matty Parsons had a big improvement. The last 3 or 4 weeks he's been starting in first grade. His go-forward momentum has been superb.
Held through hands up, come on, Bulldogs. Come on, Jace, come on, Jace.
Number 10 for Newcastle.
The second rower, Feedy, a little slow to get to his feet. The inside pass to Fairley. The Knights have scored 121 tries to the Bulldogs 72 so far. So they certainly have the attacking machinery. But this time that's good defence by the Bulldogs, who are doing everything right here. Beckett into touch, about 21 metres out from the line.
It just looks like Jamie Feedy, I think he'll be coming from the field. He's back there on the right-hand side. Hasn't moved since that big run by Parsons. Took him out of play. The Newcastle side, they look like they're just going through the motions there, Chief.
They're just a bit excited, mate. They just need to settle down, as I said before, play some grafting football and then get on top. They're just a little bit horse before the cart trick at the moment.
Talau taken. Gidley underneath and Peden over the top. El Masri. 16 is on there for the Knights. That's Glenn Grief. To the short side. Britt. Nice and good defence there. Fairley went in and wrapped him up, ball and all. Corey Hughes to his brother Glenn. Up towards the 40. Scott. Across to Al Masri. Holding up the pass. Trying to slide through. Feeney coming to the sideline. Let's hope it's not too serious for Jamie. Big Willie Mason in the 16 jersey is on there for the Bulldogs. So the penalty. The kick finding touch, and now Hetherington on the 40. Gives it out to Scott, the try scorer. And he got it back to Britt. They're 30 metres out, the Bulldogs. Reardon straight ahead. Back to Hetherington. Wide they go. Sherwin to nobody. Picked up by Andrew Johns. He got it back to Ben Kennedy. Kennedy taken by Britt. That's the halfway mark. Penalty. Penalty to the Knights. And Andrew Johns wants to go on with it quickly. Cross it goes down to Gidley. Turns it back into Albert. Albert ankle tap there. Lost his footing. 25 metres out from the line. Looking for their first points, the Knights. And now it's Andrew Johns to Grief. And Grief up to the 20, centre of the park.
Special rates for Knights supporters at Phil Smith's Edison Hotel, Sydney.
Matthew Johns. Cross to Steve Simpson. He's played every game this season, Steve Simpson, but 16 of them have come off the bench. Handy play to have. Switch of play. Shields stepping the big man. Back to Andrew Johns. He got it across now to Simpson. Simpson across field. Chased by Scott, and Talau's there as well. The Bulldogs' defensive line holding, but now it's McDougall from dummy half. Across it goes Matthew Johns, looking for runners, wrapped up by Corey Hughes. Final tackle coming up. Rudder waiting for it at dummy half. Andrew Johns puts it on the ground. Who wants it? It's lying loose. It's there for Lenny Beckett. There's the first try to the Knights. Lenny Beckett claiming a 4-pointer. But he wants to just check it with the video referee, Ian Parnaby.
And what he's checking for here is, did he get it down fair and square, or did he miss the ball completely? Wiseman on the left-hand side wasn't too sure. Great little kick. Andrew Johns going to the line. You can see the outside centre here. Smith knew the kick was on. Lester's gone back. He misses the ball completely. And Lenny Beckett comes through. Does it?
Well, he fell on it. I think that's downward pressure.
Grounded any part of the body, but it'll be worth another look, that's for sure, as we see the rewind coming back slowly. Certainly does miss his hands.
But he fell on it there. He didn't play at it with his hands.
No, I don't think he lost control of that. I think eventually he grounded the ball with his stomach. That should be a try, from my opinion. What do you think?
I'm going a try. No different to anyone driving on a ball in goal.
Sorry, mate. I just wonder if he's actually hit it with his left hand and then it's gone back into his body. Will that be classified as a knock-on?
Yeah, that would be the only thing. But the rules state that any part of the body should do the trick. It's
pretty
handy, the old reverse.
Will it be the first try?
Just while we're waiting, I've got to say, I like the way that the Bulldogs are playing at the moment with the ball in attack. If they're going to win today, they've got to throw the ball around, a chance ahead, and no try is the decision.
Well,
interesting.
He's not. What the video referee in part of is saying there, he's knocked the ball on. So it's hit his left hand first, then come back into his stomach, and then he's forced the ball.
Not an easy one to adjudicate on first up.
Not with this big crowd behind him at the same time.
So the scoreline remains the same, 8-0. And Barry Ward picks up 5 metres from the restart. Mason. Back to Hetherington. 17, that's Adam Peake. Hetherington stealing a few metres down the short side as Darren Smith waits for it. Cross it goes to Corey Hughes. Sherwin, good ball back on the inside, but Salau had plenty of Knights defenders all around him and he couldn't control it, so it is Newcastle with it now, 10 from halfway.
Again, the Bulldogs lost possession there. They've done the last 2 sets of 6, but I'll reiterate, I've watched them a few times this year, and the times of the chance to hand like that, it's been successful. We'll see a knock on there.
Yeah, Glenn Grief won't be too happy with that. Errors 3 apiece. Here's Grief now forced to play the ball, just losing it on the way down.
It's a fair call, that.
Stand there, Phil. Got no ball. Stay in the scrum. Stay in the scrum.
Corey Hughes.
Stay in the scrum, mate. Go.
Beating the scrum, giving it out to Sherwin. What? I don't know what happened there. They probably practiced it.
Don't tell me he threw that up for a kick.
He did.
That's amazing. We'll have to have another look at that. That's all time.
I wonder what Stephen Folkes was talking to him just before the game. Maybe he went through the play once again as big Willie Mason takes 3 or 4 of them with him.
He's playing well, Willie Mason. He's got plenty of strength and got that right arm offload. It's really superb.
I just wonder if we'll see that at the next scrum.
And now they cough it up, the Bulldogs. And Andrew Johns has it. So both sides committing some errors. This is Hughes. Mark Hughes. One of 3 Knights to have played all 26 matches in 2000. Simpson. Good youngster, isn't he? Steve Simpson.
Certainly is. He come through with big raps on him. Similar to Steve Meansy's in appearance and also agility, lights hitting the ball off the 5'8". Matthew Johns got a big future.
Gidley. Back to Peden. Billy will play it about 5 metres inside the Bulldogs' territory. And Matthew Johns kicking on the final tackle. And he needs it to sit up. Will it? Yes, it will. Perfectly timed. El Masri. He's okay. Back into the field of play. What a return of the football. Hazim El Masri, fullback to beat. And McDougall is there one-on-one. The tackle had to be made. That's a great return by El Masri. Now it's Hetherington and Darren Smith. And he's got Corey Hughes. And Hughes throws it back into Smith, floating with the touchline. And now they cough it up. And the Knights throw a wobbly pass. Out the back door, Peden. What's going on out there, Chief?
Again, we see the Bulldogs doing that style of football, but I think they can allow a couple of mistakes because that's the style that'll win them the game if they can just pull it off. They've got to keep persisting with it.
Rudder a dummy half on the halfway mark. Shields. Peter Shields, the big man is through. Where's the support? Rudder is there. And it's gone to ground. It came off one of the Bulldogs, but it's now going to be a penalty to the Knights. Well, did he blow it up too soon? Was there enough advantage played there?
Well, he's saying the penalty was given on the tackle person that was Adam McDougall being tackled without the ball. Peter Shields making a good backing up by Rudder. He's a not good kid at the same time. You see Willie Talau tackling him without the ball. He's come off his shoulder. The referee said, give the penalty. Matthew Gidley just tell the referee that he was tackled.
Well, no team really sustaining any pressure. They're just releasing possession at will. Newcastle, funny enough, they were carrying 4 forwards on their bench, and you think that they're probably looking more to play in the forwards, but they're pretty open at the moment.
Andrew Johns looking for the first points for the Knights, and the flags go up. They're on the board at long last. The favourites here today, the Newcastle Knights, 19th minute. The Bulldogs lead 8 points to 2. Giving it to his captain, Tony Butterfield, up to the 20. Parsons. It meters out a dummy half. And Peden will play it. Shields. Just one out stuff at the moment. The Knights maybe looking to settle it down, and now it opens up for them. 2 on 1. Peden gave it to Gidley. Gidley will run away and score a try for the Newcastle Knights. That's a good set of 6. Laid the platform. Johns opened them up. They had 2 on 1 at the back. One of the best finishers in the game, Matt Gidley, scores the try.
It was great work by Andrew Johns going to the line. That's what he said, 3 or 4 forwards up straight away. They got a good, quick play of the ball. They just watch this right foot step here to come back inside the man, throws it in. But what about this ball here? That is tremendous, excellent stuff. Backing up beautifully was Billy Peden. I was a little bit worried about that pass there. Maybe it was a fraction forward. But Matthew Gidley did a great job backing up on the outside, scores a try that the crowd absolutely loved.
Well, that's how easy it can be. Newcastle took 3 or 4 tackles in a row just up the middle, laid a small platform, and look where they've come. Billy Peden with the ball, 2 hands, back inside there to Gidley, and he scored a great try, and that's the way to do it for the Newcastle Knights, without a doubt.
So Gidley, his 8th try this season. "19 minutes remaining first half. Mr. 70%. Andrew Johns looking to nail his 2nd attempt here today. Successful with an easy penalty earlier on. This one to lock it up. It's there. And it's 8-all.
This is Andrew Johns. Think about that there. Willie Mason's one of the guys who come up with a missed tackle, went nice and low. Need to go up and cover the ball up at the same time, but Billy Peden does a magnificent job, does it back up the middle of the ruck. Who else is there?
You're right, and Joey Johns had no right to make a gap here. There was 2 blokes coming in, got between 2. Beautiful right-hand offload. Billy Peden on the spot, loves it. And Giddy, look, he's a fine player, and just starting to hit some real form too.
And if Gidley didn't score the try, he had McDougall outside him unmarked, and this is a mistake by the Bulldogs out on the full. We'll come back to the centre of the halfway line for the penalty to the Newcastle Knights. Parsons. Johns giving it to Shields. He gave it to McDougall up from fullback. 30 metres out. Danger signs ahead for the Bulldogs. Butterfield. That's the 20. Johns. Parsons. 13 metres out. Matthew Johns this time having a go on his own, taking on the line. couldn't find a way through. Final tackle coming up. Andrew Johns at first receiver. Grubber kick. It's been trapped by one of the Bulldogs, and so they come up with it. As Corey Hughes displays some good footwork there. And now Talau will be forced to play it on the 20.
There was a fair defensive set there by the Bulldogs, but one thing they'll look at half-time is stopping the Knights' offloads. 2 or 3 offloads have been very dangerous for them. They're not wrapping up the players, so I'm sure they'll be addressed with that one at half-time.
They've got some great offloaders too, haven't they? And Parsons, Fairley, Eden, Kennedy,
Shields, yeah.
Shields, Britt. 3 of the nice defenders in there to throw him into that 40-metre mark. Glenn Hughes. Sherwin. McDougall, perfectly positioned. 10 out from his own line. Winds up. Out of McDougall. Away from 1. Couldn't get away from Talau, though.
He makes some very good metres, doesn't he, from the neck return. Then you get this guy at speedster, Darren Albert, puts it up, makes it around about 40 metres up from their own try line.
Lenny Beckett denied a try earlier on. 5 from halfway. 16 minutes remaining in the first half. And that's a great break by Shields. Shields gets the Fen going. They come at him from behind, and Jamie Feeney it was that shut him down, but a good run by the man from the interchange bench. And now this is Simpson. Gidley over to Albert. Albert trying to step his way through now. Can't get away from them, though. But the Knights looking dangerous again. Final tackle coming up. Johns stepping. The grubber kick into the in goal. Who wants it? It's been picked up by Al Masri. He takes it across the dead ball line. And we'll have a restart from between the sticks.
It's great work here once again. Matthew Johns going to the line, putting the kick in. Great chase there by Parsons and, of course, Adam McDougall. But the pass on that right-hand side, that was tremendous work by Gidley to get the ball out to Darren Albert.
What about Peter Shields having an absolute wow of a game? And the Newcastle Knights saying to the Bulldogs, if you want to play residential football, we'll match you. A great set of 6 that one.
Newcastle Knights, they certainly know how to force the goal line dropouts. They're second in the NRL behind Parramatta. 52 goal line dropouts they've received this season. They put plenty of pressure on with that grubber kick into the in goal. It's either Andrew or Matthew Johns. David Fairley, 20 metres out from the line. The Knights looking to break them open here, to break the deadlock. Matty Johns to Ben Kennedy. It's a good tackle, though, from Peak. Matthew Johns. Cut out pass. They go wide. Gidley calling Albert back on the inside. Stepping Albert, but he can't find a way through. Final tackle coming up. And it's Matthew Johns, and this time another grubber kick. And the captain! Did he get it down? Oh, this will be a fairy tale try if the video referee gives this one to Tony Butterfield, the big man. What a chase. Great little kick. I must admit, without seeing it, I think he got it down on the line. I reckon it's a fair try.
I'll tell you what, I hope he has done. Got it down on the line. A great pass by Andrew Johns out to his brother Matthew Johns. Puts a kick up. He's onside. That is not a problem. He picks the ball up there. The video referee will be saying as he carries it over, gets down nice and low, doesn't he? And from there, I'd say he's got the ball down. That'll be a fair try for big Tony Butterfield. Well, he's had everything today, hasn't he?
Well, the momentum carried it across the chalk.
He's been put on report. He scored a try. Let me tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if he has a shot of goal himself here, Chief.
Maybe a little later on, but as I said before, this crowd was, this ground was sold out on Thursday. To see this man play in maybe his last home game, to score a try would be just fitting. We're waiting now to see what the decision is, and she's a try.
Tony Butterfield, take a bow. The last of the original Knights, 34 years of age, his final regular season match, and he comes up with a try, and that is now 108 career points. I must point out that's more than Matthew Johns. He's only got 97, and no doubt Tony will remind him of that a little later on.
Big Buttsy, he practices this at training a lot. Look, for a front rower in his age, he shouldn't be chasing kicks like this. Just phenomenal, but it is a testimonial to him. Tony Butterfield made his debut for State of Origin at the age of 32. It's just phenomenal. He's consistent. 34, scoring tries like that. Good on you, Butter.
And Johns adds the extra 2. So it's 14 points to 8 now.
He'll be the first man to hit the ball up once again.
2 tries to 1. Halligan.
Chief, he was entitled to chase that ball 5 metres, you know.
Fair enough for that. He's pretty tired, the big fella, too. But,
well, actually, I'm noticing that the changes out there are happening pretty quickly, and probably around about 8 to 10 minutes at a time. They're getting the 4-pack rotating it quite a lot, so it must be very, very hot out there in the middle.
This is Fairley. 15 from halfway.
Come on, Darren, come on.
Parsons. Driven back in the tackle. Good defence by the Bulldogs. 3 of them in there. Butterfield again. Up towards halfway.
Come on, Dogs, come on.
There's no stopping him at the moment. Full of energy. Right down the throat of El Basri, and he returns the football. One of the best kick returners, isn't he, El Basri? But that time, Johns was there.
That's what the half had to do, Andrew Johns. I think he's got to inject himself more into the game at the same time. Get the first receiver, put his brother on the outside and play them on the edge of the ruck. As now Willie Mason takes it forward for the Canterbury side.
Play on, play on.
This is Martini off the interchange bench. Sherwin, Smith, Talau charging onto it, trying to hit the gap, but he couldn't control the pass, and so there's another turnover there, another error, and McDougall bounces out of 1 or 2. Almost back to the halfway. Andrew Johns. Well, they're going to play the knock on there.
And Andrew there was looking to the referee saying, well, someone might have touched that ball out of my hand. It was offside. It wasn't going to go for him here. Just trying to pick up the ball nice and quick there. Got out and just let go of it. Look to the referee, say, what happened?
like you said, Wiz, it's pretty hot out there. It wouldn't surprise me. Bit of sweat getting on that ball because he doesn't drop many like that, Andrew Johns, that's for sure.
It just goes to show that nobody's perfect.
Exactly.
He's trying to rush things a little, maybe. But it's the Bulldogs now. Peak. We're in straight into Shields and Parsons. Hetherington. Scott. Taken by Parsons. Fairley. Smith. .32 metres out. Lester. Got it back to Reardon. Standing a little flat-footed, though. Kick ahead from Sherwin. McDougall is back there. He was shielded pretty well by Lenny Beckett. Penalty goes to the Knights. Tackle was completed when one of the other Bulldogs came into.
And we're just trying to slow the game down now. Fraction, just under 10 minutes to go in this first half. What a few penalties in the game. 5 to Newcastle, 3 to the Doggies.
25,904. Oh, Rauhahi.
Don't be surprised. Sorry, matey. Don't be surprised to see Andrew Johns run the ball in the last tackle at the same time.
Peden. Almost to halfway. With a facial there from Jason Hetherington. Switch of play. Matthew Johns. Can't find that gap. Rudder across to Andrew Johns and now Shields. Johns a double round. There's the kick. And Lester is able to control it. Claimed immediately by Mark Hughes. 20 from halfway. Martini.
That's good. Great defence.
Britt. 10 from halfway. El Basri. Well picked up by Smith. It wasn't Smith. But the other Bulldogs in the headgear. Feeney. Inside pass. Peake can't control it. Picked up now. And Rauhahi has it. And it's the Knights a couple of metres inside the Bulldogs' territory. Brief. 11 errors in the match. 7 against the Bulldogs is because they're trying to promote the football. Rudder to play it. Now Gidley. And Gidley kicking ahead for Albert. Was he impeded? The ball's going to go into the in goal. And it's back to the 24, a restart.
I think Darryl Halligan and Willie Talau, they knew they had to try and stop him coming through because he was going to be flying onto that ball. He just gets beaten over the edge. And Masri once again is there for the doggies.
Yeah, Darren Albert loves that stuff. Little chips through for the chase. The Bulldogs' last set of 6 was pretty poor in attack. They need to do something more. Poor options. Need to play the ball a little quicker too and get out of there. And offloads is probably the best thing they can do. Controlled offloads there by Brent is the go for them.
Tell you what, that tackle really did hurt. Hit his head on the ground.
10 from halfway. Glenn Hughes. Martini will receive some treatment in back play. Britt got it back to Hetherington. Hetherington dummying. Taken over the top was Rudder. Underneath was Peden. Glenn Hughes dummying on the inside. They didn't fall for it, the Knights. Hughes. Corey. They went back, so it's play on. Scott. Out the back door, Reardon. And now Glenn Hughes. They're not afraid to throw it around today, the Bulldogs. Kick from Smith, but right into the arms of Darren Albert. And Albert fires it across. Hughes stepping to Lenny Beckett. And Beckett can't get away from Leicester.
Tell you what, it's an enterprising game, isn't it? Everyone's just throwing the ball around all over the place. It comes semi-finals next week. It's the Newcastle side will play the game totally different, a lot more structured, a lot more up the middle stuff to try and take advantage of their good big forward pack.
Well, I think their opponents next week will be a little more structured, won't they? The Bulldogs, knowing the season will end for them today, so it's almost as if they've been told to go out and have a good bit of fun.
I think that's how the game should be played anyway. Matthew Johns comes up with a knock-on.
Making the second tackle. Hampstead says, I won't have any of that. So the penalty goes to the Bulldogs.
Yeah, that was a pretty loose pass there from Sean Rudder. Left to right, one tough ball to throw. Just out in front of Matthew there. But again, we talk about pressure in semi-final football and how important it is. You see, that's a tough one to take. A bit of pressure there from Hughes. But coming on to semi-final football, you really need to get a game in before the semis of structured stuff as we've been talking about. And I think Newcastle will turn it around soon. They need to.
Feeney almost through, then lost the football, and so it's play on. Well, the Bulldogs.
He's a little bit like it, wasn't he?
Field position.
He went through the tackle, and then they come over the top of him after they missed the tackle on Feeney. He's getting on the ground, they jumped on top of the ball, just screwed out.
Penalty against David Fairley here for striking out. Something happened. There was a bit of push and shove, and Fairley was fired up.
Stand away. You got the penalty. Stand away. Right, let me do the refereeing. I didn't see anything in the towel. You just come up and throw the punt penalties against you. Cut it out, Dave. Let me move for the game.
Well, he only saw the retaliation.
That'll be the first time I've ever seen Dave Fairley ever in his career and throw a punch and say that he got elbowed. It's more like an open hand.
All backed it up. I've never seen him do it either, son.
Yeah. But he's had a tremendous season for the Newcastle side too. He's been one of the inspirations, and that's a very angry face.
The guy that had over too, Jason Hetherington, he's had a great game today. Of course, this is his last game in Australia, and he's really tried hard out there for the Bulldogs.
Maybe we'll see the Hetherington and Fairley confrontation continue in England in the next season.
Remember this one?
Halligan, 4 points today, so he's chalked up 200 points for season 2000. Of course, Ricky Stewart there on the left, and to the right of him in the sunglasses, Bradley Clyde. They've both played their last games in Australia. Halligan, no problems from right in front, and so he narrows the gap. It's now 14 points to 10. 37th minute.
quality performance that is Power Max.
Yes, I imagine there's a bit of emotion on the bench there as well, with Stewart retiring this year and Clyde heading to the UK along with this man here, Hetherington, to finish their careers. Fairley and Shields doing the same in the Newcastle Knights lineup. Scott taken by Rudder, also in there to finish it off with Simpson.
A little bit of feeling now getting into the game. Was it on the tackle there?
Britt.
Hands off the ball, hands off the ball.
The Bulldogs, they really need to go to the break, trailing by only 4, get this set of 6 away. Then they'll have to try and stop the Knights from scoring more points, just to keep them in the hunt in the second half. There's the kick from Corey Hughes. And Albert eventually will pick it up. 18 metres out from his own line. Aaron Albert, only 9 games this season. He's only played 1 in the last 12 weeks. Beckett.
Some of the forwards are at the line up now for Newcastle. Beckett throws the ball out. He's the left-hand winger taking the ball forward now, puts the Dogs back on attack with Darren Britt going to the line.
Yes, I don't think that pass had to be thrown by Beckett.
Warren Ronley plenty to say to his troops at half-time about the way and the manner they're playing this game. Here's another offload.
El Masri coming, almost through. He is through. El Masri reaches out. Did he get it down? The referee was right on the spot, and they're hugging. They think they've got a 4-pointer here. He will check it with the video referee, but just before half-time, El Masri broke a couple of tackles, twisted, turned, reached out. Well, no problem with the downward pressure, but was it on the line or over it?
This one here will be able to tell us to get the ball down. Well, I think that's a try. He's done magnificent there, hasn't he, El Masri, to get through that line. We'll come for that mistake.
Not only is it a try, that's remarkable. There's not too many blokes not only could get there, but to get that ball down, that situation, there you have a try. Well, they call him Mel Magic, and I know why. That was absolutely fantastic. Notice that Lenny Beckett coming to the side. He was carrying a calf to this match. Unfortunately, that pass that went astray caused that try. And here's Hazem now. El Masri, great player, good try.
It's the offloads that's really hurting the Newcastle side. Great offload there by Lesson. He goes across the field. The Newcastle side just started to slide just a fraction too early, and Simpson should have gone straight ahead and put some pressure on him. Even Andrew Johns couldn't to stop him. McDougall comes, but all too late. Magnificent effort there by El Masri.
Not only did the Bulldogs hold the Knights out in the last minute or two before half-time, they've actually put on 4 points, and I think we can confidently add another 2.
Well, it's a really out-of-control match, and the fact now we're heading into half-time with 30 seconds to go after this try here we see now going to be scored. It's 16-14, the Knights are behind. Really remarkable. The coaches like to see a control match to stick to game plan, certainly has it. And that's one of the best individual efforts I've seen for a long time, Wiz.
Yeah, it was great. This pass here by Leicester, I thought was magnificent. Plenty of forwards around him. He got the ball back to the Newcastle side.
Yes, it's not all over yet, the first half. Butterfield, it was very good to get the ball back from the kick-off. The kick ahead now for Albert over on the far side, and it's going to go into touch. And that is going to be the end of the first 40 here. At times, helter-skelter stuff. We've seen 4 tries, 2 apiece. The Bulldogs led early, 8 points to 0, and then the Knights came back to win, or to lead 14 points to 8. But then that penalty from Halligan and the converted try right before half-time by this man here. The try scorer was El Masri. So at half-time, 16 points to 14. The underdogs, the Bulldogs, are leading Newcastle. For the Bulldogs, but not for the Knights. But will they finish in the top 4? And will they be back here next Saturday afternoon as third-placed team in the playoffs, taking on the 6th-place team in the first weekend of the semis? They've got some work ahead of them. This is Kennedy. And Ben Kennedy His last game was in round 17, so a bit short of a run, Ben Kennedy. Butterfield on with Port. He's got a try beside his name as well. Rudder at dummy half across to Andrew Johns. That's a good opening set by the Newcastle Knights. El Masri returning it up over the 10-metre mark. He's been one of the stars for the Bulldogs again, El Masri.
He's led by example, hasn't he? Getting on the ball, making the tackles, scored a tremendous try at the same time. He has certainly saved them over the last couple of weeks, probably having 4 or 5 tries scored against them. I'm going to give the referee a bit of a mention here. Sean Hampstead, just before the game, is tossing the coin up, just practicing. Magnificent to see them practice the toss. There was no one else there, just me.
What did you call?
Draw.
Well, now it's Hughes. That's what goes on before the match, is it?
Yeah. He said to give it a bit of a mention.
Smith plays it back. And the kick from Sherwin. Did manage to talk to the video referee Ian Parnaby for the benefit of the Newcastle Knights fans, wondering why he ruled against that try by Lenny Beckett. He said that he actually placed it on with the thigh. Over on the far side now, Mark Hughes puts a foot on the gas. The cover comes across at him. Wes Beckett didn't fall on it with any part of the torso, so he ruled against it. But now it is the Knights. Crossfield they go through Rudder. Kalau holds on, quick play the ball. Kennedy picks it up from dummy half. He slips 10 metres out from the line. John's taking them on. Can't find a way through. He was taken by Reardon. And now it's Andrew. Andrew back to Butterfield. And Butterfield held up by his opposite number, Darren Brett. Reardon also in there as well, in front of the uprights. And now Andrew Johns looking. The inside pass, Kennedy! Kennedy will score a try for the Newcastle Knights. Welcome back, Ben. First game back at the top grade since round 17, and Ben Kennedy on the inside of a perfectly timed pass from Andrew Johns. That's just what Warren Ryan and the Knights fans wanted. Perfect start to the second half. Newcastle 18, Bulldogs 16.
Better attitude in the second half from Newcastle already. Straight from the kickoff. Saw that great break down this left-hand side. And McDougall, good long pass over the top there. And he makes plenty of yards, Mark Hughes. But also the guy coming across in cover for the Bulldogs, Glenn Hughes, did a magnificent tackle on there to stop that try. But once again, this just was set up so easily. Look, he just takes his time. They don't come across from marker. Steve Reardon's the man who goes high on Ben Kennedy, gets pushed off. Very good try and a good opening start.
You're right, Steve Reardon there, probably a little bit lazy. Was the main problem in the defence line. But the Newcastle Knights, you don't have to be a junior, you can tell at half-time they've been told to settle down. 2 completed sets in a row, they get a try. I think the message is coming home loud and clear.
Andrew Johns looking to add the extra 2. 15 metres in from this broadcast touch here at Marathon Stadium. Johns favoured to take out the Dally M next week. And I'll put the marker on him. It's away to the right. But more importantly for the Knights, they are back in front, 18 points to 16.
The Festiva run out is on.
Fairley. Swinging arm over the top there from Hetherington, trying to wrap him up, ball and all.
I'll tell you what, he didn't miss Hetherington there at the same time. He got Mr. Fairley.
Dave Fairley and Hetherington, they look like they're aiming up at each other today. It will be interesting.
And they'll be aiming up in England next year as well. 2 of the many NRL stars heading north.
That's a little slap on the ear.
A little something for the effort.
Penalty. Well, it's going to go against Ben Kennedy, who's blowing up. He was saying he was impeded. The referee saying no, he did not play the ball correctly.
See, Andrew Johns going up there straight away, knew that Ben Kennedy was going to have something to say to the referee. And I thought he was held by 1 foot there. But Darren Brett, the players look at the referee, go, work out what he said yourself.
Bulldogs captain Darren Brett. He won't be disappointed with that decision. And the Bulldogs with an opportunity to hit back now. Hetherington has it, 35 metres out. Great field position, and Brett will be forced to play it on the 30. Feeney. Feeney in the back row for Bradley Clyde, who really wanted to play this one to say farewell to the game in Australia, but unfortunately he was ruled out with an injury, giving Feeney an opportunity to start. Now it's Britt. Straight ahead he goes. Got the pass away, El Masri, round the corner to nobody. Talau got a good bounce. He's claimed immediately by Albert and Andrew Johns. Halligan. Scott scored the opening try. Play with plenty of promise. Jenna Scott. Final tackle coming up, and Corey Hughes runs to the line, and he's going to be trapped on the final tackle.
He just run out of numbers there, Corey Hughes. He needed a player inside him. Try and offload the ball. Would have been an option, would have been to put the ball along the ground and probably get another repeat set.
He ran into the world's biggest play too, and Matt Parsons just engulfed him.
That's the 20 for the Knights. Kennedy picks up 10 metres. It's a good sign for the Newcastle Knights. This time, penalty to the Knights. Steve Reardon limping back. Kennedy looking for the quick play the ball. Reardon not getting off in time. But a good sign for Harrigan for the Newcastle Knights to see Ben Kennedy getting involved.
Yeah, very positive come up the semi-finals. He probably pushed it a little week early to get back because he wanted to get that fitness and a game under his belt. But just ironic, the last two penalties, one went against Ben in the play the ball. This one went with him. 50-50, could have went either way. It's just a tough decision now to play the balls.
McDougall stepping. McDougall. Oh, just couldn't link up with Gidley. Got it back to Albert. And Albert on the angle run. Back on the inside. Such a slippery character. McDougall handles for the second time in the boot, but it shuts down there. Reardon coming in to wrap up Andrew Johns. And now it's McDougall up in the action still. McDougall back it goes to Kennedy. Kennedy is sizing up the options. Gets it out to Andrew Johns and Butterfield. And now Parsons. Parsons out the back door. Gidley throws it out the back door. Who wants it? It's there for Albert. And Albert will play it.
I'm so glad they didn't score there. It would be very hard to call all those players.
Well, they're swinging it through the hands, and Albert floating with the touchline manages to stay in the field of play.
Well, that's unbelievable. I've never seen like that. He's played with millimetres, Albert.
Grab a kick. McDougall slams it down for a try. Raises the one finger in the air. Well, he had a big hand in the previous movement, Adam McDougall. And he was on the spot. Slam it down and pick up the 4 points after that grubber kick from Matthew Johns. It was well weighted, and the Bulldogs can't believe it.
Once again, they're using that kick. Beautifully done by Matthew Johns. And McDougall going through. This is the stuff here. Look at, so close. The linesman's right there. He nearly went out twice. Got up, played the ball quickly, and just watch him go to the line. That's the big thing. You see, they bring the defence right up. El Masri's a little bit too deep. He's coming across now. Just a beautiful bounce there for McDougall at the same time.
It was good play there for Matthew Johns. Does it well. I tell you, Adam McDougall was right on the line there for being onside. But a great try there. Must give a rap to Darren Albert, not just for staying in touch, but I think it's his first game back in first grade for quite a while. Played superb so far. Andrew Johns most definitely put this 2 over. Right in front.
Yes, the flags go up. So it's 24 points to 16. Job with the grubber kick. You see the Bulldogs have been forced with their kicking game to kick long all the time. They haven't got themselves into that attacking position.
Well, this is interesting here. Adam McDougall slipped over on the grass, looked the wrong way to pick up, I think it was Butterfield. The ball seemed to go backwards. We'll have a look here. He's caught the ball. Looked the wrong way there for Butterfield. Now, to me, that pass and momentum seemed to go on a backwards trail more than forwards.
I agree with you, Chief. I thought the ball went back.
For a moment, Johns thought the impossible has happened. We've stolen one from the opposition feed. Not so. We wanted it in again. Now the Bulldogs have to try and control it. They've lost it, have they? No. It's been touched by Newcastle, so it's play on. Peak. And Peak is about 8 metres out. Maybe a bit of luck going the Bulldogs' way. Can they convert that luck into some points here? And trail by 8. Sherwin back to Britt. And Britt straight ahead to Corey Hughes, who did well to pick it up. He wasn't really expecting it. Hetherington gives it to Britt. And Britt will be forced to play it. Just a metre or 2 out. Hetherington. Sherwin and Glenn Hughes. No way through there. Good defence by the Knights. Now, what sort of kick will we see this time? It's a grubber kick from Sherwin, and McDougall picks it up, and away he goes. Gives it out to Mark Hughes. And he will play it now 11 metres out from the line, their own line.
Great work there by Adam McDougall. Got himself in a good position to clean that kick up. And we're going to get another set of 6 back. He made tremendous metres.
Kennedy.
One thing I like about Adam McDougall's play here today, he's willing to use the ball. When he goes to the line, he's looking for people to run into holes and offload. Celebrating
the signing of a new 4-year deal, Adam McDougall.
Yeah, very good for the club. It took some time. I think it was about a month and a half for Adam to decide where he was going to go. He had options with Gridiron in America, also rugby union. A great athlete. He originally was with Newcastle Knights, went to the Roosters and come back, and it's a great signing for the Newcastle Knights.
He's a top line breaker as well. And this man here is a top try scorer, and the top line breaker for the Bulldogs is Emil Masri. Halligan. Less than 1/2 of football to go for Darryl Halligan. Feeney bounced out of a couple of solid shoulder charges. Hughes. Sherwin. They grab a kick from Glenn Hughes, and well, they needed a good bounce, and eventually they got one. And now it's Smith. Has he got the pace to get away? Unmarked is El Masri on the inside, but the cover comes across, and somehow they shut them down. Good scrambling by the Knights on that occasion. And Hetherington. Cut out pass to Sherwin. Sherwin trying to step his way through. Good run by Sherwin. And that's the final tackle. Well, that's good defence by the Knights, but you have to applaud the Bulldogs. They're having a go out there.
Well, went on that short side, put the little grubber kick in for Darren Smith. Was very well done. I'll tell you what, I've got to give Darren Arrow a big rap there. He sprinted up out of the line, forced the player to go back inside and Hughes. That's really helped their causes. Fairly now makes a good 10 metres.
I tell you, Warren Ryan really looking for the Newcastle Knights just to take control. Like, they're playing the better football, but here we go with 26 or 25 minutes to go. It's 24-16, and the Bulldogs look like they're on a try at any time. They've got to settle down and take control of the match.
Andrew Johns got it away to Rahihi, and Billy Peden dummying. Peden, out the back door it goes. Matty Johns, and he'll play the ball. Tempted to offload, but in the end elected to take the tackle, and now Rahi charges right down the middle. He's inside Bulldogs territory. The kick from Johns. Back to Halligan. Started at Hamilton in New Zealand, played rugby union for his province, Waikato. Went to North Sydney in 91, the Bulldogs in 94. Talau, hoping to play his way into the New Zealand Test team for the World Cup.
Andrew Johns got hurt in that tackle there, trying to make it on Willie Talau. They need to play on the wing for a couple of seconds.
5 from halfway, the Bulldogs. Darren Smith plays it back to Hetherington. Taken by Albert. Hughes getting the kick in. He picks out McDougall. Fingertip control. McDougall. Well, could be problems here. Lenny Beckett. Well, I'll tell you what, it was heart in the mouth stuff. The pass from McDougall didn't find the required mark.
There was a dog fight between those two players there. Lenny Beckett done real well to get down low. And I reckon saved nearly a try.
Agree with you, Chief. He did magnificently to get to the ball. Worked very, very hard after he'd gone past him. There's another offload. Rahi goes to the line, looking for players to offload to.
Simpson. 20 from halfway. Grief. Cross to Peden. And Peden did well to keep it alive. Hughes has been knocked down by Lester over there. Tackle count restarts. Peden on the 40. 24-16. Newcastle needing a win to host one of the playoffs next weekend.
Don't know where they're going to put all the people if they do. They should get away with this game. There's another penalty for laying down the tackle.
It's hard to get a grasp from this game, I tell you. We know it's sloppy, but Newcastle look like they're on the verge of making something special or scoring the next try, but they just can't. It's a really strange part of the game at the moment. You see here, the Bulldogs players all over Peter Shields. They've had enough. Penalty given. Can Newcastle convert? No pressure being applied so far in the second half.
Glenn Grief. Rauhahi. Good strong run. Still going. And offloading to Simpson. Simpson looking. Popped it out. Rudder wrapped up ball and all by Feeney right in front of the uprights. This is great work by some of the younger stars for the Knights. Now it's Matthew Johns. Thought he spotted a gap.
They need to go left.
Shields. Rauhahi. Wide ball. 3 on 1. Grief gave it across to Mark Hughes. And Hughes scores what will probably be the winning try here. That should wrap it up for the Newcastle Knights. Even though we've got 22 minutes remaining, it might be enough to break the spirit of the Bulldogs. 28 points to 16. They had numbers, plenty of them.
And they did it that. Paul Rahihi started it all up with that great burst down the middle from the tap. Got a couple of good offloads to Simpson. They carried on the short runner. And then Rahihi, you'll see him here. When he gets it, this is his hit up. Gets rid of 1, gets rid of 2. They're holding on. That's good work by the big front rower too to come off. He's had a pretty good season, Rahihi. Once again, offload there. Rudder takes the tackle. Watch Rahihi's pass. A la Andrew Johns, Matthew Johns. Watch the big fella. Here we go. It's right on the outside of Darren Smith. Holds the ball up beautiful there. And Glenn Grief goes over to Hughes, scores in the corner.
Yes, Mark Hughes, nice pass. I've got to say, I agree with you. A right to left pass from a front rower, a snap, clean snap, straight to Grief, straight to Hughes, great try. Paul Rahihi is coming up for re-signing. He's had a great game. He's been one of the informed players the last 2 or 3 weeks. That'll do him no end of good when it comes to signing contracts. Mark Hughes there, good local junior from Curry. You can see the Bulldogs players there, disappointed. They know that try really hurt him. And Paul Rahihi, what a great game he's playing at the moment.
So Andrew Johns looking to add the extra 2 from out wide. A metre in from touch on the far side. Almost halfway through the second half. They were down by 2 points at half-time. They've scored 3 unanswered tries in the second half, the Knights. Johns. Has it got the legs? No. Waved away. The scoreline remains the same. 28 points to 16. Newcastle over the Bulldogs. Scott. .30-metre mark. Hetherington gives it to Reardon. It's taken by Parsons, who went high and underneath. It was Simpson. Sherwin and Glenn Hughes. Glenn Hughes looking to offload. The support wasn't there. Sherwin. Corey Hughes. Mason. Out the back door it goes. Picked up by Martini. Away from 1. Martini. Halligan couldn't control it. And we'll come back for a 20-metre restart.
Well, they're certainly letting the ball have some air, the doggies, in the second half. Trying to put some points on the board. No, they are 28 to 16 behind. Just great work there by Andrew Johns to make the tackle on Darryl Halligan, who just didn't have control of the ball.
Rudder. Butterfield. About 12 from halfway. Parsons.
Come on,
2 front rowers working in tandem. Now, It's Andrew Johns. Taken by Hughes. And Mason.
Billy Braden for Ben Kennedy.
Matthew Johns back on the inside. McDougall peaked it well to get to him and slow it down, but he wasn't effectively held. They've got some numbers over the top fairly. Gives it to Lenny Beckett. Back on the angle run. Bounced out of one. Beckett got it up to Hughes, and he can't control it. And so now the Bulldogs come away with it. Well, a near thing over there. And in the end, Hughes just couldn't control that final pass.
Having the Newcastle side got some great skill there around that ruck area. Short little passing game. The Bulldogs try and make the tackles on them.
Halligan to play it. 27 or so out from his own line. Scott crunched there by Parsons. Came in over the top. Penalty. And Matt Parsons complaining here, saying there was a man playing the ball that was at fault.
We just watched the tap. There's the tackle. Parsons letting them know it's not here for an easy day. Butterfield and Parsons to make the first tackle here.
Oh, crunch time on the 40. Big tackle. Peter Shields came in, but he injured himself at the same time. But it's the Bulldogs. I full credit to them. They're not giving up. Hughes. To Lau. A terrible bounce. Couldn't do much about that. And Andrew Johns was there to claim it. Albert. Rudder. Out of dummy half. Thought he spotted the gap. It closed when Scott got to him. They're not playing the ball properly. Not just the second or third time we've seen a penalty for that.
Interesting to have another look at this one if we can, because he seemed to be standing there. Well, he's been affected by a wedgie, unfortunately, for Newcastle Knights. He couldn't play the ball.
Oh, one cheek too many.
Well, Warren Ryan will be upset with that one because he's forgot about the playing the ball. Not bad.
I think he got up the wrong way at the same time. He was facing the sideline instead of facing.
There's nothing wrong with a wedgie, young fella. Keep playing the ball.
Oh, that was funny. Back to the footy.
No, I think we'll stick to the wedgie.
Oh, golly, gee.
It's the Bulldogs.
We've seen everything today.
This is Hughes. Driven back in the tackle. Scott. Smith. Sherwin. Did well to keep it alive. El Masri over the top it goes. Albert almost intercepted. They'll play the knock on.
Well, Liz, answer me this question. What type of game is this? It's just unbelievable. It really is basketball come touch football now. It's everyone's throwing the ball around willy-nilly. No control. See, Darren Albert would have been very dangerous if he got hold of that one.
Just look who's playing outside centre, though. Jason Hetherington.
He's in everything. It's his last game here.
But he's got more opportunity to score a try out there than go with the Ruckers.
The thoughts must go out to Darryl Halligan with 12 minutes to go. It's his last 12 minutes of his career. A combination of trying to save at the moment and also stop the Newcastle Knights coming down his side.
Let him in.
They get the put into the scrum. The Bulldogs. Talau. The head is bandaged.
Hands off.
28 points to 16. Reardon picked up and done. Sherwin. Oh, gee, he was aiming for big Willie Mason, who was in the clear. But a timely intercept there by Matthew Johns saved the day for the Knights. Now it's Kennedy.
That ball had to be taken then by Matthew Johns, otherwise it was good night, Irene, to the big fella. Oh, he had it in his hands. He was underneath the post. Tremendous effort there, Matthew Johns, to collect that ball.
Beckett.
Come on.
Been parked inside their own territory for a while. The Knights will be pretty keen to put away a good set of 6 here. This is Fairley. Up towards halfway, got a good ball back to Billy Peden. And Peden will play it 5 metres inside Bulldogs territory. Rudder, they're going to run it. Now there's the kick. The bounce is a good one for Beckett back on the inside. He tried to keep it alive on the inside, but it came off a Bulldogs player. Or did it? It's into touch over on the far side.
Hughes having a chat to the linesman then. Great little kick by Hughes, picked up by Beckett. He tried to kick it back inside. Darren Smith.
I don't think Smith played at it.
He didn't play at the ball, so it should be a feed to the Bulldogs. And back play there, Fairley, Hetherington and Reardon just having a little chat on the ground.
Less than 10 minutes remaining of the regular season for the Bulldogs. The Knights in control, 28-16. They can maintain that lead. They'll be back here at Marathon to host a playoff.
Let him up, let him up. Here we are, Knights, here we are.
It's allowed. Hetherington. Smith. Elligan. Sherwin got it to Mason. He got rid of one or two of them. Final tackle coming up for the Bulldogs now. Sherwin tries to short kick this time for Leicester. Fingertip control. He keeps it on the toe, but McDougall is back there to clean it up for the Knights.
Hasn't he had a great game? Adam McDougall. Little kick there by the Doggies, knowing that they're playing a very short line. That is the Newcastle on that left-hand side.
Good skills by the Bulldogs, though.
Yeah, great skills. Watch you get out his hands. Fingertip control. Puts it on the boot once again. McDougall, great covering from the fullback to pick it up.
Shields.
Hands off, hands off.
Grief.
That's
the final tackle for the Knights, and Andrew Johns. A little chip through for McDougall, but it's been picked up by Al Masri. And he ran into Fairley, and he'll play it on the 40-metre mark, 10 from halfway. Bulldogs territory. Darren Smith. Darren Smith with the number 3 on his back. Will we see him in the forwards regularly in 2001?
I think that's where he'll play, probably in the second row or lock. A bit more strength around that ruck area. More better ball movement at the same time. As Britt now goes forward.
Hetherington gives it to Reardon. Now to Martini. Picks up Al Masri, who puts the foot on the gas. Chip and chase. Al Masri, was he taken out? It's still there. Who wants it? It's going to beat everybody over the dead ball line. And we're going to come back for a penalty. Al Masri taken out after the kick.
Adam McDougall. Adam.
And Sean Hempstead is going to call Adam McDougall out.
A couple of things to mention for all Knights supporters. Don't forget the Knights 2000 ball confirmed for Saturday, 2nd of September.
He just pushed him out the road there, stepped in his way and running. I don't think he was going to get to the ball anyway. Johns looked like he had it covered. Get a bit of a talking to, so don't do that again. The Dogs, they'll just tap it, try and go for the try.
Ticket holders for the semi-final series tomorrow and Tuesday.
Available 6 minutes remaining. They're down by 2 converted tries. Sherwin. Can't bridge the gap. Hetherington back to Reardon. And now Feeney. And Feeney puts the head down. Taken about 9 metres out. Corey Hughes with the kick, and it's there for who? He wants to...
Jamie Feeney's put his hand up for the try. He said to the referee, I got the ball down.
For a moment, I thought he was going to go to the video referee, but no, he's happy enough that the ball was kicked dead by the Knights. So we'll have a goal line dropout.
Corey Hughes is coming through there, but watch Feeney. He gets his hand out. Kick the ball down. How close was that? Referee said you couldn't get anywhere near it. Wish you'd like to see that replay.
Barry Ward.
Someone hands up, let him go now, let him go.
Halligan. Sherwin, dummying.
Elter, hands off now. Yeah, Knights, come on, Knights, behind me. Dave Fairley.
I think she's probably going into the semi-finals next week. Jason Hetherington makes a bit of a bust. The error is probably a little bit concerning for the Knights.
Oh, there's a few different structures at play which will worry Ryan. The States has won missed tackles. There's quite a few missed tackles trying to stop their offloads. It hasn't been a controlled match, and you just like to feel in control in your last game before the semi-final. But I've got to give it to the Bulldogs. They haven't stopped trying. There's only about 4 or 5 minutes to go now. They're still trying to press the line, trying moves. So they're playing well too. They're a good opposition.
Butterfield, as we talk about the Knights wanting to win this one to host a home playoff next week, a draw will be enough for them as well. They have a 12-point advantage. As we see the kick from Andrew Johns back to Halligan, one of his final touches of an illustrious career in rugby league. He will play at about 9 metres from halfway. Sir Paul Harrigan, as a former captain of the Newcastle Knights, when you look back on the season, you must get a little bit of satisfaction to see that they've made the top 4, because there has been some drama on and off the field.
Yeah, I think personally, I think they deserve to be in the top 4. They've kind of been a consistent side. They've had a few problems on and off the field, like you said, but I think going into the semi-finals, Ben Kennedy coming back, a few players like Darren Alberts at his first real stretch out has gone well. I think they can be reasonably happy, but the performance today, nothing to write home about, that's for sure. But hopefully they'll get it out the road and worry about next week.
Of course, it's all even Stevens after today when we get into the top 8 playoffs, and now Talau. It's an opportunity for the Knights from inside their own territory just to give this bumper crowd here something to cheer about. And the remaining 3 minutes, Rahahi. I think this lad's got to go down as being one of the finds of the season, really, Rahahi.
He's had a pretty good year, and he's had a good game here today. Maybe on the tip of making a New Zealand World Cup squad.
Andrew Johns.
Just under 3 minutes to go in the game. The fans will be hoping that they can come up with another try. Rahahi takes the ball forward once again. A bit of Johns magic.
Well, the thing about this one today is that the Knights would have won it with Andrew Johns only being a bit part player.
Just a reminder to all Knights fans, please don't go anywhere.
Look, I think what it is in this game here, that they've probably come here, it's a big occasion, the place is packed, a few people are leaving at the end of the year. It's the final, well, we'll have another game next week, but just all those things, knowing that they probably should win the game anyway, plays a little bit on you, and you're probably going just a little bit half-hearted. But they've come away with a very, very convincing win, 28 points to 16. Look, coach will be a little bit unhappy with a couple of aspects of their game, but semi-final football is totally different, and they'll be switched on in next week's game.
Yeah, well said. I think that's exactly what's happening in Newcastle tonight. Probably not overruled, but just their thoughts are probably on next week.
Number 11, David Fairley.
So now it is the Bulldogs captain, Darren Britt, playing it. Glenn Hughes kicking. McDougall asked to go back, and he's asked to get out of his own in-goal area, and he has no problem with it. He's had a good game today, McDougall. Away he goes. Cutting back on the inside, linking up with Mark Hughes, and Mark Hughes trapped there on the halfway mark. That's a great return of the football. Beckett gives it to Fairley. Fairley gives it to Andrew Johns, and Andrew Johns, wide they go. Gidley, Albert. Halligan got across. Albert will be claimed 25 metres out. Gidley a dummy half.
Expect Newcastle spin the ball once again.
Andrew Johns, Kennedy, Albert claimed by Halligan, back into Gidley, out the back door it goes, and Andrew Johns kicks. Nobody at the back for the Bulldogs, but now Lester comes across and cleans up. Good passage of play. There may be enough time for the restart with a goal line dropout, but only just.
Well, they had everything in that centre six. They just thrown the ball around willy-nilly, knowing that they had the doggies on the ropes there. Halligan's come up with 2 great tackles on Albert. He's had a fair bit to do on the wing there and chasing that bloke. Referee now calls time off, waiting for the dropout. There could be another try with only under 30 seconds to go in this game.
Saturday afternoon here at Marathon.
And the Bulldogs have been kept Scoreless in the second half. Butterfield, how fitting for him to have one of the final touches in this match, the last of the regular season games. And now it is Shields, and Peter Shields, another one departing the scene. And Rahahi leaves it behind, picked up there. It's handballed over. It's Kennedy, and it's Gidley. And Gidley will give it to Albert, and Albert will kick back on the inside. They're coming from everywhere. Who wants it? It's the Knights' ball. It's the Knights' ball. What a way to finish. It's Mark Hughes. Has he got a double? We've got to go to the video referee to have it confirmed. The dying seconds of the match, and the Knights attacking brilliantly. What a way to finish.
They're looking here to see if Mark Hughes is onside. Darren Albert puts the kick up nice and high. He arrives there. I think that's play on. We'll have to get a wider shot. And does he get the ball down? That is the only concern the referee can see in there, just beside the goalpost. That's why he's gone to the video referee to see if he's got this ball down. He's held up there. I don't know if it's a try. Maybe the second. No, I'd say he hasn't scored that try.
Well, he's claiming it.
Well, and McDougall was saying to try.
Great kick from Albert, trying to just keep the movement alive. And Hughes looking for a double. That's Mark Hughes for the Knights. And, well, it's a lottery. Tough one to finish the match for the video referee, Ian Parnaby. It's not going to affect the result, of course. Warren Ryan. The coach knows that they're through to a home playoff here at Marathon next weekend. The fans will get another opportunity to come back. And what's it? Ref's call. And held up. The crowd letting him know that he's turned out to be a bit of a party pooper. Full time, the Newcastle Knights have beaten the Bulldogs by 28 points to 16. At half-time, 16-14. It was to the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs scored 2 tries in the first half, but they couldn't add any extras in the second half. And a memorabilia being exchanged there as well, some shorts. But in the second half, for the Knights, it tried to Kennedy, McDougall, and Mark Hughes. He was denied right on the full-time siren.
You just see at half-time too that the change from the Newcastle side in that first half as the fans here wish some of their players the best. And Butts and Halligan shaking hands. Darryl's last game. It's a sad occasion.
2,034 first-grade points, the most by any player in the history of the game in Australia. So whatever Darryl Halligan chooses to do in the future, we wish him well. Certainly have been a great servant of not only the Bulldogs club, but also the North Sydney club in the early years, switching from rugby union in New Zealand. Jason Hetherington, 133 matches. He's off to the London Broncos. Had a fine game today, Jason. A real terrier. Gave it everything, like he's done over the past seasons for the Bulldogs. Nice touch. Andrew Johns, Matthew heading to the UK after the playoffs. David Fairley will be there with him. Been a fine season for the Knights this year, Fairley. Billy Peden wants to join in as well. He's played a lot of rugby league with the Johns boys. Peter Shields, he's also heading to the UK. So it's farewells all round. Good to see Darren Albert back. Only one game in the last 12 weeks coming into this match, and he'll be happy to get that one under his belt, along with Ben Kennedy. So at half-time, 16 points to 14. And in the second half, we saw those 3 tries by the Knights. And this makes it all official. Gidley, Butterfield in his final appearance in the regular season. Kennedy, McDougall and Hughes. Andrew Johns 4 from 6 for the Bulldogs. Scott Nel-Masri, the try scorers. Halligan, he finishes with a perfect record. What a way to finish. 4 from 4. So 28 points to 16. And my thanks to Paul Harrigan and Gary Freeman. And I'm Greg Clark. On behalf of all the team, it's farewell from Marathon Stadium in Newcastle.
And thanks for a great call. NBN will stay with all the after-match pictures as the Newcastle Knights farewell 4 of their favourites. 2, of course, Tony Butterfield and Matthew Johns, who have played basically their whole careers in the red and blue. A fantastic day to send them out as well. The Newcastle Knights beating the Bulldogs 28 points to 16. That now pushes them into a semi-final against Melbourne back at Marathon Stadium next Saturday afternoon. Of course, NBN will have all the action of that game as well, as we'll bring all the semi-final action to you over the next few weeks. But just a great afternoon for the Newcastle Knights. And like I said before, Tony Butterfield and Matthew Johns, who bid farewell to their fans today. There you see Matthew coming over to meet his family who supported him so well in his career. David Fairley, well, he's only been here for 1 season. Didn't want to leave. Unfortunately, he has to go. He's off to Wigan next season, but he'd be soaking up this atmosphere as well. Little Jack Johns joins his father, Matt, his wife, Trish, down on the sidelines as well. What a great time for his family as well, soaking up the day. His 2 boys join him. Obviously not for the last time at Marathon, but this, his farewell. And look at little Isaac Butterfield with his father, Tony. It's been an emotional day for everyone, of course, for these guys and their families. Who else but Andrew to join his brother Matthew for one last trip around to see the red and blue faithful that played their whole careers together in the red and blue jumper. And there you see the fans, the red and blue faithful, standing as one. Just shy of 26,000 people have stayed well and truly after the full-time whistle to cheer and send out these guys in an amazing farewell. What can you say about Tony Butterfield that hasn't been said before? He played 233 senior games in all, 231 of those at the Newcastle Knights. It's great stuff, isn't it? Few clubs can boast any better support than what we have at the Newcastle Knights. The red and blue faithful, it's been well documented just what they mean to the club and what the players mean to them. See Paul Langmack from the Footy Show grabbing a few words from Matty. But it's the fans that they'll all be going to spend some time with. Matty joining the club as a Jersey flag player way back in 1990. He played 173 first-grade games, country origin, state of origin, 8 tests for his country. And of course, one memorable premiership in 1997. Just look at those scenes, the club, the teammates joining their leader, Tony Butterfield. Isaac certainly seems a lot happier now. These final farewell to the fans that must hurt the most for these guys. A great relationship between the fans of the Newcastle Knights and their players. It's certainly not forgotten, as you can see by these pictures. A Penrith boy originally, a Novocastrian at heart, Tony Butterfield. He's been adopted as one of Newcastle's own. Running out here in 1988, Tony Butterfield, the last of the Knights originals. Like we said, it's not the last time these players will be running out at Marathon, but it's a fitting farewell in the last competition game of the season. Like we said, NBN will be bringing all the semi-final action to you, starting next weekend and including, of course, Saturday afternoon semi-final at Marathon between the Melbourne Storm and the Newcastle Knights. But for 4 of their originals, these 2 especially, Tony Butterfield and Matthew Johns, sending their own message to the fans. And we will see you next weekend. But for David Fairley, Peter Shields, Tony Butterfield and Matthew Johns, it has been an afternoon to remember.
Tony Butterfield leading the Newcastle.
Monday morning feels so bad. Coming Tuesday, I feel better. Do the 5-day grind once more. Wednesday just won't go. Thursday goes too slow. I've got Friday on my mind. Gotta have fun in the city. It's Friday night tonight for footy. Oh, this is sensational. Gotta hit the highs. Beautiful. Playing high bars for me. Oh, what a beauty. Tonight, bring up the lights. Tonight, I can't ignite. Tonight, got to watch tonight. All week I've got Friday on my mind.
Tonight from the Sydney Football Stadium, it's a top-of-the-table final round showdown when the Sydney Roosters play host to the Brisbane Broncos. Right here on the one and only Wide World of Sports.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Sydney Football Stadium tonight as we close down the regular competition rounds of the year 2000 Rugby League. And as of next weekend, we've got 8 teams battling for the crown. Brisbane have been magnificent. The Broncos, love them or hate them, won 7 on the trot and they lead the minor premiership. They're going to win that easily. With 38 points, they are 8 in advance of their nearest rival, which just so happens to be the Roosters. So it's a top-of-the-table clash tonight. A Broncos side that has admitted the fact that they are resting some of their stars from tonight's encounter. And this is the team that will take the field, or in fact has taken the field. Takiri, Chris Walker, Berrigan, DeVere, Saylor, Eichen, Walters, Campion, Carroll, Tallis, Carlaw, Prittis and Harvey Howard. The change bench, Shane Walker, Harrison, Hancock and Hodges, and of course coached by the long-serving Wayne Bennett. The Roosters team, Phillips, Singh, Cross, Hegarty, Minicello, Fittler, Lamb, Ricketson, Fitzgibbon, Fletcher, Cusack, Bonetti, Rubin. On the change bench, Hood, Burns, Wing, Rigon, and coached by Graham Murray. Players out suspended, that is true, but they just can't afford to lose tonight, the Roosters. They need this one bad, they're aching for it. There's the points table. They don't want Newcastle leapfrogging them, Peter.
It's an enormous night for the Roosters, Ray. They can wrap up second spot. That would mean that they could not, along with Brisbane, be knocked out of the first weekend of the quarter-final playoffs.
So that's the situation on the points table. The equation then. The equation for you, Paul.
Yeah, that's the Roosters. Best they can finish is second. The Broncos are sweet, but the Roosters, if they get beaten, can finish third or fourth. And the worst they can finish is fifth. But for that to happen, Newcastle, Canberra need to win. The Penrith need to win by about 40, and the Roosters lose by 40 for them to finish fifth. So, and one thinks that tonight with Fittler and Lamb pulling the reins for the Roosters, I'd give them a real good chance of knocking off the Broncos.
Sydney's temperature getting down to about 7 tonight. Andrew is on the sidelines. Good evening.
That's 100% right. Single-figure temperatures for tonight. You know, Ray, a lot of people have gone cold on the Broncos' chances tonight with the personnel they have out. But it's worth remembering when the Broncos gave the Roosters a touch-up earlier this year in round 15, they did so without Gordon Tallis, the man on screen, without Wendell Saylor and without Ben Eichen. So I think the Broncos are no worse than even money, that's for sure tonight.
Mark Oaten has been given the #1 match of the weekend. And we go down the ground with the Sydney Roosters from left to right. And with all of the previewing and all of the scenarios, you can see that it really is an important game for them. A chance to be there in the second week of the qualifyings as Gordon Tallis is pulled down on the 20-metre line, his own end of the ground, for Prittis to go away to Tony Carroll. And Carroll is playing at the back of the scrum tonight. The centres are Berrigan and De Vere. His team chopped about as Tallis makes a run on an angle out towards the 40-metre line. Slowly as she goes before the downtown is on for Ben Eichen's right boot, and then carried back by one of the season's very best performers, Luke Phillips, to his own 40-metre line. Ryan Cross playing right centre. He's put away now with 3 of the Broncos combining to make the tackle, led by Campion. Ian Rubin is on the halfway line now. And a penalty goes to the home side. In fact, they've played here at the Sydney Football Stadium 6 times, the Broncos and the Roosters, and the Roosters have only beaten them once. So it's an impressive record for the Broncos here against the Sydney Roosters.
And apart from earning his side a penalty, it was a good first touch for Ian Rubin. Big job for the big fella tonight, up against Dane Carlo and Harvey Howard. Of course, the Broncos started the season with Sivana and Webke there. And a new look front 2 for them.
Breeze coming down the ground. It's not all that strong. It's coming from behind the Sydney Roosters. They're running towards the southern end. And playing the ball for them, Peter Cusack in the front row. As they go across for Captain Brad Fittler, he tries to find a hole. And Fitzgibbon it is that'll play the ball 9 away from the line. So the Roosters pressing with Rubin towards the centre of the ground. And he's just lost it cold. It was almost like he held his hands in the air and said, "I'm terribly sorry."
Yeah, good first touch for Ian Rubin, not so good the second one. It's a lack of discipline there. And they've let Brisbane off the ropes.
The Broncos will come in and do a lot of that, as he does all of the time, but his value will be even more important tonight. Campion playing it 30 metres out from their own line. Again, Saylor, his second hit up in 3 tackles on this set. To the 40-metre line now they come, and they cross it with Tallis just short of the halfway mark. Lockie arrested. Thorne also arrested from the game. And they've got a knock-on called against them.
Hand on it, that's it. That's how I saw it. No, he played it.
I'm just wondering what the mental attitude of the other players that haven't been rested is as you come into a game like this when you know that some of your stars could have played if they really were at a pinch.
Well, I know the mental attitude there from Luke Prittis is that he didn't knock on, and I've got to agree. I can't see how that ball was propelled forward by the hand. Straight through, hit the boot. The Roosters get the scrum feed on the halfway line. Fittler, first receiver.
With Cross now. He's pulled down by De Vere. Ricketson this time. 2 big wins for the Roosters in the last fortnight. They hammered North Queensland last weekend. And Penrith the week before that. A couple of heavy losses in front of those victories, though. Fittler goes back for a second-man play. Fitzgibbon ran the decoy. Hegarty's got the ball. 10 metres in from touch on the eastern side. 18 away from the line. Now for Fittler to go out, and Lamb was out at second receiver. Ricketson with a nice offload. Lamb then puts it out to Minicello, and Minicello is 7 metres out from the line. To the hands of Lamb, a grubbing kick, and cleaned up by Lottie Takiri. They'll get the football back, the Roosters. Nice way to complete it if you can't get 4.
It's a very positive and confident Roosters outfit at the moment, especially being able to interchange Lamb and Fittler first and second receiver. Great kick there from Adrian Lamb, a left-footed one. Well, that was easily cleaned up by Lottie Takiri. Brad Fittler was there to swoop if any mistake was in the offing.
Brisbane with the first of the line dropouts for the match. This was Cusick. They're trying desperately to put him down. Eventually, Campion wins the day. Rubin there. He hammers it up, 15 away from the line before they go to the smart men. And Lamb is with it, a dummy once, dummied on the inside and then went to the inside. And Gordon Tallis clutching at a groin as Lamb unloads. From Fletcher, the ball goes over the head of a decoy runner. And then Hegarty is pulled down about 9 away from the line. Kemp down here for a long time. Fittler inside on the bounce. Good bounce for Fitzgibbon. Cusack. And he again is taken down by Campion on tackle 5. Bonetti goes to the captain. The captain goes for it. Fittler is pulled down short of the line. That will be the turnover to Brisbane.
Good to see Brad Fittler taking them on tonight. He's had the ball in his hands plenty of times. Went to the line then. A shandy off scoring the first try in the match.
Gee, I tell you what, a couple of the Broncos aren't well. Pritis is not well. Campion's not well. They have got a penalty. And Tallis is not well.
Yeah, Gordon Tallis back behind the dead ball line as the Brisbane side get a relieving penalty. But you did see evidence as to why they are the leaders of the competition and the best defensive team in the league. This is Gordon Tallis' injury.
He's copped a knee in the hip there, his right hip. That's the problem. Another penalty to the Broncos. Now they're deep inside the Roosters' territory.
Kevin Walters with the line finder 30 metres away from the Roosters line. They've had all of the territory, all of the ball. Now let's see if they have their defensive line set securely. Walters away for Aiken. Aiken in a contest with Hegarty and Fittler. 20 metres away. And that pass looked a shade forward from Shane Walker on in 14, but they're mounting something here with the big fella Sailor a couple of metres out from the line. Takiri at ruck half, and then it's with Aiken. And Aiken is wrestled down by number 11, that's Brian Fletcher. 5 gone for the Broncos. Walters on the blind side, tries to generate something. Numbers there. De Vere gets it away for Walker. And Walker, Chris, back to Shane. Walker, and then to Keary. Tries to get a kick in, left it a bit late, picked it up, went to Berrigan, and the referee is ordering the turnover of the ball to the Roosters.
Yeah, great defence by the Roosters. When De Vere got the footy out on this side of the field, you would have thought it was try. They had 2-on-1. But they just held off for a second, and the defence was equal to the task in the end.
Cross. It's Gordon Tallis just getting an inspection done on the groin or the hip. It would be a tremendous... We've talked about how important this game is for the Roosters. On the other side of the ledger, it would be an enormous confidence boost for Brisbane to beat their nearest rival with this team they have on the park tonight as the ball goes over the sideline. The tackle was good and Hegarty didn't have control on it, and eventually finds that eastern touchline. You can't blame Aiken for that. So it will be Brisbane's loose head and feed with Walters to work this scrum on the 40-metre line. What is that story with Gordon Tallis? Dr. Vorton tells me it's a hip. What do you say, Dr. Voss?
Oh, Vorton's exactly right. And in Gordon's words, he says, I'll be right. So we have to take it from that Gordon will return and return in quick time.
She'll be right, mate.
Pretty much it.
To Keary now. Just a couple of metres on his own side of the halfway. Chris Walker. Tritus waiting. He seems to have recovered from... That's Harvey Howard, the Englishman. Former Magpie. Been playing with the Clydesdales. Campion. Wedging the play towards the Roosters 30-metre line. they are on the alert again as Walker puts a kick high. There was no contest, and Phillips it is that comes down with it. Now Singh has come away from his wing to take a run. Minicello, the other winger.
Good tactics from the Roosters. Plenty of big men in the Brisbane forward pack. Want to move them around, quick play the balls, get the little men in. Who's that getting some running in the pairs is Adrian Lamb. Finds Fittler and a bit of space.
There's more than a space. There's a big gap. Hegarty went through it, but great defence by Tony Carroll. Their defence line a little bit raggedy at the moment. Fittler kicks back. Singh will score. Will he? Yes. Matt Singh has put a hand on it with downward pressure. It was a lovely kick by Fittler, and I'm sure he's onside.
Well, that's the only question mark on the try, Ray. It was a planned move. Brad Fittler and Matt Singh knew exactly what was happening, and the only problem that the video referee could find with this is if Matt Singh is offside, and he is. He is half a metre in front for mine. That is him right on the left-hand shoulder, or in front of the left-hand shoulder of Brad Fittler. I think you'll find he's just in front and offside.
Yeah, it's got to be no try, that's for sure. And Matt Singh just a little bit too anxious there. Penalty for offside. So the Broncos escape, but gee, I'll tell you what, full credit must go to Tony Carroll. Shannon Hegarty is a try-scoring machine and a speed machine, and he was away. Great ball from Brad Fittler, and Tony Carroll covered beautifully. Wonderful tackle.
So this is Carlo. Hancock. And Carroll, who pulled off that tackle. Paul's talking about Tallis with ice on the hip, back on the benches. Probably use him sparingly as a result of that. Not wanting to do more damage as we look at the replay to bring us further evidence of why the penalty. And we talk about video referees and replays. I was way off the mark. I thought Singh was okay, but the replay obviously he was offside. Carlo now, 20 metres away. First point still there to be taken. Played by Hancock, away from Berrigan. Walters on for Aiken. Aiken now for Takiri. Takiri on for De Vere. De Vere for Walker. Speculator on the inside, and that has travelled forward.
And we talk about up and in defence and sliding defence. That is a perfect illustration of effective sliding defence. It looked as though the Brisbane Broncos had created an overlap. That's the winger a fair way in, Minicello. But they slide across. They forced the Broncos to run out of room. They had plenty of troops coming, and they forced the mistake and get the ball.
Scrum on the 10-metre line. Sydney Roosters end. As Anthony Minicello brings it away. Handling errors. 3-2 Brisbane. Ruben off for a break for the Roosters. It's Dallas Hood. Works it up the middle. And gets it 25 out for Bonetti to take it even further, almost to the 40-metre line. Losing the ball, stolen. Penalty. Brad Fittler. Kicking for touch and finding it just inside the 40-metre line. 4-2 the penalties to the Broncos. 16 is on for the Roosters. That is Darren Burns. Bonetti. Side ball for the fresh man on. Dallas Hood. Centre ground, 20 away. To the left for Lamb, and then for Fittler. He lets Ricketson goes back for Lamb, then they go to Fitzgibbon. The ball to ground for Takiri. Fitzgibbon was the man coming through. He was the man that was on a try mission. Impact of the tackle, coughing it up. Walters now. Priddis. Sailor with him. Sailor might go to dummy half and go for a scurry here. Away he goes to the right, up the middle. then stepping free of a tackler who's left with a Wembley Sailor shoe. Halfway line, no score. Hancock. Nutrigrain, sponsors of Friday Night Football at the stadium tonight. Icon's kick. Missiled into Phillips. Drew two, gave it to Singh, but Singh was there as a sitting duck for Wendell Sailor, who's still trying to get that boot back on his foot. Hegarty. Cusack. The ball a few times. Walker comes out of there injured.
That's Shane Walker, who came off the bench, and smart work again from Benetti. Realising there was some space up the middle.
Hancock's in trouble too, Pete. And Michael and Shane Walker both coming out of that tackle injured on Cusack. I was going to say he's taken the ball up a few times and he's made a bit of an indentation as Fittler goes high. Not one of his better kicks. Off the fingers of Minicello, down for Chris Walker. And there's Michael Hancock getting himself off the park. As Michael De Vere runs it at Ian Rubin and Darren Burns. Body to Carey. Markers, they either stayed where they were or they may have gone a little bit leftish. 15 is Ashley Harrison, one of the names of the future at the Broncos. Shane Walker through Cusack's tackle and pulled down by Fittler on the Roosters 40-metre line. Kevin Walters kicking. The main chaser will be Sailor. It will find the dead ball line. It does, and we go to our first break of the night on the wide world of sports. 0-0 Roosters and Broncos at the SFS. Those of you that have been in a break. And the ball played by Darren Burns at 0-0. Rubin will play for Russia in the World Cup during October-November. Fletcher. Line cross. Simon Benetti. Then Adrian Lamb. Cusack. Paul Green signing during the week with the Roosters. I think I read a 3-year contract as Fittler kicks ahead. And Chris Walker, just a little bit of a hesitation. Got it back, and then the charge of the defenders coming down the ground put him away 5 out from the line, as you can see.
And just a few of the Broncos, this game being played at a frantic pace, just a little bit slow to get back on side. And already you can see that the Broncos are missing Darren Lockyer's second phase play, because the Broncos are taking it out. Darren's always hanging around looking to carry the play on when it breaks down. And quite often he's the catalyst for a break for them, and he's missing tonight. I think they're suffering for it.
Gordon Tallis is still on the bench. I'm just wondering whether they will use him again, given the philosophy they adopted with the run-on team. They're bringing it away for the boot of Icon, and Phillips will bring it back. And that came off his knees, I fancy. Andrew, what's the story that you've got on Tallis?
Yeah, now the update on Gordon Tallis, they're saying we'll only use him if necessary. Well, you'd have to say when you run away minor premiers, he's now got the jacket on, you'd have to say, well, it's not necessary to take a risk with Gordon Tallis. And the concern at the moment, too, with Michael Hancock, a knock to the left knee, but he is expected to return as the Roosters get a penalty.
Tallis perched up with Hancock in the foreground. So they're going to do it with 17, it would seem, unless things really become bleak.
An opportunity here with Cusack getting another touch. Attack inside the 30. And just keep an eye out for the Roosters back row scouting out wide. Here's Rubin up the middle. Fletcher, Burns, Fitzgibbon, they like to be on the fringe of the ruck, working off the two halves.
Benetti for Fittler and then Lamb. Cross for Fletcher. Do it with 16, I meant to say. My apologies. Mathematics never very strong. Lamb and Fittler combining. Fittler across at an angle for Hegarty. Singh comes inside, but again the Brisbane defence holds firm. And Singh was tackled awkwardly. Decoys to the blind side. Fittler to the open side, and then another good tackle. This time by Lottie Takiri. Puts Fittler out of it. Lamb Grubbing kick came off the Broncos. This will be a knock-on against them if he gets a touch judge call. He does. This is another good opportunity for the Roosters, but they must be starting to wonder, when is it going to break?
Well, the one thing you've got to be against Brisbane is patient. And they're doing everything right at the moment, the Roosters. That was ruled to have been played at by Luke Prittis, knock-on resulting. And you've just got to believe, pretty tough that he played at that. You've just got to believe in your attack and that things will happen. Don't try and manufacture it, just wait and wait. With the talent that they've got in their side, they will create opportunities.
So here's an opportunity now. With Fittler. Running at the rather small Berrigan out in the centres. Fitzgibbon back for Hegarty again. Now it's Dallas Hood working it. Burns and a penalty. Broncos.
Shepherd here. Broncos player taken out. The Roosters are running plenty of interesting plays and using plenty of decoys. And it's Brian Fletcher who takes out the Broncos defender. And so once again, the knock-hook. Great Brisbane defence, isn't it? It's a pleasure to watch. They just keep turning up and nullifying what the Roosters are producing.
It didn't take Hancock long to get back into the game. And now he gets a penalty. Brian Fletcher making a good thing of it. Michael Hancock being who he is and the way he plays the game, Fletcher really made sure of the tackle, and he's given a penalty, and there might have been a suspect elbow going there as well.
And the penalties continue to mount in this game, quite a few after 20 minutes, 9 in total, 6 for the Broncos. It has been a ploy of the Roosters to try and slow down the play the ball area of their opponents. It is working, but they're paying some sort of penalty by giving away that possession.
25% more defence required from Brisbane, and that's been mirrored on the television screen with the time spent down there by the Roosters. Aiken, Campion. There they are. Beautiful ground this, the Sydney Football Stadium at this time of the year. Interceptor dropped by Carroll. Fittler went for it, and it's play on for Hegarty. We have had an official complaint apparently from the Broncos though about the lighting. We'll get a shot of that shortly on. At the northern end, the lighting here has been adjusted for the Olympic soccer, and the Broncos have lodged a complaint about the, I won't call it darkness, but the poorer lighting at the northern end of the stadium. Fletcher. And been taken, legally taken by Michael Hancock, but he's run down. Luke Ricketson picking him up, rounding him up. The Broncos are deep and wide with plenty of numbers. Prittis goes back now. Harrison. Oh, that was a try for certain for Kevin Walters. He knows it too, Kevin.
Very unhappy, the skipper. Great work from Michael Hancock. Brian Fletcher actually looked as though he was about to make a bust. But just before some other defence arrived, Hancock was able, like a thief in the night, to steal the football. Good cover from Luke Ricketson. And then right on the line, it did look like it was going to be the opening try. A good ball to Kevin Wallace. He was hit after he'd dropped it. Definite opportunity. We now have the referee speaking to both captains.
Right, I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. I still keep penalising, but if you force me to go to the next step, I will. Right? Yeah, no, it's been going both ways. Okay, it's been going both ways. No, here, Kev.
20-metre restart for Burns. Still no score. In a year where scorelines have been of the blowout proportions. And we find 0-0 on the board with 16 and a half to go.
And Ray, with this kind of contest, first team to cross the line will land an enormous psychological blow. Almost the kind of game, if a team scores once, they're just as likely to score twice in fairly rapid succession. Good chase on Takiri here, but he does well. Takes it almost, well, he does take it 10 out from his own line.
play on the western side. The number 19 for Brisbane, Justin Hodges, not making any progress. Going sideways for Aiken and Saylor. Saylor finding himself through. Maybe it's by manufacture. Often inside of young Berrigan. Now he drops back out to the right wing as I cast an eye in that direction. Walker, Campion. Inside ball for Harrison. Harrison sprinting away down the right of the ground, but the defence has got him. Superior speed. Great break, though, by the youngster. Walters. Now for Carlaw. Back and away for Hancock. And hoping for the best, but it's the Roosters' ball. Penalty. Brisbane.
He's got the offside. I think they'd... well, will they take the 2 points here, the Broncos? Do they need to settle things down? Or will they take a quick tap and go for the try? They have a shot for goal. And if we saw a try-saving tackle before from Tony Carroll, we just saw an even better one there from Matt Singh. The Roosters on a runaway Ashley Harrison. It was a lovely inside ball from Kevin Campion. Found the hole, and he was away. Actually got around Phillips, and I think he was going to run away from him. And then Singh came with a beautiful try-saving tackle.
Then on this side of the field, the referee played very good advantage. Pass goes astray here, picked up. They covered well, but they never got back on side for referee Mark Oaten's liking as Michael Hancock tried to force a pass. And Michael DeVere, the first opportunity to points on the board off the boot. Pretty good success rate there for him. He's kicked very well all year, but especially the last couple of weeks.
That's what he's got. 15 in from the western touchline. And he's chosen to bring it back about 17 metres. Michael DeVere. Brisbane have won their last 7. Haven't been beaten since round 18. Beaten narrowly by Newcastle. Hits it. Hooked it. No goal. We'll take another break and come back to you. It is still 0-0. 20-metre dropout. Non-optional restart following a penalty. And here's Harvey Howe. Put down by Fitzgibbon. Good tackle. Aiken. Howard. I might be wrong. Is he the only Englishman playing in our competition at the moment?
No, that's right, Dave. Quite a few, and great to see them come out and display their wares. Harvey Howard, the only remaining coming out here is Brisbane. Just outside the 40, Michael Hancock off a standing start.
Campion there to receive, support and receive, and then taken back by a couple of the smaller Sydney Roosters, Craig Wing and Adrian Lamb. Aiken kicking from the halfway line. Nice take by Phillips. Carroll puts him down just out from his own 20-metre line. Hegarty falling into a tackle that might have struck him across the bridge of the nose. Fletcher.
First Ray, just on the subject of Englishmen, the Roosters. Major signing for them, Adrian Morley. Great Britain forward has agreed the terms for the next couple of years with the Tricolours.
Played by Fitzgibbon and Craig Wing at dummy half using Fletcher. Fletcher with a little jig. Oh, that went forward to Craig Wing. The touch judge called it. Mark Oaten responds with the whistle.
Yeah, Brian Fletcher, second hit up in this set of 6. Turned his back to pass the football, lost his bearings and threw it forward. He's looked pretty dangerous out there on occasions tonight, Brian Fletcher. Craig Fitzgibbon, a different role for him tonight. Some barnstorming tackles. Some really big ones from him tonight. He's playing well alongside his second-row partner.
Keary. Proving hard to pull down. It was a run of about 15 metres. It carried him up towards halfway. Now Saylor will take it to that point. So to Keary and Saylor. In possession, not much there to argue about. Times tackled in the opposition 20, Roosters 16 times, Brisbane 6, which again has been reflected on the screen. Walters firing it away for Berrigan. Versatile little player, Sean Berrigan. Now he hit the blind side. Pritis got a kick in. It was rapid fire, and Matt Singh told to play the ball. A couple of quizzical looks from players there to the referee just to make sure that it was play on. Fittler delivering, Fletcher pushing it, Lamb away for Cross. Ryan Cross will play it there just inside the 30.
Yeah, good penalty here. Sorry, Ray. Awarded from Mark Oden. This is a blight on the game that we would like to see out, trying to get up and play the football, and right at the death you'll see Harvey Howard. Well, in fact, it wasn't Harvey Howard, it was the man getting up from underneath. Just grabbed the foot, flick him up, slowed everything down.
Cusack again. He doesn't leave anything in the tank, Cusack. He's one of those drivers that puts their foot straight on the floor. I like what he's done tonight. Murray using him in and out of the game to keep him fresh, or as fresh as possible. Fittler, 20 metres away. 0-0 the score. Craig Wing having a dig. Now Lamb from right to left. And then taken in the tackle. Fittler puts a kick in. And there will be a look at the video.
He doesn't look that confident, Matt Singh. Body language says no try. Long way away from us, and even the crowd over in that vicinity, they did not go up with any great conviction. No try. Just interesting to see who been the last person to push that over the line.
That's the question. Is it Singh or is it Tony Carroll? It's Tony Carroll for mine. Left hand, push the ball over the line, and you think it'd be a Broncos dropout.
I think that bloke was Hodges over there in that contest with Matt Singh. Paul, doesn't matter.
Hodges, sorry.
And it'll be a line dropout. Barking instructions, Kevin Walters. He knows that they're going okay. Nothing with a team with a lot of his stars having a rest.
He also knows, Ray, that when fatigue starts to set in, your concentration just lapses. The last 5 or 10 minutes of this first half is going to be a telling time for both sides.
8.5 minutes to go to the break. Craig Wing. Have we had a 0-0 scoreline at the break this year? Fittler. Ruben. Somebody will probably tell me it happened last weekend, but I'm just racking my brain. Did we have a 0-0 scoreline any time this year at the break? Adrian Lamb put down by Harrison. And the Roosters about to break this deadlock. Fittler. And Rigon loses the ball to Carey. Comes away for the Broncos. So they get their set of 6 now.
There was a poor pass from Brad Fittler. In fact, Rigon did remarkably well to get his hands to it, well behind him. A little bit of frustration there. The amount of times that they've been forced to kick close to the line and throw some ordinary passes, again, is testament to this great Broncos defence.
Here's Pritis. Straight up the middle to the 40-metre line. Kevin Walters.
Hold on, mate.
Just very safe rugby league. Off the chest, no knock on. Pritis. Getting some information from David Middleton, just watching this. There's no drama there, it came off the chest. Tigers and Cowboys were locked up at 0-0 at half-time at Leichhardt earlier this year. Round 7 or 8. Penalty goes to the Roosters. Half-time 7 minutes away. Harvey Howard again in the spotlight.
And that time Mark Oaten not happy with the marker positioning, said that they weren't straight. Run on from man playing the football. It just slows things down, finds touch. 29 metres out.
Burns, Reuben with a struggling run to the 20. Then Lamb. Now Fittler. Berrigan able to pull him down in what looked fairly easy. Hegarty is banged down, not Hill. Berrigan comes in to secure. Fittler. Fletcher. That's how close they are. Is it coming here? They've been down here umpteen dozen times. Ryan Cross. 5 gone. Incredible defence by the Broncos. Has been going on for some 35 minutes. Luke Phillips goes to the air. And the Broncos get a beautiful bat down. And Berrigan throws a pass. I don't know whether that was stupidity or confidence.
Yeah, lucky to get out of that, the Broncos. Great defence, though, once again by them. Wayne Bennett must be so proud of his charges in this first half. And it was a good take. Berrigan there, the man on the spot. Look at this for a pass. Going nowhere fast.
Sailor to the 30-metre line.
Now, this is where I think that unlimited interchange has had an effect on our game. I think sometimes players aren't as mentally tough as they should be because they're not put in the position that these two teams find themselves. They've got to go through the physical pain barrier, but more importantly, the mental one.
Phillips. Pulled down just outside the 30-metre line. Now Minicello able to push away from Carlaw. Gets it to the halfway. Good run. 20 metres left behind him as he plays it for Craig Wing, and then Darren Burns knocks on. There will be a scrum here. The knock-on. We'll take a break and be back with you for the final 5 minutes of the first stanza in just a moment. Minutes to go to the halftime break. Ben Aiken playing it just into Roosters territory now. Carroll.
Watch for Wendosaler and Takiri to get involved here. They're the bust men.
Walker. Shane. Sailor was with him on his right. Here's Sailor now with Prudis. Away from Burns, taken by Reuben Lowe. Rickettson's upstairs with Dallas Hood. And was that ball lost? The referee said play on. Prudis got a ball away. And here's Hancock to within 7 metres of the line. Tackle 5. Prudis. Walters. And Sailor. Oh, gee, that's a great tackle. That is a superb tackle. I think it's Ricketson. As Hegarty brings it away.
Yeah, it looked like Ricketson making his 18th tackle of the match. And none more important than this one. Sailor on the burst, got through Fittler. What a crunching tackle it was too from Luke Ricketson, a beauty.
Three minutes to go. And then Fletcher's pass to Lamb was a beauty. Then the support's gone forward. Which ball went forward? The Fletcher pass, apparently.
Oh, he can't believe it, Fletcher.
This has come from the touchy. Mark Aiton was a fair way down from this one, and I'm sure this came from the sideline, and there is no way known that was a forward pass.
Gee, that's a bad decision. Well, the crowd's just seen it on the big screen.
If that ball is forward from Brian Fletcher, this referee and these touch judges are going to have a very busy night. That is disgraceful, that.
Yeah, I don't think we can put any blame on that Mark Aiton rail. I'm sure that it came from the touch judge. I'm sure that Aiton was quite happy to allow play to go on. You can see him, he's 10-15 metres in front. And I think he's pretty comfortable with that. And I'd say there, he's got a call from the touch judge.
Well, the bloke's half a metre behind him.
That is it. I'm not blaming Mark Aiton either. That is a disgraceful call from the touch judge on this side of the ground. And I've got no doubt that it was his call. I mean, it was just 6 points because Minicello was into open space and he would have been under the bar. Fittler then tries to weave through. Halfway line, Phillips. Plenty of personnel there, but nobody willing to catch it. Cross. It looks like we're going to make half-time with a scoreless 40 minutes behind us. I hope I'm wrong. Ricketson showing it. There they are, just inside the 40. Cusack. Wing. Scored a try here in the red and green colours. I'm sure it was last year. Sydney Football Stadium. It was a curler from about that far out against Cronulla. Now Fittler's kick. Singh is after it. I don't know whether Singh's onside. To Keary. Beautiful take.
Well, Shannon Hegarty and Lottie Takiri unhappy with each other, and Shannon Hegarty did appear to go on. I think they were trying to get him behind the line to force a line drop out.
Listen, he's just gone overboard a bit there. Just leave the way.
There's no doubt he came down in the field to play. And then Hegarty does swing that left elbow. It was a pretty cheap shot.
Half-time siren. Sound as they prepare to take the tap. Salah taking the tap. And so there it is, the first half is over and no score. Second time it's happened this year. Tigers and Cowboys earlier, we're told, back in about round 7. Couldn't be separated at the break. And nor tonight can the Roosters and the Broncos. Hey Joe, I might be wrong, but I think Mr. Bennett will be very happy with what's happened with his team at this point in time. We'll take a break. Andrew might be able to get some news on that. What's been the reaction? Wayne Bennett in particular. Nothing. Half-time at the Sydney Football Stadium. We welcome you back in just a moment.
All week I've got Friday on my mind.
There's a very satisfactory crowd here tonight at the Sydney Football Stadium. That's just one section of it, sitting out in front of the commentary boxes. An area that you don't see as highly accommodated as it is tonight. They'll be very happy. The Sydney Roosters with tonight's crowd. The Broncos come back. 0-0 is the score. The only 0-0 scoreline, I'm told, in rugby league history was Newtown and Canterbury back in 1982. Mitsubishi, the match statistics, Peter.
And as we saw in the first 40 minutes, plenty of football for the Roosters. Completion rate's not that impressive from either team, but the feature of the first half has been the defence. 24 missed tackles, 12 each, but a lot of defence on their own lines and a few handling errors. They'll improve on that in the second half. Pretty good effort from both teams in the first 40.
And it's not hard to work out that when the score's been all, the defence has been first class, and we've seen some great try-saving tackles, haven't we? This one especially from Matt Singh. The first one was from Tony Carroll, and this next tackle from Luke Ricketson, that's as good a tackle as I've seen in the last 6 weeks. A crunching tackle saved another try there.
And there's the man in question, Luke Ricketson. It was a great tackle. The ability to stop Wendell Saylor anywhere on the field. There's no mean effort but to stop him inches from the line. Great save. Before people get carried away with that 0-0 scoreline, that is in Premiership football. I should point that out. It may have happened somewhere up country or overseas, but here in Australia in the Premiership, only 0-0 week I can remember is 82 at Henson Park, Newtown and Canterbury. This is Ryan Cross with the Roosters. First use of the football, second half. That is Cusack getting his job done for his coach. This team, Fittler. Frustrating game for Fittler in many ways. It just hasn't come for him like it does against a lot of the other clubs, which again, I suppose, is a vote of approval for the Brisbane defence.
Well, they come here tonight, Ray, Brisbane, the only team to have conceded less than 400 points. And somewhat surprisingly, behind them, the Sharks and the Eels come next. This is the chase. Luke Ricketson disappointed that he was called offside. It was okay because Fitzgibbon got there first.
Roosters with a chance. 30 metres out from the line. Centre of the ground. Now can they do it? Ricketson with Fittler. Fittler for Hegarty. Hegarty's had a lot of chances down that left side. And that defence has held solid. Eichen and Carroll again. Cusack stepping away from Pritis and running into Howard. Bad play the ball. And a penalty. Here come the first points, you'd have to think. Howard again's in trouble.
And the motion made by the referee was that the hand of Harvey Howard was in around the football. It was a no-no. This is the mistake that gave the Roosters a scoring opportunity, a forced pass. On 2 occasions, cleaned up by Simon Benetti.
He still has that ability that the English forwards are quite famous for. Harvey Howard, from an impossible position, able to keep it alive, get it away in some fashion. Doesn't matter how, but let's keep it alive. He's been on the wrong end of Lady Luck tonight, though. Craig Fitzgibbon should bring up first points of the game. Hard to believe, isn't it? 43 minutes into the game, and Fitzgibbon gets 2 points for the Sydney Roosters. Which takes us to Andrew Voss now for his halftime report. Andrew?
Yeah, just very quickly from the Brisbane room. Firstly, Gordon Tallis definitely won't be back tonight. If it was any other game, let's say the first week of the finals, he would have come back, but not tonight. Wayne Bennett thought the effort was great from the Broncos in the first half. He did say he thought they hadn't played that smart at times, and he'd expect to see more of Wendell Saylor in this second half, perhaps mixing it with the forwards. And from Graham Murray, Graham's thoughts were that it would be the little things that'll win this match, the player who puts in that effort to support the half break. And Ray, just on that 0-0 scoreline, although now 2-0, you think back to the corresponding game last year between the Roosters and the Broncos here at the stadium. It went down to the final 5 seconds to separate the teams. It was a Lockyer field goal and a 9-8 victory to the Broncos.
Yeah, that was a tremendous game. Great battle. This is Fitzgibbon now. At the 40-metre line. Ricketson. Fittler. No pressure on the kick. And there's not too many bigger kickers in the game than Brad Fittler. This is Takiri on the kick return.
No pressure on the kick, Ray, because for the second time in this half, they kicked early in the count. That was the 4th tackle. Exactly the same as when they had possession the first occasion.
So the Broncos spreading the ball inside the 30-metre line for Berrigan. Up on the 40. Broncos, of course, will play host. We are sure of one thing. Next Sunday, they'll play host to team number 8. Pritis. 2 Roosters back there, Minicello and Phillips. Communicating. Now Singh. Fitzgibbon. Put away by Saylor. Benetti. Fiddler. Lamb. Fletcher. Lamb again. There's a gap. Adrian Lamb using his winger on the right of the ground. And Minicello it is. It's put down 25 metres out.
Great pass from Brian Fletcher gave Lamb an opportunity. Ricketson keeps it alive to Fittler. They've got numbers to the left.
Higgity. Singh is barreled by Saylor. Higgity again. Fittler knocks on. Vantage Broncos and Prudis. Aiken. Kellaway to the 20. 10-8 the handling errors now. The Roosters making more of them. De Vere. Walker. Pushing it up the middle to the halfway line. Walters. Aiken puts on a bit of pace. Nice hands from Carroll. Carroll's put away on the 40-metre line. Tackled 5. Roosters end. Campion. Aiken. Walters. And that right foot kick between, well, it was between fullback and winger, but Phillips moved away to his right very quickly. And then did well to get back as far as he did. Away by Chris Walker over there on that left wing. Ryan Cross. 2-0 in favour of the Roosters.
Ray, I'd like to see a little bit more of Ben Aiken for the Broncos tonight. He's been very quiet for mine. Only 2 tackles next to his name, and we haven't really seen him run the football on too many occasions. He's the kind of guy, when forwards do get tired, that can make a break. He needs to go looking for it a touch more. Is Sheggity. That's as good as I've come up with, Rabbit.
I'm not saying anything.
That's an S. Hegarty.
Fittler. One way of abbreviating the commentary. This is Lakiri.
Yeah, the guy shot me playing one game.
Away now from Michael Hancock for Chris Walker. Michael De Vere.
He's had a good game, Sheggs.
Hancock. Howard. Walters, the ball raked out one-on-one, play on for Bonetti. Kevin Walters was on his way and suddenly realised he'd left the baggage behind on the platform. That is Burns. Fittler calling it to the right. Running right across there to the eastern touchline. Quick hands. Minicello. They threaten. Brisbane switches on and repel them. Fletcher. Campion blocking down the middle with Prudis. They've done a power of work. Bonetti, Lamb. Fittler ran a decoy. Ryan Cross. 5 away from the line. Adrian again puts a little kick in. It came back off Brisbane and Bonetti's got it. He's given 6 more tackles. He's ruled that they played at it. Now from Hood for Fittler. Then Phillips. Phillips the dummy. Looks back on the inside. No runners. Hegarty. Fittler. This is where the game has been frustrating for Brad. Normally he would trample through them at some stage of the game. Dallas Hood. Lamb. Now Ryan Cross. One of the Broncos fell over. He's in to score. Ryan Cross is over. Aided by Michael De Vere losing his footing.
Well, it had to come, didn't it? All the ball the Roosters have had. The referee is checking. Might be some question mark over maybe a double movement. Ryan Cross, he's run some good angles tonight, Ryan Cross. Yeah, well, is that a double movement?
Well, let's have another look at this one.
I think this is going to be fine. I think it's going to be momentum that takes him over. In fact, the Brisbane player helps him across. Comes down short. But I don't see a problem with that at all. I think it'll be his 13th for the year.
I just want to see if he actually tries to promote the ball. I think he does.
I think he does too, but it's hard to say momentum didn't carry him over because the Brisbane player virtually carried him with him.
Well, there it is. It's a green light. He's given the try.
And as I say, it had to come because all the ball has been with the Roosters in this second half. This is the strip. It was a half-price strip by Simon Benetti. He got it out. Kevy, the captain, just let one go there. And then Ryan Cross has run some really good angles all night. Comes back on the inside, big right foot step. De Vere slipped over, the hole was there. He still beat a couple though on his way to the try line.
So the video referee is happy that there is no double movement. It's Harrison who's got hands on him, he's short, and I just thought there was a promotion of the football with the right arm.
No, I've got no doubts at all, Ray. I beg to differ. I think that he comes down, may look as though he looked to promote the football, but it is momentum taking him across, and the Brisbane player is a major part of that.
10 in, 20 out, and hits the uprights, bounces away. The Roosters lead by 6 after 52 minutes. So they're just being prized apart a little bit, aren't they? As we say, welcome back. And again, thank you for joining us. Friday Night Football, the completion this weekend of the regular competition rounds. The Sharks desperate to get off level 8 of the ladder. Keeping in mind whoever finishes in 8th is going to ANZ next Sunday.
Well, that's, again, just freakish ball skills from Brian Fletcher. Around the corner pass. Tremendous stuff. As Rigon takes it over the halfway line. 5th tackle signalled against the home team, and Fittler, time to kick.
So into the in goal, Sailor. Waiting to see what Mark Oden does. He's ordered a line dropout.
That's a great chase from Matt Singh. Both the wingers have played really well tonight for the Roosters. And he forced a mistake there from Sailor, or some desperation there from Sailor. Had to knock it over. If he's not there, Sailor takes his time, and they get a 20-metre tap. Watch this ball from Brian Fletcher. Takes the line on, draws in Pritis, and slips on around the corner, and Ricketson then ran another, 15 metres.
Clarifying, of course, that semi-final in Brisbane on Sunday week. And league fans up there, I'm sure, will supply a huge crowd for the Brisbane versus question mark game. Ricketson, heavy bump up the top from Carlaw. Lamb, Fittler, scheming, in vain so far. Phillips, reeling away, throwing the dummy, looking to step, pulled down by Campion, played back to Benetti. Their passage of play interrupted by a defender involved in the play, the ball, play on though, Lamb. Here's a chance, no, Sailor's there again. So twice the big fella has defused a very dangerous situation.
But it keeps the pressure going. Nice kick from Adrian Lamb. Experience from the winger. Taking no chance whatsoever, just getting it over the dead ball line the best way possible.
He's a gifted player, Adrian Lamb, Paul, and seemingly ever since he's been here, he's been in the middle of controversy. Now he's about to depart.
Yeah, well, over the last few years, they've brought 3 or 4 different halfbacks to the club whilst he's been here, but he's held them all at bay, and he's still got the number 7 on his back. He's been a great little play for the Roosters and also for Queensland.
Fitzgibbon. Here's Benetti. The runners going every which way. And Benetti pinching about 5 metres. Now it is Burns. And Darren is tackled just inside the 10-metre line. Brisbane's end. Brisbane trailing by a converted try. As Fittler puts a grubbing kick in. Phillips. Luke Phillips and Lottie Takiri. and Phillips thinks that he's got there.
Well, there'll be no one more deserving of a try than Luke Phillips. He's had a great game tonight at fullback as well. Been in wonderful form this year. Bargain buy of the year. Not getting paid a great deal of money, but in and out all week, all year, he's been one of their best. Comes from out wide. And does he get there first? This will tell the story. Doesn't he get down low? Oh, it's hard to tell, isn't it?
Well, he gets there first. Did he ground it? Did he bounce it?
Oh, look, I
say yes.
Well, Stuart Kelly a couple of weeks ago leave me out of this one.
I reckon he's forced enough downward pressure. Right there, that's his hand. I say try. Righto, boys, just sit there on the fence.
Yeah,
oh, get on. Only saw the green light. Well done, Sneaky.
10-0 the score.
I'll tell you what was sneaky was the way that this kick was put through by Fittler. It had to be pinpoint perfect. Plenty of chases there. Phillips knew it was coming. The outstretched hand, and as Paul points out, just enough downward pressure.
But look what he does when he gets near the football. He dives in low from a long way away. That is a great effort. He just wanted to get there more than the other guys.
I'm amazed that you could be so certain that was a try, really. You have got eagle eyes.
This is the best angle, and I think what Paul was talking about there. You can see he does get down on the ball, and video referee obviously happy with the amount of hand on the football.
Well, unlike the Stewie Kelly one, I mean, just personally, I was confident there. I saw his hand ground the football. In the Kelly show, I never saw a hand anywhere near it.
I'm not bagging you. I just think it was amazing that you were so confident. You should take up race calling and try and split them down in a photo finish. I mean, you could be the new Ken Howard. Hawkeye Vorton.
Another important kick, this one for Fitzgibbon, can put his team 2 converted tries in front. They might look for field goal to force the opponents to score 3 times. He'll have learnt from his first kick. He hit the post. I think he'd get this one.
15 in. And it hits the uprights again and bounces away. Still a flicker of a smile. 57th minute, the Roosters 10-0. That's exactly what it is. It is a football stadium. Unlike some of the other places that this game is played at. Chance to build up some great atmosphere. Places like here, Parramatta. The old Lang Park. North Tower is a beautiful stadium. Yes. Rugby league stadiums. Football stadiums. Fitzgibbon is clarifying that previous kick that hit the upright was Luke Phillips. Phillips was the first to hit the uprights and Fitzgibbon the second. Here's to Keary. This was the first one. That was Luke. And then Craig. And again, they find the tall timber. To Keary. 40-metre line. Alders. Hancock. Prentice. Centre of the ground. Harrison. Hyken's kick. Phillips, gee, he's graceful, isn't he? Floats into the ball. He's got a lot of confidence.
He's been to a few different clubs, Luke Phillips. He's really found a home here with the Roosters. Most of his fullback with them at fullback, and it's like he's revelling in that situation as Craig Wynn does well to make it to the halfway line.
Fourth play. Reuben. In front of a crowd of 22,613. That's a good crowd. Cross. Had some very good crowds in recent weeks. Ricketson high and plenty of hang time, but Saylor just floated in like a bird.
Should just point out, Ray, the importance of finishing second in this competition. As we said earlier, if the Roosters do finish in second spot, even if they were beaten in the first weekend of our playoffs, they could not be one of the two lowest placed losers. So a defeat in that first week would mean that they definitely have a second bite and would stay alive.
Walters through for Hancock off his 30-metre line, and then an offload for Walters, and then Aiken, and quick hand for De Vere. Fifth tackle. Walters with a right foot kick. Not a lot of volume about it. Phillips linking up with Minicello. He got inside Walker. Walker did well to put himself between the ball carrier and the only support player. Fletcher. Menacing. Reuben. Groan from the Parks and Roosters crowd. Phillips into the back line. Higgity to Fittler. Cusack. Came ready to play. Seems to be the new expression this year. He came ready to play. Lamb, lovely hands. Grassing tackle. Copybook rugby league, really. All of that. Ryan Cross with a kick, and Walker ducks under and comes back to be tackled by Adrian Lamb. Close to his own line. Come away from the northeastern corner. 10-0 after 0-all at half-time. Harrison through for Aiken. And Saylor off his 10. Gets rid of Brad Fittler and will be made to play the ball on the 20-metre line. Hancock. Sunday we will bring you the other very important game of the weekend. The Sharks versus Penrith. 4 o'clock on Sunday, you'll see that. That is a must-win game for the Sharks. Berrigan. Singh. Wing. Dummy half. Singh. That is Rigon. What's the abbreviation of Shane Rigon, Pete?
That'd be Shrigan, Ray.
Shrigan.
I'd still like to see Biken get involved a bit more.
Okay. Fletcher. Ricketson. The match will show that there were a couple of try scorers in the game, I suppose, but it won't show Ricketson saving a try with a tackle tonight that I agree with Paul, it was as good as you get. The bounce of the ball off the uprights has caused Hodges a little bit of palpitation. It is a line drop out for Brisbane to give it back. Look at this.
Yeah, this has been a great 20 minutes to start the second half from the Roosters. They have dominated. Wasn't too much between them defensively at half-time. Now that has blown out to about 10 extra sets of 6 in defence. Hodges was a little bit lucky there that it actually hit his leg, because if it had gone behind him, the Roosters were well in pursuit.
Ricketson. That's the 5th drop out of the game for Brisbane. The Roosters have been required to do it just once. Cusack. Struggling and straining to the 20, and then Craig Wing away for Craig Fitzgibbon. Back for Cusack again to the 10-metre line, rocking and reeling his way through. Wing delivering for Fitter, then for Lamb. Burns gave a decoy. Fletcher stands and flicks it back to Lamb. Lamb across for Ricketson. Ricketson for Wing. Wing steps off his left foot. Pulled down 8 metres away from the line. They're calling for reinforcements on the right side defence for Brisbane. They go the other way. Now they come back up the middle with Burns. Last Slow play the ball will help Brisbane. Hegarty, rubbing kick, and Saylor is there to force it. Here comes another drop out for Brisbane.
Well, they're just doing everything right, aren't they? The Roosters. We've been their best 20 minutes of the year, I think, in the second half. All the kicks are going to the right places. Wendell's been strong out there.
The only thing they would like is to be a little bit further in front than 10. With the domination they've enjoyed, you'd like to be in a position where your opponents needed to score more than twice.
A lot of defence by Brisbane tonight, Pete, and Campion's come up with 38 tackles with 15 minutes to go. A great effort. Luke Frittis 35.
Dallas Hood.
And out wide, Sean Berrigan at the centres, 31 tackles. Great efforts by those three.
Fittler. Lamb. Fittler. And Phillips. Down on the 20-metre line. Grown from the crowd for a dangerous tackle. Fletcher back for Cusack. Another opportunity awaits here for the Roosters. Lamb, inside ball for Fletcher. Fletcher's thinking that, well, not thinking, carrying on. No call of held. Then from wing for Lamb. He puts a kick in and a knock on by Hodges. Justin Hodges knocking on. So this is exactly the situation I would imagine that Lamb and Fittler would want. You wouldn't even be surprised if Ricketson or Fletcher gets involved as well here.
It's a bit of a baptism of fire, isn't it, for Justin Hodges, just 18 years of age, playing his first grade game. And despite the fact they trailed by 10, this has still been a championship effort by the Broncos tonight.
There's Lamb running across at Berrigan. Wing. Has a shot. Burns. Fittler. Across, then Ryan Cross is tackled 2 metres away. Fittler thinks about it himself, then comes back and delivers for Fletcher, and Fletcher gets a one-hander away for Cusack. There they are, right in front of the sticks again. Lamb, it's your turn. Beautiful ball. Nat Singh is over. Does he get it down? That's the question that Mark Oden will be asking. Players went left, right and centre.
Yeah, what a great pass from Adrian Lamb. He had a look, saw what was in front of him, saw what was in front of the other players out wide in support. Matty Singer into the hole. A high tackle there from Ben Eichen. Didn't stop him, he kept going, then came Carroll. And does Matt Singh get the footy down? On his back there. And you'd have to say held up.
Yeah, no try.
No try. What a beautiful pass from Adrian Lamb.
Yeah, wonderful ball from Lamb, and good hole running by Matt Singh coming back on the angle. Took them a little bit by surprise, and both Tony Carroll and Ben Eichen did a tremendous job here to stop Matt Singh from scoring because he had plenty of momentum, the winger.
How many tries is that tonight that have been denied, Matt Singh? I think that's his third. And this hasn't been denied, by the way, but obviously the pictures suggest it will be.
Well, he doesn't even go close to getting it down. There's no way knowing that we'll see a green light here. A little bit surprising it has taken so long. And that was only the 4th tackle. So that would mean the Roosters retain possession.
Loose head and feet go the way of the Sydney Roosters. So this is the second set. It was started from a scrum, 10 metres out. Great opportunities. Fittler across. And Ryan Cross will play it. There, 11 away. They keep working the short side, back up the middle with the inside ball for Fletcher from Burns. And Wing looks over that left shoulder for Lamb, who's with it now. Then across for Ricketson. Didn't have a good security on it. And then from Hegarty for Lamb. Lamb for wing. Across, going back to go forward, out, and then Phillips gets a ball away. Well done. This is Darren Burns bringing it back. Fourth gone, 11 out. And again, you've got to salute the Brisbane defence. Hegarty running the hole. Fifth tackle. Ricketson's pass, a shocker, taken beautifully by Lamb, who goes to the air, and up they go, and it's a try. Ryan Cross has got it down. And again, Mark Oden needs the help of the video referee. But it looked like a fair contest. Were they onside?
Yeah, that's the only question mark again, Ray. Ryan Cross, prolific try scorer for the Roosters this year, and got quite a few of them from the kick. That looks okay to me. Keep going up from Adrian Lamb. He's behind Adrian Lamb, no doubt whatsoever. It's a fair contest. Plenty of bodies up in the air at the one time. Ryan Cross almost takes it out of the arms of Michael De Vere. In fact, that's exactly what he does. That'll be a try. And look, you've got to salute the defence because they have forced the Roosters to score from the kick once again.
Yes, a great contest for the footy up there. They both went high. And it looks like Ryan Cross has virtually stolen the footy and come up with a Roosters try. I think he is onside.
Yeah, we could see there was sort of a line grass.
And there it is. Green light, 14 blot. And I still say you've got to give Brisbane a lot of credit tonight for this performance. They had to make 100 more tackles than the Roosters. And any other team out there bar the Broncos, they'd be behind by 30. Great steal, wasn't it, from Ryan Cross?
Well, the jump, the momentum and the jump, that's won it for him. The other boy, Michael De Vere, almost from a standing start and working backwards. And Ryan Cross had all the advantages. But, gee, I hate to take away from the positives. Brisbane's defence has been absolutely superb in this game today.
Yeah, Ray, if they get beaten in this, I still think it'll be the kind of performance Wayne Bennett would be happy to see a week out. Like, under pressure, they have just been quite unbelievable. And there are going to be times in the next 3 to 4 weeks where he knows now that they are quite capable of handling anything that's thrown at them.
So Luke Phillips gets this one. We have a clean strike, and it's 16-0, 69 minutes gone in Friday Night Football on 9. Butterfield scores! Sports covering this Friday night fixture between the Sydney Roosters leading 16-0 over the minor premiers, the Brisbane Broncos. As Matt Singh makes another run down the left side, with Hegarty now. Last weekend of the regular competition. We go into the first weekend, the quarterfinals starting next weekend. Fletcher, a break. Fletcher's to the 30. Gets it away for Darren Burns. No, it's Rigon. And Rigon is over the line.
He's short.
Is he short? By centimetres then. Burns. Back to where Rigon was tackled. Kennedy, Lamb, bodies in motion, and Hegarty is taken down again. A player, 3 in a row, inches from the line. Fittler for Fletcher, Fletcher for Cross. Then they got 2-on-1, and Luke Phillips gets another try. Marvellous year for the boy. Luke Phillips scores his second try of the night.
Yeah, great work again from the Roosters. The bust made by Brian Fletcher. Shane Rigon, well, he tried desperately to get there, and you'll see with the attention of Walker, he does put the ball out. And Marco, to his credit, is right on the spot, and he's come up with the right decision. Pulled up short. As they come close, we freeze it there. You can see the Brisbane players have They're the widest men. We've still got plenty of troops out wide for the Roosters as play continues. It was just a matter of getting the ball out there. Ryan Cross does so after good lead up again from Fletcher. And Luke Phillips, yawning gap there to throw the dummy and slide through.
Yeah, it's been a great second half from Brian Fletcher, hasn't it? He made the initial bust, and then just there he was held by 2 or 3 defenders and popped it up to keep the play going. And Luke Phillips, great game by him tonight as well.
Tremendous work from the Roosters in this second half. They have not given Brisbane side a sniff. They have been patient. It's paid off.
Try converted by the scorer, 22-0. A comment from the sideline, Andrew.
Yeah, just something that Phil Gould has always said about Brian Fletcher, Ray. The better the opposition, the better he goes. The bigger the occasion, same story. And here you have the bust of Brian Fletcher. He's fair dinkum beaten 3 there. And then the offload in the play coming up to the try again. He sucked in 3 defenders. Just superb work by one of the best back rowers in the game.
It's the restart.
An incredible career for Fletcher, isn't it? Like, he's 26, like he's not a particularly young man. He only made his first grade debut 3 years ago. But, well, in this day and age, relatively old. 23.
Some of these statistics you see going through on your screen, though, I mean, without detracting from what the Roosters have done, and it has been a great second half for them, it has also been a great game for Brisbane, in my opinion. Keeping in mind the players they've rested. And the tackle count now is 310 for Brisbane and 196 for the Sydney Roosters. Time in possession's about 100% in favour of the Roosters. Look at this defence, and now they carry him back into the end goal. It brings the crowd to their feet again. In fact, they haven't even, I don't think, had time to sit down, many of them.
Yeah, it's been all the Roosters in the second half. I don't think the Broncos have had the footy apart from this here for about 6 or 7 minutes. And once they got on a roll, 3 of them got involved. And they pushed Takiri back. Pats on the back. There's high fives, there's low fives, there's everything out there.
There's a middle five there.
Another line dropout. I think that's about the 8th in the game. Brisbane. Dallas Hood. 7. Gee, they're hell-bent on showing you up, aren't they? These blokes. Graphics and all that. Wing. So it was 0-0 at half-time. And Darren Burns back for Craig Wing. To the 10. Phillips, a grubbing kick. And taken again over the dead ball line by Chris Walker. Another line dropout. It is number 8 this time for Fittler's back on the bench, Andrew.
Yeah, you can pretty much say the Roosters have started their preparation now for the first weekend of the playoffs. They've taken Brad Fittler off at the 73rd minute mark. Off to the bench he went with a fist raised in the crowd. The crowd reacted to Brad Fittler. He is now counting the days until the first weekend of the playoffs.
I think what'll make Graham Murray and the Roosters fans happy is that they've had a great win tonight, not without Brad Fittler. He's been out there and played a fair match, but normally when the Roosters do perform well, Fittler is the key to it, and he normally gets the player of the match, but not so tonight. Plenty of other stars out there for them.
Yeah, you're right. I fancy that they've shown tonight that you can concentrate on Fittler if you like, but Adrian Lamb and Brian Fletcher are very special players as well.
The entire back row for the Roosters tonight have been superb. They've just done a great job, and so to this man Ruben, Cusack's been strong. In fact, the forward pack have laid the foundation. Back row, sensational.
Without picking on Ian Rubin, I think Cusack has been the stronger of the front rows. And here's Matt Singh. 2 metres from the line. Won 11 premierships. The Sydney Roosters. It's Bonetti. Well, does he? Does he? Yes, Mark Oden said, leave this one to me. I don't need any help at all. And Simon Bonetti
is a very happy little Vegemite.
Yeah, we shouldn't have forgotten Simon Benetti in this forward pack. He's been tremendous. He takes on all the responsibility here. Just the one marker, had too much strength from the little man. Good leg drive down low and was able to get across, put the ball down what must have been just about right on the line.
No wonder he was happy, Paul. It's his first try in 75 games.
Yeah, good on him. He's a real goer. Benetti, always very handy around the rucks, gets good metres for them. Brisbane have had some great defence tonight, not so here. Fairly soft late in the match. Took him an age to get it down, but he got there.
First try in 75 games. I just remember Phil Gould telling me a story about Simon. He's that hard a worker. The conversion is successful. 78th minute, 28-0. The Roosters. Phil was telling me about Benetti. He's just an eager beaver, a workaholic. In fact, he sent him away for a week to have a break. So what do you think he did? He went back down to Griffith and helped his dad on the farm, of whatever description it is down there. That's the man we're talking about, Simon Benetti. Good luck to you. Rolls the sleeves up and wants to work, only Phil said I had to stop him, had to make him take it.
He's had to play all the time, right?
Yeah. Just thinking about you by comparison. Shift worker. Show him work and he shifts. He's had that many places of abode.
Yeah, mate, football.
Ricketson.
2.5 to go.
Last grand final that the Roosters appeared in, by the way, was 1980. And, of course, that was in the grand final against the Entertainers, was it not? Benetti. Vossi on the sideline, a comment. I was talking about Benetti and I stole some of your time.
Yeah, well, the thing about Simon Benetti, it's not as if he's not there. It's not for the want of matches. He has played something like 95 games in first grade, and in fact, he's played his last 50-odd games consecutively without coming up with a four-pointer. So to get a try tonight, it's a bit like Haley's Comet passing over.
Hodges. And chancing one. Sailor. Minute and a half of the game to go. Sunday again will televise what I believe to be the match of the weekend, really. The Sharks versus the Panthers. The Sharks a chance to get out of that unenviable task of travelling to ANZ on Sunday week in 1 versus 8. That's one quality that you don't want to be in. Slowly up for Priddis. That's not a good sign. This man has worked tirelessly for the Broncos, Campy. How many has he made now?
Well, he's made 39 tackles. Luke Priddis now up to 45. Sean Berrigan out wide, 35. Look, it's been a valiant performance from the Broncos. No Darren Lockney, no Brad Thorne, Brad Myers and Gordon Tallis. They lost him in the first 5 minutes, so just forget about this one. They'll go away and lick their wounds and be back Sunday week for the semi-final.
I suppose we also look now at how long it's been since Brisbane have been held scoreless in a match. It'd have to be, I would think, 3 or 4 years at least.
Lamb with a little kick and Luke Priddis read it. Did well and took the defence with his back turned. The Roosters cheer squad. They signify that this game is over. Graham Murray obscured there by one of the veteran trainers. 28-0. It was 0-all at half-time. The Roosters running away in the second half. 28 points to nothing. So we'll finish second behind the Broncos, and these two sides cannot be eliminated in week 1 of the qualifyings. That's the bottom line of tonight's victory. We'll take a break and be back after that with our full-time wrap, and Andrew Voss will have our $1,000 McDonald's Man of the Match for you. Stay with us on the Wide World of Sports. Back in a moment.
There's another huge hour on the way this weekend on the Sunday Footy Show. With the Auckland Warriors in crisis, we cross line.
Higher Southwest.
Yeah? That's all well and good, Mandel. But what about this Dr. Shannon? Long as she's there, we can't touch a thing. And so far, your efforts to get her to quit haven't been very successful, have they?
Captain coach Mark Feeney is to retire after his side went down to Scone in the Group 21 Rugby League Grand Final. The Thoroughbreds chalked up their 6th premiership in 7 years, winning a game that had just about everything.
A local derby for the decider, but both sides had trouble coming to grips with the wet weather. No such problems in defence. If you can't go through them, go over them. And when a Kevin Watts bomb finished with Wayne Headley, Scone was on the board after just a few minutes. But a second look raises some questions about a possible knock-on. The rest of the half was about drop balls, driving tackles and more big hits. While a Stephen Breach penalty goal made it 4-2 at the break. The second half started like the first with the Scone try, but there was nothing questionable about Dean Taylor's four-pointer. And when Adam Frost found Jade Smith out wide, Scone was in again and holding a 10-point lead. Defence continued to highlight. But as time wore on, so did player frustration. Simon Irving's tackle turning into a wrestle. Irving and Taylor spent the last few minutes of the match in the sin bin as the hits kept coming on field. But it was Scone's day, winning 12-2. Man of the match and Scone captain coach Khan Gleeson lifting the Thoroughbreds' 3rd title in a row and its 6th in 7 years.
Aberdeen's always great to play. It's always going to be a hard game, local derby, and I'm just happy to be winners, you know, it's great.
His counterpart, however, will now hang up the boots.
There's other things apart from football that you want to concentrate on. And
Jim Callanan, NBN News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the very first Footy Show Awards. Tonight we honour some of our finest league players for their achievements, not only on the field but off.
Yeah, that's right, Dee. And as we speak, people are coming in by the thousands. Anticipation is building. Let's go and meet some of the guests. You look great tonight and looking forward to a super night.
Thanks, mate. I've got the same hair.
I know, I was just going to say, I feel like I'm looking in the mirror.
Yours is a lot prettier than mine.
Gary Freeman, I've heard that your name's up for coaching the Tigers. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That'll
or have I broken some really scary news?
No. You haven't. I'd sort of been mentioned in the papers. I'm just waiting really for the board to have a meeting on Thursday. Then if applications are warranted from one G Freeman, he may put his name forward.
Excellent.
Langus, how are you, mate? How are you? Mate, the suit. It's a dress-up night.
Exactly, mate. It goes down big, and it'd go down big in Penrith area, wouldn't it?
Mate, we get around in them.
yeah, I'm leaving the Cowboys and going to the Broncos next year.
You excited about that?
Oh, yeah. Really looking forward to it. New change, new challenge. Can't wait.
Got any tips for us? Who's going to win tonight?
Brad Fittler.
Brad Fittler, I reckon too.
Mate, I got to ask, looking sensational. Who are you dressed by tonight?
I'd have to say my mother and my girlfriend, Sheree.
Oh, really? Done a great job.
Good evening, Mario. How are you?
I'm thrilled, very excited about the Falcon Award going off tonight.
Oh, can you believe it? An award named after your good self. It's like, oh, Thurlow.
Who dressed you tonight?
Oh, mate, I think Ned looked straight from the kennel. He hasn't let me down.
Very sharp, mate. Can you give us a spin?
Mate, a little spin, something like that.
Nice, very nice. Okay, Sharon, welcome to the Footy Show Awards. Lovely ensemble tonight. Who's that by?
Oh, goodness. Put it together myself, really. It's all over the place.
Wonderful job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Looking forward to this evening?
I am, actually. I'm normally in bed at this time, so I'm actually foregoing sleep to be here, so I hope it's very exciting.
How was that win on the Saturday? Was that exciting?
Yeah, very exciting.
Okay.
Very good.
Very good.
Yeah, first half, probably a little bit sloppy, and we were behind at half-time, but the second half was great. Big crowd, and it was raining, so it was a good one for us.
Excellent. And do you think there's going to be a repeat performance of yours in 1997?
that's been the talk of the town, hasn't it, everyone's been asking that. I think so. I think we've got a better side this year, probably a tad more skill, but at the end of the day, it's the reason why you do the things you do, and hopefully the momentum will build a little bit and the boys can get a victory. It'd be great.
Mate, if this isn't Joe Pesci out of the Goodfellas, mate, I don't know what is. The Mafia look, the little shirt, the tie, the cut above the lip, looking very sharp, Matty.
Yeah, well, good front line say hello to Julio over there in Italy. He designed this terry toweling outfit. And, how you going, mate?
Mate, he's done a wonderful job, and I saw Joey looking very similar.
Yeah, Joey's a cheap version of me tonight. That's most of the time, that's normally the case anyway.
Great win on the weekend.
Yeah, very fortunate to get out there at half-time. I was thinking, geez, we're playing next week and we're very ordinary. But, it was a great comeback and a really good crowd, so I think home ground advantage does play a big part in it.
Welcome to the Footy Show Awards, ladies. You both look stunning tonight. Your dresses are by?
This is a colours and Paddy, and yours is a hussy. Yes.
A hussy. Is that a European? A European look, or?
This is just a Australian designer look.
Hello, Brett. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Very well. I've really enjoyed watching the Storm play. They're a fabulous side, but bad luck, huh?
Yeah, it was certainly disappointing to be knocked out, but we've had a pretty good year. We've made the semis, but just disappointing, I suppose.
Sad.
Mate, yeah, the wife dress. We look better than Newcastle blokes. They look like they're going to a funeral. So,
MG going for the silk shirt, mate. Obviously spending a lot of time in the weight room.
Yeah, dressed by Len Stacker tonight. Len Stacker range, so it's I hope I come out well.
So there you go. There's been a wonderful array of fashion here tonight, and D, I can tell you, everyone is looking their best.
Especially you. Look at you, Mr. Girdler. Very sharp, very sharp. I think it's going to be a great night to match what we've seen as a sensational season of rugby league. Take it away. Let's go.
If you think you've seen the most exciting, even, unpredictable competition this year, you ain't seen nothing yet.
King for regather. Yes! He's done it! He's Houdini! Shearer away for Burner. Burner inside ball for Timmins. Timmins kick. Oh, he'll score! Oh, this is rapid fire! Kamali's away! The chase is on! Kamali! Chase by Joe! Gets the ball away! Rogers will score!
This was the first year for the West Tigers in the competition. We gave our fans plenty to cheer about. Next year we'll go even better.
Here's Craig Field looking for the regather. He does that. A bat down. Carlaw gets it away. And goal Kane. Kane's in.
Been one of the toughest competitions I've played in for a lot of years. Hasn't been an easy game, and warming up to the semis, I think it's a one-horse race. Go to the Broncos. Oh, hang on, I'm in Newcastle.
Now Andrew. Oh, look at Andrew Johns, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Johns, one of the greatest players of all time.
The boys have put on a big show this year, but it's not over yet. Bring it on.
Cross on for Pulatua. He's over again. Only Pulatua. 2 in from touch. It's coming around. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. He's got it. He's got it.
Season 2000, what a year it's been. Provides some big upsets, been very unpredictable. You can say one of the most even competitions ever seen.
Letchak gets away, puts it on the chest of Fittler. You can't beat that left foot step. Fittler, he'll do it. He's there.
For me, I really want to lead the club on a high, and hopefully that would mean back-to-back premierships.
Lavere goes for full speed very quickly, and Kamali finishes it off. Oh, beautiful. Yep.
It's been a extremely tough competition. Now we're narrowing down into the semi-finals. It's going to be a tough semi-final series, and may the best team win.
Running into Adam McDougall. McDougall takes the ball off him. There's a foot race on. It's Craig Wing. Moves the pass. Sailor's after him. Allen's in front by 2. Sailor can't get him. Sailor won't get him. Allen scores.
Obviously this year has been an emotional year for me because it is my last. But all around it's been a great year for rugby league, and it's one I'll never forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your hosts, Paul Vorton and Peter Sterling.
The inaugural Footy Show Awards. Earlier in the year, we're sitting around having a cuppa. We thought, what can we do for the players? Because, of course, they give their time every week to come on the show. We thought, let's present some awards at the end of the year. And they are fair dinkum awards. They're not G-Up awards. And the players have worked really hard throughout the year. And a lot of them are going to be rewarded tonight with some magnificent prizes. And, Petey boy, of course, the weekend. What a great weekend of footy.
No G-Up awards. Yeah, look, great weekend of football. We had 14, down to 8, we're down to 6. I think the great thing about this competition is that realistically any of those 6 sides could take the title.
Brisbane still the favourites?
Brisbane are the favourites. Fantastic performance yesterday, but the Eels are sneaking up on.
Eels are going all right. Now, look, can you explain how the votes have come through and who about all that?
Very, very simple process, Paul. In every game this year, a representative of the Channel 9 commentary team, Rugby League Week, radio stations 2GB and the ABC, the best judges in the game, have given out 3-2-1 points. Now, for the individual player in a position, whoever is polled highest in the final tally takes that award. In the case of a countback, which we have had a couple of, we believe that consistency should be the benchmark, and that means the player that polled in the most amount of matches will prevail.
Yeah, all right. Should be a great night and some award winners which will really get you kicking. Now, look, earlier in the year, remember the NRL promoted the game with What a Game, of course, great song and well presented. And a lot of people said, well, there's a bit of controversy. They said, look, that bloke's too old, he's no good, he's past it. We don't think so. Have a look at this. Ray Warren, you're a lunatic. He probably nearly threw his hip out there.
What was stuck in his pants when he was doing that?
No, mate. Oh, yeah, the flathead happening too. Now, I feel like I'm in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with all this gear on. There are some great prizes tonight, such as, Pete.
Yeah, for our individual positional awards, LG and Harvey Norman once again come to the fore. Great supporters of rugby league for many, many years and of the Footy Show. And this is what the winner will take. It's a sound system from that great organisation, flat screen television, including a DVD. We just thought something a little bit different tonight, Paul. Yeah. Instead of just the statuette, which can go home and gather dust, I guess, this is something the whole family can enjoy and something that can be enjoyed by the winner for many years to come.
Well, back in the old days when we played, you'd be flat out winning a carton of KB, but these are great prizes tonight.
Nothing
and of course, our
KB,
Player of the Year, no, great drop. Our Player of the Year award tonight, it's $20,000 courtesy of Wizard. They're great people, Wizard. Mark Burris and the boys do a fantastic job. And all the contenders, they know who they are. They've agreed to give half of that, $10,000, to the charity of their choice. So that's well done, boys. And thanks, of course, to Wizard, outstanding supporters of rugby league and of our show. Well, Pete, without further ado, let's go to the first award.
Very fluent in French, Paul. Our first award, of course, is the Fullback of the Year, and what better way to start the proceedings than with a player who has just completed an incredible playing season, a career actually, 18 years with the one club. Would you please make welcome Andrew Eddinghausen. Well, mate, I was looking good standing next to Fatty, but I've gone downhill here, unfortunately. But, Ed, congratulations on everything you've achieved in the game. Disappointment for the guys yesterday afternoon, but the effort was outstanding.
Yes, Sterlo, they couldn't have put in any bigger effort. It was absolutely amazing. I was sitting there in the stand. I thought at half-time, 20-6, I thought we were a chance of knocking over the Broncos, but they're a mighty team. I thought I might even be back for a run next week, but they were just too good on the day.
All right, well, let's have a look at the fullback contenders of the year. I do believe that one of your teammates may be in contention.
Fullback of the year. Brett Hodgson, Parramatta Eels. Darren Lockyer, Brisbane Broncos. David Peachy, Sharks.
Yes, all of those players have been in great form. Andrew, who is the number one?
Well, a good mate of mine, David Peachy.
A fantastic year, and would it be fair to say that for David Peachy at Cronulla, more responsibility, the fact when this bloke wasn't on the field, you were captaining the team?
Yeah, it was. I mean, the leadership qualities ET's shown over the last 18 years wasn't there, but unfortunately I was put in the shoes and I felt as though I'd done a good job, but we fell short yesterday, and I'm looking forward to the role hopefully next year.
Did a great job, and I suppose the highlight personally for you, this kind of club form finally led to some State of Origin representation.
It did. I mean, it's been a while coming. I've enjoyed the past couple of seasons, and I was rewarded this year with a State of Origin berth, and hopefully there's more down the track.
Ladies and gentlemen, our fullback of the year, David Peachy. Okay, stay with us because you're also giving out the winger of the year, something you played a fair bit of at representative level. Let's have a look at the contenders.
Winger of the Year, Adam McDougall, Newcastle Knights. Matt Rogers, Sharks. Wendell Saylor, Brisbane Broncos.
And our number one winger of the year, ET, is...
The biggest of the three, Wendell Saylor.
Congratulations, mate. Congratulations, not just on yesterday, but the whole year. Fantastic. Any reason why we've seen such a consistent, devastating Wendell Saylor this year?
Oh, I think probably because we lost, I think, Steve Renoff and Alan Langer. And Benny asked me to step up this year and take a bit of a senior role in the team. And I think with Lottie Takiri on the wing, it makes me play a little bit harder.
Something like 18 tries already this year. We're looking at one against the Dragons not so long ago. Would this be the best?
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. I told the boys about it all week. So I was pretty happy. And, you know, it's one of those things when you're playing on the wing, you score like that, I think it really fulfills you.
And just finally, a close shave yesterday.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a good price for the finals, mate. So,
well, ladies and gentlemen, would you please thank our winger of the year, Wendell Saylor. And also take the opportunity to say goodbye, if you haven't already, to Andrew Gantinghausen.
Thank you.
G'day there, thanks for joining us tonight. Now, our next award giver is one of the greats of the game. He's been involved in the game as a player and a coach since 1980. He's a legend of the game. Please make him welcome Wayne Junior Pearce. So what's the latest rumour, Junior, about why you're retiring?
Plenty of rumours going around. Yeah, I don't know.
All untrue?
Yeah, it's just time to have a break, I think.
In reflecting over the last week, have you made the right decision?
Definitely, yeah. I feel a load lifted off my shoulders, and there's a real life out there that I've got to go and live now. It's 7 days a week coaching, and for pretty well 40 weeks of the year, and I take my hat off to the likes of Wayne Bennett, who can hang in there for basically their lifetime.
You can hold your head up, mate. You did a great job. You should be very proud of yourself over all those years. Now, look, this is an award to the Partner Probe, was one of our most successful and best segments all year. And this award, Junior, is to that person who was the best in the Partner Probes. And who's won that?
Well, it's one of my favourites. No football? No, okay.
No footy.
Well,
Tony Chalmers, of course, passing the footy. He passed it 8 times in his 8 years of his career.
I've got a fair idea it was Megan Geyer.
Megan Geyer has won the award. And let's have a look at some of Megan's best work right now.
can remember Mark had to answer this question last year and he said he'd be doing 5 to 10 years in Long Bay Jail. I'd have to totally disagree with him and say at least 10 to 20. Mark's idea of romance, we were on our honeymoon and I was getting all dressed up ready for our big first night out, and I walked out into the living area and Mark's jumping around so excited because he realised you could hide PlayStations at the hotel. Last time Mark tried to impress me, well actually he was trying to make me laugh, he actually ran through the house in the nude with my handbag over his shoulder. I wouldn't change a thing.
It's perfect.
I think he is anyway.
Well, Megan couldn't be here tonight. She's a shandy off giving birth. So let's meet the perfect man, Mark Geyer. Come in, Mark. Now, you've won a great prize, actually. You've won a weekend for 2 at the Crown Casino in Melbourne, and airfares as well. Should be a great weekend down there, if you're still talking to us.
Catch up with my brother. And,
go to the races.
Yeah, go to the races.
Have a punt. It'll be good. Good weekend.
Yeah, Megan can be here tonight. She's due to give birth not yet to our 4th baby, and she's had a bit of morning sickness at night. She's been a bit crook, so she couldn't be here. But on behalf of her, I really appreciate the award, and I appreciate Megan make a complete gig of me all year. Thanks a lot.
Well, mate, she did it well. Mark Geyer, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Mark. Okay, our next award is our Scholarship Award. If you remember, actually, we gave one last year, Matty Parsons, who's really kicked on. He's had a great year up there at Newcastle this year. And our Scholarship Award this year, Junior, and you'd really appreciate this, for the kids coming through. It's for on-field play, but also showing a bit of spark off the field, which he does. Who is it, Junior?
Yeah, there's a great batch of young players coming through this year, both on and off the field. It's important to produce the goods on the field, but it's almost as important to act the part off the field and really promote the game and propagate the game off the field. And this year's award winner is Nathan Highmarsh.
Well done, Nathan. Congratulations on a great award and a great year for you. You've won a great prize as well from Ticketek, an entertainment gold pass. Should be a great prize, that one, and you'll enjoy that. The Eels are on fire, going good.
Yeah, we're going all right. Good week, good win on the weekend. But another tough one this Saturday night against, we've got the Panthers.
Panthers, yeah, that's right. I said it right. You see it live on Channel 9 at 7:30. Tell me why your game's improved so much this year. Is there one particular reason?
No, not really. Just getting the ball out a bit wider, and probably with Dino and Crackers gone, it's a bit easy to get the ball.
All right, he's got it all ahead of him. Great player, Nathan Highmarsh. Thanks very much, Nathan. Good on you. Well, Junior, thanks for that. Wayne Pearce, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, mate. Thanks, Steve. Well, of course, later in the night we'll be announcing our Footy Show Player of the Year. And little Al Robbo's been out on the street doing his best, as he always does, and challenging the fans to ask them who will be the Player of the Year.
Who do you think will win Player of the Year this year on the Footy Show Awards night?
Oh, Freddie Fiddler.
Why?
Because he's the best. He's a rooster. Go the Roosters!
Well, I think Andrew Johns, really. I think he's
Why?
a better man. Well, personally, I like his playing style.
Me too, I hope.
You like him?
Is this for the Footy Show?
Yes.
Oh, how embarrassing.
One of your favourites, is he?
My very all-time favourite.
He's a sexy man, isn't he?
He is.
Andrew Johns, Andrew Eddinghausen, Alan Robinson, Craig Gower, Andrew Johns, Brad Fittler, Andrew Johns.
Who's good looking?
Alan Robinson.
Who's the most
Robbo.
good looking guy?
Robbo.
Here's the one that's good.
Thanks, Don.
Brad Fittler. I'd say Fatty.
Fatty?
Even though he's not going for it.
Why?
Because he's good.
Andy Johns.
Why?
Because he's a legend.
Who do you think will win?
I don't know.
Craig Gower, Alan Robinson.
Whoever he said, I back him.
Why?
Because he just asked me to marry him.
Who do you think will win?
Oh, Brad Fittler, for sure.
Why?
He's just the best player in the world.
Who do you think will win Player of the Year?
You.
Why?
Because you're a top bloke.
Thanks very much.
Good top jockey.
Thank you very much.
Always pick winners from you, mate.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Thank you.
I love you.
Everyone agrees, Pat, they're all great players, but there can only be one winner. Don't go away, we'll find out real soon.
Welcome back to the State Theatre here in Sydney to our opening night of the Footy Show Awards, our first year, and we hope it's something that we'll be bringing to you for many years to come. Plenty of stars out tonight, and joining me, a man who needs no introduction, but we'll give him one anyway. Would you please, mate, welcome the King of Newcastle, Paul the Chief Harrigan. Now, Chief, on the weekend, the Newcastle boys showed once again they're not missing you one little bit.
Well, certainly not. No, it was a good win, and they're pretty excited. No injuries for the Knights, which I think is pretty important, but I can tell you the week off, they were very excited, particularly the coach, Byron.
Now, we've got you up to give an award which we're actually not giving anything for, but we feel it's a part of the game that should be highlighted. Trying to have a conversation with you, it shows that you have copped plenty of hits over the year. That's all right, I'll look after you. So we're going to have a look at a package of the hits of the year, and then we're going to come up with what we deem to be the best.
Lovely.
Here they are.
Hit of the year. Gordon Tallis, Brisbane Broncos. Robbie Ross, Melbourne Storm.
Oh, Robbie Ross has got him a beauty. They've turned it over Adrian Lamb, and he's in trouble.
Stephen Kearney, New Zealand.
Rodney Howe. Melburnian on Melburnian, and Howe is down for the count.
Daniel Wagon, Parramatta Eels.
Wagon comes out of the line and nails it.
Tony Carroll, Brisbane Broncos.
Yes, some absolute bell ringers there. And Paul, which did we think was the best?
Some fantastic ones there, but it goes to Boo Boo, Robbie Ross.
Robbie Ross. You might remember this game early in the year. The Roosters started particularly well. This was a tackle that changed the course of the game. In fact, Melbourne scored not long after. Robbie Ross, an absolute beauty. And we actually caught up with Adrian Lamb long afterwards to get his reaction on that hit.
Congratulations, Robbie, on winning the hit of the year. It was a beauty. Anyway, the boys have asked me to pass the award on to you, so here it is. Robbie, now we're even.
And a good get square there from Adrian Lamb. Now, what we believe tonight is one of the more important awards is the Footy Show Punter's Pick. We've, over the internet, our website, about a week ago, we had for 7 days fans ringing in to find out who they thought was the best player in the competition, their favourite player, and these are the nominations. In fact, you know who the winner is.
I sure do. We're going to look at the nominations, or are we going to get straight into it?
No, you can tell us.
All right. One of the best players to play the game, good friend of mine, Andrew Johns.
Andrew. Congratulations, Andrew. A bumper season for you, but I said that this was one of the more important awards because I think for players it is important to know that they're getting through the fans and they're getting plenty of enjoyment out of what you're doing on the field.
Yeah, it is nice for especially the people, they own the game, and especially I'm lucky in Newcastle where every second week, they turn up in droves to watch us, and it's a nice trophy too, so I look good at home.
You also get the sound system from Harvey Norman as well, so that's something great to take home. And
beautiful.
The fans
I'm a bit of an 80s man. So,
you are indeed, yeah. Your brother's a 60s man, but you've progressed. The fans from Marathon, how important are they to you?
Oh, they are. They lift us on the weekend, without doubt. The home semi for us was very important. And, without doubt, when we're really struggling in defence, they really lift us. And, hopefully we can send them a little bit happier in a couple of weeks if we win the premiership.
Ladies and gentlemen, two of Newcastle's very best, Paul Harrigan and Andrew Johns.
We're back. Well, we've done the fullback, we've done the winger. Of course, what comes next? The centre. And to present the Centre of the Year award, one of the best, Terry Hill.
How are you?
Going? Good.
Oh, I'm just, mate, where's my award?
Where's your award?
Well, mate, my manager's rung me, Wayne Beavis, and he said that I've won. That's why I'm here.
Something else he's got wrong, is it? Or what?
What do you mean got wrong?
No, mate, you're going to present the award.
No, I'm the winner.
No, you're not. You've actually run 8th. So, yes, bad luck. Terry, let's have a look at the contenders for Centre of the Year.
Centre of the Year. Michael DeVere, Brisbane Broncos. Ryan Girdler, Penrith Panthers. Julian O'Neill, North Queensland Cowboys.
There's some very good contenders there, Terry. TC's got the ball. Who's the Centre of the Year, Tez?
You're off, Beavis. I can't believe this. Nah, and he's a good mate of mine, Ryan Girdler.
Congratulations, Centre of the Year, and that you're 28. A lot of people don't realise how old you are.
27, mate.
27, eh? About 10, 28. So I remember the old days down at Illawarra, but you've come a long way, and a great season for you.
Yeah, it's been a good season. I mean, last time I played semi-finals was 92, and for the Steelers. So I didn't enjoy the other night too much, but we're hanging in there, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and of course against your arch rivals this Saturday night, Parramatta. It'll be a hard one.
Yeah, it will be. They played great against the Roosters, so we've got a job to do, and it's going to be tough.
Ryan Girdler, Centre of the Year. Thanks, Ryan. And a big thank you to Terry Hill.
Thanks, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, early this year we introduced an award which seemed to be embraced fairly well by the players and the fans. It was our post-try celebrations, both by a team and an individual. I think it caught everybody's imagination for quite a while there. And somebody who we got tremendous support from is the boss of the NRL competition, and a man who we think has done a fantastic job after stepping into the breach early this year. Would you please make welcome Mr. David Moffat. Well, boss, thanks for joining us tonight, and we saw you earlier saying just what we've got to come, but you must be heartened by what we've seen on the playing paddock so far this season.
Yes, and especially on the weekend, weren't they 4 fantastic games of football? And that's going to cap off a great season for us.
There was some criticism about these celebrations after tries, but the very fact you're here tonight, we believe, shows that you don't have any drama with them.
I certainly don't, and I think the Footy Show to be congratulated because we've got a bit of fun back into the game, and we must remember that you've got to have that with rugby league as well.
We wholeheartedly agree. Well, of course, we did have 2 awards here, one for a team, one for the individual. With the team celebrations, we thought that there were 2 absolute standouts. These are the 2. This is the State of Origin grenade, of course, led by Brian Fletcher. Something we didn't expect at this level, but it showed just how buoyant the New South Wales Blues were. Certainly no disrespect to their opposition, just exhilaration and a nice effort from the guys. Synchronisation, I don't know. And this, down at Bruce Stadium, the 10-pin bowling from the Canberra Raiders. A fantastic effort from them. All in very good fun. And as you can see there, the guys having a good time with it. And that's what we believe that this is all about, a little bit of fun. So, David, which way did we go, the grenade or the 10-pin bowling?
We went with 10-pin bowling, Canberra Raiders.
Tonight, the 3 players from Canberra, we'd like you all up on stage quickly. Luke DeVico, Mark McClendon and Justin Morgan. Please come to Well done, guys. Firstly, Luke, we'll go from the biggest first. We believe that this was your idea. You're a 10-pin bowler of note. So how much time and effort actually went into arranging this?
Not much at all. A little bit, but every away game we go to during the year, we get on the road before a game and 10-pin bowl. So I thought, what better way to, celebrate a try?
Exactly. Now, Mark, you were the man who actually delivered the ball. You realise that if you'd have only got a spare, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as dramatic.
No, that's right. It's my first strike of the year, so I was pretty happy. And just saying, Luke DeVico's idea, it's actually his first idea of the year as well. So.
And congratulations, the only Raider who played all games for the Canberra side this year.
Yes, thanks.
Keep it going. And Justin, you were the 10-pin. Now, if you didn't fall, the 10-pin is the kingpin. You were the man. Any thoughts of actually staying up there, or were we always going down?
Always going down. We decided before the game that it was going to be one of the front rows, and I'd been on to replace Luke, so I said to Ruben, does he want to fall down? He said no, he was too tired, he just wanted to stay on the ground. I got the job.
I think you guys will be pretty happy with your prize tonight. It is 40 cases of Tooheys beer for your end-of-season celebration. Would you please thank the Canberra Raiders? So that's our team winner, and of course individually we had plenty of players who put a lot of time, creativity into it, and plenty to choose from. This was what we narrowed the individual post-try celebration down to.
Best post-try celebration by an individual. Russell Bowden, the Can. John Hopawate, off the ropes.
Oh, dear. Look at him. There he is on camera.
Andrew Johns, the cigar.
He's back. He's smoking.
Kevin McGuinness, the didgeridoo.
A little turn on the didgeridoo as well from Kevin McGuinness.
Woomba, 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 well done. Scott Prince, the six-shooter.
Oh, there he goes for the six-shooters. Whoa, there you go. Put it back in the pocket, brother.
And the bucking bronco.
A rodeo on the football.
It's a hot field, isn't it? No doubt whatsoever. David, who was our winner? Nice catch.
The winner is Scott Prince.
Scotty Prince from the North Queensland Cowboys. He's also enjoyed a top season individually. A young 5'8" from the Cowboys. Scott, first time we've actually met. As I said, a tremendous season for you personally. What we just saw there is obvious that you've just seen too many John Wayne movies. Is that the case?
Oh, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Are you a cowboy? Like you look like you knew what you were doing with the six-shooter and the bronco?
From a small town called Mount Isa, and that's really where it comes from. You know, we've got the richest radio in Australia. You know, ironically, it's happening next week, so I'm going back for that. So that's why I try to keep to the cowboy theme.
Beautiful. Now, a shame, obviously, for North Queensland supporters, but you're making the journey down to the Brisbane Broncos. That's an exciting prospect for you.
Oh, it is. The Broncos is probably the best team in the world at the moment, and I'm just going to be happy to be part of it next year.
Will you two take a entertainment package from Ticketek, Gold Pass, plenty of entertainment in that pass, and we hope you enjoy that. Thanks for coming all the way down from Queensland. Would you thank Scott Prince and also David Moffat? Now, ladies and gentlemen, obviously regular viewers of the Footy Show will know a man who has come on a number of occasions and been an absolute sensation. And he joins us again tonight. Phil Cass is his name, and he is here to, again, weave his magic.
Well, ESP, mental telepathy. That's what we're going to do tonight. We need the help of MG. You here somewhere? My guy.
Yep.
Choppy chop. Up here, buddy. I took the Mickey last time with you. You did so well, I thought I'd use you again. Hey, buddy. All right. Gee, you're a tall devil, aren't you?
Yeah, not bad. 6'4".
What do you do for a hobby? Go to the airport, duck planes? I'll tell you what we're going to do. Mark, I'm going to reward you, actually, if you play along with me tonight. See all this money?
Yep.
I'm going to let you cut off as many notes as you wish, if you play along.
Yep.
All righty?
Sounds good.
So, and if this works.
Okay.
So here's a pack of cards.
Yep.
Now, they're invisible.
Yep.
It's not a trick you see every day.
Yep. What was I supposed to do?
You're a natural. It'd actually help if you took them out of the box first, though.
Oh,
I'll take them out of the box. There you go.
Yeah.
You give the box to somebody that you know or don't know.
There you go, buddy.
All right.
Good
Got
box,
a very,
that one.
hey?
Good box.
Yeah, it's a very striking face there. Been struck there a few times, huh? Yeah. So now spread the deck into a fan. Now go up to anybody you like at all, in the room. Go up to them and say, "Here, stupid, pick a card, any card." But you must say stupid.
Joey, forgive me for this. Here, stupid, pick a card.
Good choice. Okay. Remember the card, sir? So he looks at it. Fair enough. So, remember the card. Now, you've got 52 cards to choose from. No joker whatsoever. And we're about to try a little bit of mental telepathy. You understand? Yep. 52 cards, no joker. By the way, your full name is?
Andrew.
Your full name? Middle name?
Paul Bearer.
Oh, you're the ventriloquist and he's a dummy? Is this the way it works? He can speak for himself. Come on, what's your middle name? Quick.
Gary.
That's correct. Very good. 1 out of 1. We're on a roll. So, bit of ESP there, see? So, you ready? Mr. Johns?
Yep.
Okay, one card, turn it upside down. Put it back in the deck that Mark Guy's holding upside down. Okay, reshuffle, Mark. You're good at that. Try not to overact though, all right?
Okay.
Okay, so put it back in the box. No, he's got the box.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. Very good. All right. Fair enough. Now, this is an invisible pack of cards. I'm about to make them materialise. And there you are. Now, please don't react to that. It was basically nothing. But there is one card in there face up, though. Now, would it not be amazing if it happened to be exactly the same card that Mr. Johns here mentally thought of? Wouldn't it be amazing? Yeah? If it was correct, would you be impressed? Probably freak out, wouldn't you? If I can do this, you shouldn't be sitting there. You should be kneeling. So, Mr. Johns, you'd be impressed, no? You'd probably freak out.
Freak out.
Admittedly, it'd be pretty hard to tell with you, but you would. So, for the first time, we've got a lot of witnesses here. So you can't deny I've got the right one. And there is only one card in there face up. So in front of all these witnesses, so you can't deny it, the card face up in that deck is... Tell everybody. You said the 6 of hearts. Is there any reason why you chose the 6 of hearts? Because that's wrong. Really, the 6 of hearts? You're not making this up, are you? You actually turned it face up in here? Okay, I guess we can check, can't we, mate?
Yep.
All right, now you're right here so the people right up the back there can actually... well, they can't see, but you're here to vouch for it.
Yep.
I'm not doing any sleight of hand here.
No.
All right, 6 of hearts, you said. Notice they are indeed all face down, except for one card. And that happens to be the 6 of hearts. And not only that, Mr. Johns, it's the only one there that I was that sure you'd say I put in the pack with a different colour.
Oh.
Hey? That's all right. Very good. ESP. Yes, indeed. Now, ESP, entertaining simple people. So, I promised you that if it worked, we'd let you cut off. Yeah, we could say that, but we won't. So there it is. Now, I'll tell you what we need to do. You get the scissors and you cut across where I've stuck them together, right?
Yep.
I'll even let you start at the 50, if you like. And you've got to cut across. Yep. If you cut diagonally, it won't work, all right?
Okay.
Understand? Okay,
Yep.
you've got 10 seconds, though. That's all you got.
What, to cut as many as I can?
Cut as many as neatly as you can. Go.
Oh,
1,
fuck this.
2, 3, 4... What's the problem? Hang on, what's the problem? I can open them. There you go. Right. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You lose. I'm sorry. Back to you, Bob.
Phil Cass there with a couple of easy targets. Well done. Thanks to MG and Andrew Johns. You're watching the Footy Show Awards. After the break, we'll come back with the 5'8", Halfback and Prop of the Year Awards.
Welcome back to the Footy Awards night. It's been a great night so far. Can only get better. I'm with one of the blokes who some say the greatest player in the game. You've had a good year, John?
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Well, how good do you think you can get when you get rid of this anchor M John's on your back?
Oh, that's not very nice, but I don't know. Pretty good, hopefully.
You had a few injuries at the start of the year. They're all gone?
Yeah, all gone, mate. The groin's good now.
I know the groin's 100%. She stopped ringing me.
Yeah, she said that. She said that you stopped serving us, so yeah, thanks, mate.
Good on you, Joe. Back to you, Fat.
Thanks, Robbo. Little old Robbo. The best country jockey in the world he is. Our next two awards are the 5/8 and Halfback of the Year awards, and to present them, please make welcome Matthew Johns and Ricky Stewart. First, Matty, good to have a week off, eh?
Mate, real good. You know, I mean, people say sometimes you lose your momentum by having a week off, but you never know. We might have played this week, had 2 blokes at judiciary and 2 injuries, so it's good to have a week
off. A great performance, one of your best of the year last weekend against Melbourne.
Yeah, people sort of said that we weren't that good the week before, but in the big games you tend to have a better preparation, and that's the way it was. Mate, we can keep that going. We're in with a chance, but like I said at the start of the year, you know, they're all good teams, mate.
All right, mate, let's have a look now at the 5/8 contenders for the 5/8 of the year.
5/8 of the year. Trent Barrett to Georgia the Wild Dragons. Adam Dykes, Sharks. Brad Fittler, Sydney Roosters.
There they are, all great contenders. And if we can get the ball up from TC, Matty, who's the 5/8 of the year?
Red Dragon.
Red Dragon.
No, it's 2 Fs, Freddie Fittler.
Well done, Bradley.
Thanks, Pat,
Would you say this has been your best year form-wise ever?
It's mostly been a lot more consistent, and I think I've had a lot more help from blokes like Fletch. Rico's had a big year, so they take a lot of the load off you.
But you seem to be taking them on a lot more than in past years.
Yeah, I've had to. Well, in the past I've been inconsistent. I've been a bit disappointed some games. And with this year I was with Fletch, especially, he just likes getting out and playing footy, so, it adds to the enjoyment and the spirit and stuff.
Now, you blokes were tragic the other night.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
You can't play like that again, can you?
It's embarrassing to collect this after last week, but I think it's a case of inconsistency, and a lot of sides have been a problem to that. The week before we played the Broncos and we're outstanding, then this week we're flat, so hopefully it works in that sort of pattern, and this week we'll be up for Canberra.
Take on Canberra, that's right, on Sunday. Brad Fittler, our 5/8 of the year. Thanks, Brad. How are you, Stick?
Good, Paddy. How are you, mate?
Another bloke, of course, one of our great campaigners who retired this year. Ricky, it's down to 6. Who do you like?
I think the Broncos still deserve to be favourites, but I just think the Knights will be very tough. They've got a pack that can match them in size, and I think they've probably got a better backline.
All right, let's have a look now at our halfback contenders.
Halfback of the year. Craig Field, West Tigers. Andrew Johns, Newcastle Knights. Brett Kamali, Melbourne Storm.
Some great players there, aren't there? Excellent rugby league players. And who is our halfback of the year?
Brett Kamali.
Brett Kamali. Well done, Brett. Bit of rivalry up here. Now, you're also one of those great LG packages, of course, the telly, the video, all sorts of stuff. Worth a lot of money. Well done on that, along with Freddie. Melbourne, I thought, pretty ordinary the other day. Probably your worst performance of the year.
Yeah, it was pretty ordinary. Obviously, Newcastle played quite well, and they deserved to win the game by what they did. But disappointing for us as a club to finish the way we have.
What about yourself? I mean, you now have to be in the superstar class. A great season for you.
It's been a good year. It's been a great 3 years for me down there. I've learned a heck of a lot, and hopefully the future will hold just as many happy thoughts of what I've had already. Well,
the good news is off to the Northern Eagles to win the premiership next year. Brett Kamali, halfback of the year. Thanks, Brett. Good on, mate. And also our thanks to Ricky Stewart and Matty Johns. And to present the next award, which is Prop of the Year, please make welcome one of the best ever, Glenn Lazarus.
Well, from the number 6s, 7s, we go on to the 8s, the prop forwards, and Lazo, you're the only man to have won premierships with 3 different clubs, a fantastic effort. Prop forward so important at this stage of the year. Canberra going along very nicely in that department. You seem to be enjoying the time out there with them. We see you running the bottle out every now and then. Bit of coaching.
I don't know about running, I do.
Just
a slow trot.
bottle.
But look, I'm really pleased with the way the boys are going at Canberra, particularly the front rows. Obviously, they're pretty close to my heart because that's what I played. So, and I think we've got 3 or 4 of the best that's going around at the moment. And let me tell you that in semi-final football, you need them firing, and our blokes are doing that.
Well, let's actually have a look at 3 of the best going around. They are our contenders for Prop of the Year.
Prop of the Year. Darren Britt, Bulldogs. Luke DeVico, Canberra Raiders. David Fairley, Newcastle Knights.
They're going on very nicely in the engine room. One man who's not in the nominations, Shane Webke, who was out injured, of course. That probably hurt his chances. But our winner tonight is...
Tonight's winner is David Fairley.
Great year for Newcastle Knights, of course. First year up there. Well done, Daisy. Come and join me. It appears as though joining Newcastle, the change has actually been better than a holiday.
Yeah, I've really sort of found, it feels a bit funny to say this, but where I belong, I wish I probably had 3 seasons there. And I guess front row of the year, the last few weeks I've played second row, but one of the best in the business, Tony Butterfield, got a lot to thank for, and also Warren Ryan, who has given me great opportunity.
You actually have played a couple of different positions, but predominantly front row, more games there than anywhere else this year. The Newcastle style of play seems to suit you, the offloading, the second phase work.
It does. As everyone knows, we like to throw the ball around in Newcastle, and we've got such a great backline, and we know that if we do our job, obviously blokes like Andrew and Matthew Matthew Gidley can carve them out wide.
Well, in the kind of form you're showing this year, you would not be able to place in the World Cup side at the end of the year. Good luck for that. Would you please congratulate David Fairley and thank Glenn Lazarus. And ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. Still plenty to come from the State Theatre here. Footy Show Awards night. Hope you're enjoying it. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back to the Footy Show Awards. Now, this award is my award tonight. I'm giving this one. It's to a bunch of people, sadly neglected, I feel, over the years. They're lovely people. They're kind and good-hearted. They've had to live with a terrible affliction and actually play in the NRL. It's the best redhead player in the NRL. Here are the contenders.
Best redhead in the NRL. Brad Myers, Brisbane Broncos. Alan Tongue, Canberra Raiders. Lance Thompson, St George Illawarra Dragons. Andrew Johns, Newcastle Knights.
One of your best, Joey. Fantastic stuff. Well, look, I couldn't split the 4 of them. So it's a dead heat between the 4, and here to accept, on behalf of all redheads who have ever played the game, please make him welcome, young Fatty. Yeah, mate. What's doing, Rodney? How you travelling? All right?
Yeah, good thanks.
Pretty good. How's life out in the bush treat you?
Oh, I don't live there anymore.
You don't live in the bush, that's right, because we saw you play footy a couple of weeks, so you go good.
Yeah, I try to.
Who do you model your game on?
Don't on anyone.
Excellent. There's young Rodney there. Before you go, just give us one before you go. Young Paddy there on behalf of all the redheads. Thanks, Rodney. Come on, mate.
Young Fatty doing a great job with the Barella Bears. Keep an eye out for him. He'll be in grade very, very shortly. Our next award up tonight is the Lock Forward of the Year. And joining us now, a back rower who played with great distinction not that long ago. You might know him better as the man who hands out the Yesterday's Hero certificates. Please make welcome Paul Langmack. Well, mate, you're getting about a bit of commentary work for Channel 9 on the weekend. You're Yesterday's Hero. Plenty happening in the life of Paul Langmack at the moment.
The sad part about it is the kids don't understand I played rugby league.
It was a while ago. You had a few clubs, but premiership winner as well.
Yeah, certainly. Memories flood back this time of year. It's the best time to play footy, and all the best to all the boys playing now.
Now, I promised that I wouldn't say Langers, why the long face, so I'm not going to. Let's have a look at the contenders for Lock Forward of the Year.
Lock of the Year. Jason Deep, Auckland Warriors. Jim Dimmock, Parramatta Eels. Scott Hill, Melbourne Storm.
And Paul, our winner is... Yeah, good pass.
Scott Hill.
Scott Hill from the Melbourne Storm. Unfortunately, Scott has been delayed in Melbourne. He can't be joining us tonight, so the Footy Show will accept that on his behalf, and that means we've got a spare footy. Do something with it, Angus. Anywhere, mate, anywhere. Just don't break a chandelier. You've still got it. And started blue in the second section. Good work. Stay with us because you're also giving out the Second Row of the Year award, and these are the players in line for that one.
Second Rower of the Year. Brian Fletcher, Sydney Roosters. Nathan Hindmarsh, Parramatta Eels. Gordon Tallis, Brisbane Broncos.
There's some wonderful players there doing great deeds for their respective clubs, but our Second Rower of the Year is...
Nathan Hindmarsh.
Nathan Hindmarsh. A young man destined for higher honours without any doubt. One of the real finds of this season, Nathan Hindmarsh. Well, Nathan, second visit up here tonight, and it's been, I guess, a meteoric rise. No trouble handling all the adulation because you've got plenty of raps this year, and deservedly so.
Yeah, I suppose. It's not too bad getting a few raps, but it's a team sport, and I'm just one of the many of the 13, 17 other players.
And it must be tremendous out at Parramatta at the moment. Like you're going great guns, but it's such a young pack of forwards. So many players there really starting to make their mark in the game. Good to be a part of.
Yeah, it is good. We've got Andy Ryan coming through. There's Lock, second row, and he's got the ball skills of Jimmy and the footwork, and the two front rowers, Vella and Kalis, which are leading the way for us.
Well, this year I said that you were the best young player in the game. Obviously nothing to change my mind. Second row of the year, Nathan Hindmarsh and Paul Langmack. Thank you.
G'day there. Enjoying yourselves? Excellent. So are we. Now look, there must have been 1,000 tries scored this year, some great ones. The blokes who have seen them all, the blokes in the middle. And to present the award for the try of the year, please make welcome two of our good referees, Mark Oaten and Paul Simpkins. Well, yes, I know I thought you handled that game pretty well.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. And Mark, of course, it's down to 2 referees now. Of course, this weekend. Any hope, you blokes?
Always hope.
Always hope.
Until the announcements, mate.
And see what happens.
Well, you couldn't get her on this weekend. You must be thousands next weekend. But still, one of our very good referees now. Okay, try of the year. Have you got the nominations there? Have you got them?
No.
You got them?
No.
Well, what are you going to do?
Might have to go to the video, eh? All right.
Try of the year.
Between it, from dummy half, straight through them, comes to Beverley, he stepped off the left foot past him, now it's a foot race, he runs away from Odenride, Wagner comes to him, he couldn't stop him, got a ball back to Ferner, will try and reach out and he got there! Oh, what a Canberra Raiders try! Does it get any better than that?
Growth's away, he's over the 50, the 40, he's going to go all the way, the big fella, he stumbles, keeps going, they're coming at him, but he gets there, what a try! What a try! He's gone up in.
Andrew King might get a regather, yes! He's done it! He's Houdini! He's Houdini! And he's put Gardner over! Daniel Gardner has scored! What about Andrew King? Put him in the circuit! Put him somewhere! Johns, Andrew, running! Andrew Johns of old! Andrew Johns taking them on! An individual try, simply brilliant! He's back!
Fiddler thought about Kiggy, wants to run instead, a huge gap opened up for him. He's away, Brad Petry's got Cross on the inside. They clear the kick over the top. Cross is coming through. He's got it. That's a miracle rugby league try. Juggles it in his left hand on the tip of his fingers, and that is a wonderful try.
The right hand side, they've been more successful coming left all afternoon, but the transfer to the right on a couple of occasions through that set of 6 may have guaranteed our 4.
Great offload from Fletcher, and down in support, it's Lamb. Lamb firing one over the top to Singh, back on the inside, Haggerty to Singh, here is being held on to, but now they keep it alive, and wing, yes! Brilliant stuff by the Roosters.
Well, yes, some great tries there, and yesterday we saw a good one, of course, when Russell Richardson made a bust and back on the inside to Howland. How do you keep up? I mean, when they start sprinting away, what happens to you?
Well, obviously, they're very fast men, but you just got to do your best.
Yeah, all right. Champion, who's got the try of the year?
The winners are Andrew King, Daniel Gartner, Northern Eagles.
Northern Eagles, beautiful.
Andrew King might get a regather. Yes! He's done it! He's Houdini! He's Houdini! And he's put Gardner over! Daniel Gardner has scored! What about Andrew King? Put him in the circuit! Put him somewhere! He's too good for this game! Well, the juggler! The juggler's come out at Brookie!
Unbelievable. The crowd's gone berserk here. Good on you, boys. Good to see the Northern Eagles win something this year. We'll be back next year, the Eagles. Mark and Paul, best of luck for the rest of the semis if you get a run. Please thank them for us. Well done, boys. And we'll take a break. We've got plenty more awards to come. Please stay with us. Welcome back to the Footy Show Awards. Now, Rep football is what it's all about. That's what we all want to play. And to present the Rep Player of the Year award, please make welcome one of our great coaches, Phil Gould. Welcome, Gus. Now, you've coached plenty of Rep teams over the years. What do you look for in a player when he gets into a Rep team?
Well, I think to succeed at this level, they've all got great ability, otherwise they wouldn't be chosen. But from what I've seen of Rep football behind the scenes, you've got to have great courage and great confidence in your own ability. And despite being an individual, you've got to be prepared to be a part of a team. And everyone I've been associated with at the rep level has had all those qualities.
All right, Gus, we had 3 State of Origins in a test match this year. Who is our rep player of the year?
Well, scored a lot of points, Ryan Girdler.
Well done again, Ryan.
Thanks, mate.
They love you coming up here, don't they, the girls? Excellent work. Now, you've also, for that, you've won a weekend for 2 at the Melbourne Crown Casino, and flights included. That'll be a great prize. Who will you be taking down there?
I'll probably take my fiancée, but I'll call in and see Matty Guy while I'm down there.
Very popular, Matt Guy, apparently, down there. All right, what about your season, in particular that last State of Origin, something like 32 points, what a game.
Yeah, I think Gus summed it up when he said it's a real team effort, and to get there you've got to be part of a team, and I mean that's all I was. The 2 sides I played in were the 2 best sides I've been involved in, and I think we showed that by the results.
And the World Cup beckons at the end of the year?
Yeah, that's obviously a goal, and I think the Aussies will be hard to beat over there, so it'll be good to be part of that.
All right. Our rep player of the year, and what a player he is, Ryan Girdler. Thanks, mate. Well done. And please thank Phil Gould as well.
And from one superstar to a bloke who used to play for the South Queensland Crushers in the back row. Rare distinction to have an award named that you're completely responsible for, but that is the situation tonight. It's the Maltese Falcon responsible for the Golden Falcon. Here is Mario Fennick. Now, Mario, you know that on the footy show, the feeling is if someone's down, you put the boot in, you just try and make sure that you're not the one down so much. People actually think that we don't get on, but you love us and we love you, don't you?
I love you like a hole in the head, mate.
All right, that's enough, mate.
I had a 15-year career.
No, you've said enough, mate. Last year, the winner of the Golden Falcon was Danny Badiris. Just to refresh your memories, fantastic effort, setting quite a standard for tonight. Danny Badiris, the hooker from Newcastle, just balanced it for about 15 metres. Tremendous view of it head on here. Excuse the pun.
It's become a prestigious award, Snorky, hasn't it?
It has indeed. And something that I never realised there were so many Falcons in the game, to be quite honest, Mario.
Yeah, good on you, boys.
And this is the reason why we do have it.
Solid as a rock, eh? Good on you, boys. Thanks for that.
Just listen, you can hear the hollow thud.
A bloke plays 15 years as a professional, and they pull that out.
That's the sound that a ball makes when it hits a vacuum. That's unbelievable.
I had some good years too, Scott.
Let's have a look at the contenders for the Golden Falcon this year, Mario.
The Golden Falcon. Bradley Clyde, Bulldogs.
Nice and high. And it push. Oh, it's Bradley Clyde on the boggin here. And this could be a tie.
Jack Elsgood, Sydney Roosters. Darren Lockyer, Brisbane Broncos.
Oh, there it is. Red Man and Snurlo, they love that.
It's a good one, too.
It's a beauty.
Lance Thompson, St George Illawarra Dragons.
Oh, no. What if you call them a rebel?
It's a good award, isn't it? We love it.
They're throwing their heads at the ball.
They're diving meters, Mario, to become someone like yourself, but no one did it better than the Canterbury duo of Brad Clyde and Darryl Halligan. Please, mate, welcome The Rock. Now I'll come across, I guess we've got to ask you that it looked as though it was something that you'd actually practiced at training. Was that the case?
I guess you'd like to say so, but I think Brad's told himself so many times now that he did it on purpose, he actually believes he did.
Now, fair to say that, you know, you've created history this year by breaking all point-scoring records, but over all of the years you played, this is the highlight.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't think Mario realises what he's done in rugby league to have an award like this. Something come off his melon, so it's fantastic. Have a look at her.
Thanks, Rock. Yeah, solid.
This man is the Rock, one of the all-time greats. You've only got to look at the point scoring records to understand that. Would you please thank Darryl Halligan and Mario Clements.
Okay, we're getting there, of course. Very soon we'll be announcing our Player of the Year award, but up next it's the Hooker of the Year. And to present that award, the greatest rugby league caller in the history of the game, please make him welcome Ray Rabbits Warren. Good to see you, Poppy. Thanks for coming tonight. And they tell me, well, you've been around a while, they say you know a lot about hookers.
Funny thing, you know, it's rather intriguing. I've been asked to be on the Footy Show twice in my life. The first time was to be a member of the Village People. And this time I'm presenting the award to the Hooker of the Year. I'm starting to wonder whether you think I might be one or the other. Bit old for both, I think.
You could be both, actually, Poppy.
I'd go broke, really, as the second.
All right, let's have a look at our Hooker of the Year contenders.
Hooker of the Year. Craig Gower, Penrith Panthers. Robert Mears, Auckland Warriors. Jeff Tooby, Northern Eagles.
Some great hookers there. Rabbi, who's the Hooker of the Year?
Well, they really should call him the dummy half of the year, but anyway, we'll drop that for tonight. Craig Gower, come on down.
Well done, Craig. No wonder Penrith are going so well. Of course, Ryan Girdler, Craig Gower and their team. It's a great football side. And when they first moved you from half to hooker, what did you think?
Oh, I didn't know what to think. I had Greg Alexander coming back, so I just wanted to get in the first grade side. And, Simo came up to me and said he wanted to play hookers. And, I just thought, that's my chance. And to play first grade, you do anything.
Well, you've made a great fist of it, of course, winning our Hooker of the Year award. And the night that I remember, 4 tries one night against the Northern Eagles. A great performance.
Yeah, it's one of a kind. Just lucky to be on the right spot at the right time. And, to get 4 tries in a first grade match is, pretty special.
World Cup for you?
I don't know.
I think you'll be there. Craig Gower, our Hooker of the Year. Poppy, where are you? Come here, Poppy. Come here, mate. And Ray Warren, of course, isn't he calling in great form over the weekend? Well done, Ravi. We'll take a break and come back with plenty more. Our Player of the Year award up very soon. Welcome back to the Footy Show Awards. The 2 blokes who've worked the hardest tonight are these 2 young blokes here, Tim and Jackson, the little ball boys. Jackson's actually Sean Garlick's young lad, and they've worked pretty hard. Well, of course, it's time now to announce our Player of the Year award, Snorky, and who better to present that award than one of the greats of the game, one of the immortals. Please make him welcome, Reg Gasnier. Well, Reg, you're still an avid fan of the game. How have you seen this year?
Well, I think it's certainly been pretty well open, Fatty, and I thoroughly enjoyed the football. Of course, now we're down to the nitty-gritty of the whole season, and we're going to really see some great stuff from here on in.
Who do you fancy?
I like Brisbane. I think that we've played grand finals, and I would say that you need that bit of experience. Whilst I congratulate Parramatta on their performance with the young fellas. They played magnificent football, but can they keep it going? Very well, I've got a Parramatta.
They can keep it going. Exactly.
Well, Pete, who are our contenders?
Yeah, you mentioned the nitty-gritty. We've got 5 players who are basically within 1 or 2 points of each other. The first of those is the dynamic hooker from Penrith, Craig Gower. From the Melbourne Storm, mercurial halfback, Brett Kamali. The man who's had a fantastic season for the St George Illawarra Dragons, Trent Barrett. From up in the coal town of Newcastle, Andrew Johns, and the Australian and the Sydney City skipper, Brad Fittler. Reg, 5 fantastic players, but we only have the one winner tonight.
You're right, Peter, and when you get on a bit, you've got to use glasses. This is a fabulous award, and I certainly congratulate the nominees, but it is Brad Fittler.
Well done, Brad. Good on you, champ. Great season culminating this award, our inaugural awards. You've won the Footy Show Player of the Year. How are you feeling right now?
Mate, it's great. It's not often you win something in front of Joey, and the other players that were nominated for that. A lot of players really stood out this year. Gerd's had a massive year, especially in representing footy, and Noddy. And it's a huge honour to be, to get the thing in front of them.
All right, now you're courtesy of Wizard. You've won a great prize, $20,000, and you've agreed to donate $10,000 of that to a charity.
Yeah, I'll give the donation to Kevin Waller's. So there's a great cause, the Kim Waller's
Choices program. Well done, Brad. You'll love that, Kevin. You're sitting up there watching. The other thing, which you probably don't realise, because you've won this award, you've now got a star named after you.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's courtesy of the International Star Registry. People such as Mahatma Gandhi, Andre Agassi, Kathy Freeman, Wally Lewis, all got stars up there somewhere in the Aurora Borealis. So there's a Brad Fittler star up there right now.
That's excellent.
All right, mate.
That's
well
unreal.
done. Brad Fittler, our Player of the Year. And a big thanks to Reg Gasly as well and Brad Fittler. And to Peter Sterling, Gonya Snorky, thanks for joining us tonight. We've had a great night. This has been the first. We hope that this becomes one of the great nights in rugby league. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next Thursday at 9:30. Bye for now.
34-4. Big win for them.
And a forward pass there from Andrew Johns. I'm not quite sure whether Warren Ryan would be too impressed with the last 10 minutes of the Newcastle Knights. It's fine to play with adventurous spirit. I think he'd like them being a little bit more controlled in the dying stages of this game.
Fittler actually tackled Rahihi, who was involved originally, and then Fittler getting up actually tackled Rahihi. Fletcher looking around in vain for somebody. A few of these might have bundied off by now, though, I think. Inside ball for Dallas Hood. Phillips grubbering ahead. Rigon is after it. Lenny Beckett's there first. Done a very capable job, Lenny Beckett. Injuries, of course, to Darren Albert and Robbie O'Davis saw him elevated to almost a permanent position in first grade, and he's really done well.
And it's been a tough night for Graham Murray, subject of injuries. Ray, we see Brian Fletcher being assisted from the field. It's his first game back from injury, so nothing worse than to have a scoreline like this against you and lose some players. We'll be fingers crossed that Fletcher will be all right for the Roosters' run home as Lenny Beckett comes back inside, flung down by Craig Wing, 3 short of halfway.
Shields combining with Andrew Johns, intercepted by Hegarty. Put the white flag up as no use chasing him. And Hegarty puts it down under the bar. So 46-10. The Knights over the Roosters, a minute to go, and the conversion to come.
Well, I think you can excuse Andrew Johns for this one. They had an overlap once again, but he's been preying on this all night. Finally, it was a long ball thrown by Andrew Johns. He pegged it beautifully, snapped it up, and away he went.
That's where they've got plenty of strike power, the Roosters. That's the 15th try for Shannon Hegarty this year. That's their leading try scorer. And 11 for Ryan Cross, so they had 25 between them coming into this game. Really haven't looked like putting the ball over the line on too many occasions. They do so with 60 seconds left on the clock.
So that was the reaction from the Newcastle bench. Not a care in the world, really. Conversion for Luke Phillips from right in front. And 46-12 will be the final score, I would imagine. Intercept try right on full-time, Andrew.
Yeah, smiles on the Newcastle bench, but even no reaction at all from the Roosters bench, despite Hegarty running away to score this try. Brian Fletcher, one of those men on the bench who was in pain as Hegarty crossed the line. It's again a recurrence of a rib injury that he seems to have been suffering week after week after week.
So the dying seconds of this game, one that Graham Murray in particular will be so glad to see it come to its conclusion. Couldn't have come into the game with better form. We knew that they would miss Adrian Lamb, but not to this extent. And a very disappointing Sydney Roosters, not beaten, but almost embarrassed. Talking of Adrian, he was on that the benches back there watching it. 46-12 they've gone down. Sydney Roosters to the Newcastle Knights.
Thank you very much for attending.
Good night for the boys from Marathon. And regrouping for the boys from the Sydney Football Stadium. So Peter and Paul will be back after the break with our full-time wrap from here. And Andrew will have our $1,000 McDonald's Man of the Match for you in that segment. We'll take a break, be back with more on the Wide World of Sports in just a minute.
Can I have fun in the city? Bring up the lights. At gaming nights. All week I've got Friday on my mind.
Crossed, Fitzgibbon and Phillips successful with one conversion each. Great performance from the home side. And I don't think you need to be Einstein to work out the man we chose as their best. He is with Andrew Voss.
Peter, not surprisingly, the $1,000 from McDonald's tonight has gone to the Knights halfback Andrew Johns, straight from the top. Andrew, 3 tries in first grade. Is that a first?
Yeah, it is a first. I think it's the first time in my whole football career, so pretty happy. I was looking forward to it, don't worry. When we were down there, I was trying to get the 4.
Newcastle Knights always confident when you're playing at home, but you couldn't have possibly expected to win by that margin.
No, we had a good preparation this week. We just knew that if we lost, we're out of the 8, so the boys really dug in. Over the last month, actually, we really hooked into training, so when we do get to the big games, we've got that little bit of extra fitness under our bonnet, and we just got to keep it going for the next 3 games, and once you get in the semis, it's a whole new ball game.
How important is it, do you think, this year to be in the top 4?
Oh, definitely. I think Warren knows the system inside out, and I think top 2 you get a home semi, which for us will be very important. And then if you do that, you've got to win one more game to get the grand final. So we're looking for a top 2 finish, and if we do that, we'll be happy.
All right, Andrew, your game tonight outstanding. 3 tries, 5 goals, and $1,000 from McDonald's.
Thanks, Channel 9 McDonald's. I'll put that in kilos on. I lost in the last 2 weeks.
Well done, mate.
22 points for Andrew Johns tonight, a game right out of the box. He was a class above any other player on the field. No doubt Newcastle have been buoyed by his re-signing. Their next target, their winger Adam McDougall, he was also with Andrew Voss.
Well, Adam, tonight I guess you could say you probably owed the Roosters one after what happened in round 9 this year when they snatched victory right at the death.
Yeah, it's a great way to hit back against them after the first round defeat, but full credit to Andrew Johns and the boys. They played tremendous, and it's always easy sitting on the end of the back line with talent like that.
Adam, on a personal note, the more nights like this at Marathon Stadium, it's going to be hard for you to leave if that's what happens.
Yeah, it's probably one of my last nights here. Maybe there's a good chance of that. So I just wanted to come out here tonight and enjoy it because this might be one of my last appearances here.
Are you far off making a decision now, Adam?
Oh, probably next week. So it's going to be tough. Obviously, I've got a lot of good friends here and a lot of fond memories. But at the end of the day, I've got to do what's right for me.
Well, right now the charge home is to the finals and beyond, I guess, for you and the Newcastle Knights.
Yeah, it'd be tremendous to finish off with the club if we won a premiership. Guys like Matthew Johns and Tony Butterfield. It'd be a fairy tale finish for them, and hopefully we can do the right thing by them.
All right, Adam, another fine game tonight.
Thanks a lot, Bossy. Tama.
Yeah, very surprising. It sounds as though it's long odds that Adam McDougall will be here with the Knights next season. Paul, tonight they were just at their best. I thought we'd see a contest. It wasn't the case.
We didn't. The Roosters were quite tragic, really, weren't they? Only Luke Phillips held his head up high there. Whilst for the Knights, outstanding team performance. The forwards are led well by Matty Parsons. Danny Baderas had a blinder, Billy Peden, and the backs, Andrew Johns. What can you say? The best player in the world today. A great performance for the Knights. That sort of performance wins your premierships, Pete.
Yeah, they'll firm in the betting, no doubt about that. Don't forget, tonight our coverage of Wimbledon continues, day 5. And tonight featuring Andre Agassi, Martina Hingis and Venus Williams. That is next up. Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, our coverage of the Nutrigrain Cup sees All Saints College Maitland up against St Francis Xavier's College. And on Sunday morning, the Footy Show at 11 o'clock. We'll be joined by David Ferner, Ben Eichen, Nathan Blacklock and Steve Carter. In the spotlight, Andrew Eddinghausen. His great career coming to an end at the end of this season. That afternoon, we're off to the ANZ Stadium for the clash between the Brisbane Broncos and the Penrith Panthers. And next Thursday night on the Footy Show, live at 9:30, guest host Brad Fittler and Luke Ricketson. And the following night, out to Paris Stadium, the Eels playing host to the Knights at 8:30. Check your local guides for all of those. Newcastle way too strong for the Roosters tonight. Hope you've enjoyed. Until next time, on behalf of the Channel 9 crew, bye for now.